I'm doing great. It's a really chill Sunday morning here in Southern California. No traffic on the freeways getting over here, and a lot of great solvers coming out to compete today. Yes. I was warming up with Kevin this morning before the round, and most of the practice he's been putting in leading up to this comp was in 6x6. He had a lot of complaints about, like, you know, niche center cases or edge cases that he wasn't recognizing very well. I don't believe it was the exact same, but I'm muted, Manu, for him. Well, coming up on our broadcast, we have Koi. He's a local solver, kind of a hidden boss in 4x4. We'll be back to Koi's solve in a second, but I would expect a lot of very fast times from him over the course of today. Smooth ending, but doesn't look too happy with that 29, all things considered. All right, Koi is tackling his edges. Looks like he's struggling to get his yaw edges aligned and get some momentum going in his edge pairing. He's finally found a bit of a rhythm, but he doesn't look happy as he's crossing the 30-second mark going into 3x3 stage. OLL parity is just going to add to his wounds. And PLL parity on the bottom. An unfortunate first solve for Koi. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looks like a very fluid first two centers. Slight pause going into his yaw edges. And another pause after his first yaw edge. Struggling to find some momentum here. Going into centers relatively smoothly. Transitioning into edge pairing here at about 12 seconds. Very choppy through his first slice of edge pairing as well. On to 3x3 stage in the low 20s. He's going to have a very easy OLL, PLL, no parities for him, but still a 31.6. He is not happy about that. Yes. We've got Dan going now, about 6 seconds into his solve. Flip at 11 seconds, which is faster than what we just saw from Kevin Hayes.
Colin Calderon to the help desk. Colin Calderon to the help desk.
Really good solve from Dan so far. On to last layer around 21. Forcing a good ZBLL case. He's not too happy with the 27, considering the pace that he arrived at 3x3 stage, I think. Yes. Also, yesterday the venue was very, very cold in the morning. It seems like the temperature issues have kind of been adjusted today. But there was a long day of competing yesterday in less than ideal conditions. So even though venue's a little bit better this morning, everyone's kind of tired after a long, long day yesterday. So it makes sense that people might be slightly underperforming relative to their goals this morning. Olo parity around 31. Flip around 13, going into edges here. Seems fairly fluid, heading into 3x3 stage around 21. Arrives at PLL at 25, 26.8, no parities in sight. He shouldn't be too upset about that one. Coy with the flip around high 14. Struggling with his last yaw edge, though, not solved until 18 seconds. That's 3.5 seconds just to solve that one edge. Going with the last two edges algorithm, going into 3x3 stage at late 24, early 25. Forcing a ZBLL case, takes a long pause to recognize it. Corner twist and PLO parity. And that is 2 frustrating solves for Coy. I'm sure he's thankful that we have 3 rounds of 4x4, which gives him a much better shot at getting to the final so he can pull it together next round. He's just that good, but he's also had quite possibly more hours over the years than, I don't know, everyone but a small handful, 5 or 10 people at the very top of the rankings. He still practices multiple hours a day because he just loves cubing and loves the grind. So he has a lot of natural gifting. He has a lot of time under pressure and tension, but also he just has been consistently putting in the work for so long. As I say it, he gets a 36, and he doesn't look too happy about it. Took a long time to recognize his OLL, though. Like, he probably spent 3 seconds recognizing his OLL and choosing a recognition angle so that he could get the OLL to PLL transition. So it was smooth, but I don't think he was too happy with the recognition time that led into it. Good pace through 3x3 stage. OLL parity at 20, unfortunately. Easy enough on the U-perm, though, or T-perm.
Looking for redemption on his third solve here after 2, where I'm sure he's really not happy with his performance. Finishing centers and flipper in toe 5. Much better transition into edge carrying than his previous solve. Edge is done around 20. Olo parity at 22. Struggling to finish his Olo parity out, going for a ZBLL. Sub 31 Coy. Not too bad, especially considering what he's coming off. lot of easy cases, things where he should have been able to see from one thing to another, very choppy turning. Still a 26, but he's not happy because he knows this could have been very low 20 had he executed up to this level.
His fourth or his fifth solve. We're getting close to finishing out this average. Flip at about 13, 14 seconds there for Dan. OLL parity. Smooth transitions between all the steps. PLL parity too. Ooh! Choppy execution of that PLL parity. It's going to cost a good time there for Dan. 36.49.
Yeah, he was trying for a fancy algorithm that integrates PLL parity with his normal PLL. Mistake on the execution. Several seconds to rectify his mistake, but with 3 decent solves leading up to this, he's got one more to bring it home. Ryan Lee inspecting for the first solve we've seen of his on stream. Delegate coming from Northern California out of Berkeley. Looks like
we are going to catch Nicholas Sanchez here now.
Very fast first 2 centers, but then a bit of a pause afterward. Flip around 11, going into edge pairing. Seemed like a smooth transition there. 3x3 stage around 17 or 18, if I'm not mistaken. Struggling with his F2L, though. OLL parity at 24. PLL parity as well. Still brings home a sub 30, but he's not happy with his 3x3 stage.
I was going to say, overall, when he was turning good in that solve, it was smooth and effortless, but then he would hit a pause to recognize, and then we'd see a rough period of choppy turning and just not being able to hold it together there, unfortunately.
Yes. Coy coming up for his 4th solve. Coy kind of has this trademark thing that he does before he solves where he says, "I'm ready," and then as the cover comes off the cube, he still adjusts his sleeves while he's using his inspection time. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but I've seen him do it across a few dozen of his solves. First 2 centers finished after a little over 4 seconds. I don't think he'll be too happy with that. Struggling to find momentum during his yaw edges as well. Finished his yaw edges around 12 seconds, which I'm sure is slower than he wants. Flip around 16. A lot of pauses and searching during edge pairing. Heads into 3x3 stage in the mid to high 20s. Very interesting last layer solution, though, and a 30.9, which is quite
I'm
good.
Sure if that was like a one look last layer or just being able to recognize very quickly the PLL. Impressive last layer. We go back to Dan here on the other station. $33.51 doing PLL parity before ZBLL, hopefully forcing a bit of a better case, but I believe that that gives Dan a sub 30 4x4 average. Kevin Hayes back here.
Taking his time to inspect on this one. He's going to want as fluid and fast of a start as possible. We've seen him struggle with it a couple times so far. There it is. Very nice first 2 centers, but a giant pause afterwards. Commentator's curse right there. Struggling his way through yaw edges. Finishes yaw edges at 10.5. Lots of pauses through his centers. at this point, Kevin is probably just thinking, I'm glad there's a second round so that this doesn't ruin my seeding going into the final. Finishing edge pairing up around 24, headed into 3x3 stage. Oh, a little parity. And after all that, a Y-perm and a 31. He is ready to be done.
Yeah, I've always noticed it, especially with big cubes. Notice any events that take longer than a couple seconds. You get into this thing where throughout the length of the solve, you end up messing up somewhere very early. It's hard to recover from that very easily. Just thinking of like, man, I really messed that up, and not having the ability to continue cleaning up the rest of the solve. I think that does wrap up group number 1 of 4x4 here at Western Champs. Up next in group number 2, we are going to see Max Park and Brendan Dunnigan. Two amazing solvers. We saw Max again with a 7x7 world record yesterday, and Brendan Dunnigan making it onto the 7x7 podium, I believe, actually. Third
Yes.
place. I think that makes him a I
He's
think that makes him a
currently,
runner-up
Hello, everybody.
for
Welcome
Western,
to
the
Western
Western
Championship
title.
2026.
Kate actually is
Have
a
a couple
resident of
announcements
the
we'd like to
Western
make
U.S.
before
on Cubing
announcing the
USA,
next group of
so he will be on the
4x4.
Cool.
podium.
First, we'd like to thank
But
our
Whoops, messed that
yes,
up.
We'd like to thank
it's totally
SpeedCubeShop
okay.
for sponsoring this
Brendan had a
competition. They
fantastic
are
performance in the
vending
7x7
right
final
outside.
last
I
night,
don't know if they're set up yet,
bringing a
but throughout the day, you
2:02
can
mean
go purchase
after
puzzles
some
from them.
advice from Kevin Hayes, actually, which
We'd
put him on
also
the
like to
podium
thank
and
our
inside the top
other
50 in the world for
sponsors,
7x7.
GameCube,
He's been putting up a lot of really good results for
4x4
6x6,
Creative,
7x7,
Alternative
5x5 at
Purpose
home in the last 3 weeks. So it'll be really interesting to see what he's able to do following that today and tomorrow in 5-6 finals.
are going to be showing a
Yeah,
slide that
and I
says
mean we
use
have
permission.
Max Park coming up
When you
here in
hear
4x4,
this
always
sound,
an electric watch. I mean, multiple time world
that
record
means that it's
holder.
your time to
Uh,
look at the projector.
just
If the
sorry,
projector
there's
shuts down,
announcements
you'll
going
have
on
to
right now at the
submit your group
competition,
to
and
the
it's
next
very
group.
hard to
We need you
talk
to come into the
and
front
like
queue.
also
Even
like
though your
hear what's
group
going
isn't
on
formed
there.
yet, you need the group
Uh,
to be submitted
but we should
first
have
so we can get
4x4 round 2
started.
coming up here quite
That being
shortly.
said, I am now calling 4x4 round 1 group 2. If you are in 4x4 round 1 group 2, submit your puzzle. If you just competed in 4x4, you are required to fill an empty judging station. We need all judging stations filled across all 4 stages in order for us to stay on time. So
Here's some
if
delegates
you are
making calls
assigned
for
or you
extra
are young and
judges,
you
making
want to
sure
help
people are
out,
fulfilling their
make an
staffing
empty judging station.
assignments. We're gonna go to a quick ad break here before 4x4 round 1 group 2.
Welcome back to Western Championship 2026 in Riverside, California. We are well underway with 4x4, and we have the man of the hour, the man of the year, the man of the decade. Max Park sitting down for his first 4x4 solve. Coming off a hot 7x7 world record last night. Pretty surprising just to instantly get his world record back from Lim, but I mean, less surprising in the fact that we all know he's capable of 132 flat. I mean, maybe we'll talk about this more later, but oh my God. Max got 45 centers in that solve. He was actually on pace for like 128 going into last four. He got a pretty rough last two edge case, which is a ridiculous thing to say on a 132.
His reaction, though, sounded surprised last night when he got the record, which probably means that he wasn't quite aware of how his pace was.
So let's watch Max's solve here first, but that is actually not surprising. I'll kind of go into that in a second. All right, we got – so Max's 4x4 is always solid, but – oh, whoa.
Really nice. 4 seconds to finish all of his Yao edges.
Yeah, 7-second flip is really solid. We're in that quality range, but not crazy single range. Nice solve.
Very, very smooth.
So that's kind of, yeah, it's about it. Like we were mentioning, like 7-second flip, no parity, 18, like right on pace. But like, wow, those Yao edges like flew together. His centers actually were a little sluggish relative to his Yao edges. Like, yeah, he was like 4 seconds, like three or 4 seconds to be done with everything.
Brendan, going into his second solve, had a really rough first one, looking to recover from that.
Yeah, 33.9. He's actually been doing pretty rough in the mornings, but then last night he really turned up the jets. 7 final, 202 PR average, 157 single. Like he was talking beforehand on his interview with Western Champ. Wow, okay, he's much better here. OL parity at 2018. Nice solve. There we go. Much better.
Much better. 10 seconds faster.
Like, yeah, really solid stuff. I think the 202 mean from is extremely good for him, even based on his at-home time. So he seemed really, really excited for that. He was super pumped to get a sub-2 single.
It's also a big mental barrier for him because for a long time he's very much outperformed 6x6 relative to 7x7 and has never really understood, like, how do I make these results match up? So it was a big kind of personal win for him as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was a mental barrier. I think, like, he just didn't practice that much 7 until recently. Like, the thing with 7 on Yao especially is that you can't fake your way through a good 7x7 Yao. Like, you kind of can just burn a bunch of 5x5 Yao and be like, I can kind of do a little 6. The hardware's good. It's similar enough. 7 Yao is hard. It's just straight up hard, and we can tell by the fact that, like, Max absolutely smacks everyone in 7x7 still. Like, he's a top 5 ranked averages, and his world record's 4 seconds ahead of world rank 2. Like, you got to learn. You're doing a grind. You got to learn some 7x7 specific stuff, and like, Brandon's obviously been putting in the work, and he's seen those results now. But yeah, he's broken out of that the classic combo of I can good at 4, 5, and 6 on Yao because they're all pretty normal and intuitive, but like I can't get that 7 Yao. It's because you got to grind for it, and Brandon's putting in that work, and we love to see it.
Kate going into, I believe, solve 2 for her.
Yeah, solid start, 26. She has been decent solve so far. I mean, 7x7 is definitely her main event. She has this like crazy like 30,000 solve session on her computer, and like she did okay last night, like 157 mean. I know she obviously wants to get like a low under 155 at the very least. She also has a pretty cursed single for her of the 151, which is, that's like terrible considering how her capabilities. She knows it, but I think that's kind of like weighing on her a little much.
She was happy with 6x6 yesterday, though. She wasn't expecting any results, really, and she broke her PR after more than a year of having that mean stand. New female world record. So even if 7 and 4 didn't go quite as she was hoping, at least she got a PR out of this competition.
I think we're morning of day 2. I think she's got a lot more time.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's kind of funny, like the 6x6 PR, like. She got some good cases. She had 1 out of 9, like, or 1 out of 6, but like that's what happens. Like it's not as, you're still fresh. You know what you're doing, but you're not as like nervous because you hasn't your focus. And sometimes when you're in that mode where like you're feeling, oh Max, another sub 20? Oh, not quite. Wow, good solve from Max.
Yeah, we're just chatting it up, and Max is casually flying through a color neutral 4x4 solve. I was struggling to figure out where he even was. I was like, wait.
Oh, he did blue on that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He does blue. He does blue green if it's really easy. But yeah, like Kate with that 117 mean, like it's like she's obviously ready for 6 because she does Yao in 6 and 7, and so like, but like the lack of focus on it and while still being like in shape for it can allow you to like kind of relax a little more, lower pressure, and then you roll that good parity count, and you just, oh, I got 117. That's pretty nice.
Brendan going into 3, really fast and really slow for him so far.
Yeah, basically didn't mean a 3 unless he pulls out something crazy, but
This looks like a really rough start for him. Oh, pulls it together. 11-second flip.
well, I mean that's not that great.
OLL at 19. Very, very fortunate going from edges to the end with no parodies and really, really clean edge pairing, all things considered.
Yeah, that was he's doing well on his lucky solves, which is important. Like 4x4 a lot, it's like you want your bad solve, you want your parodies to on your bad solves. It was a little interesting though. He got a dot case, which for throughout the solver of his caliber, you should basically never get a dot case. It's like a quick break. Like, so to talk about Max and like the fact that he was a little surprised with his world record.
Yes.
So this kind of makes sense. So naturally in your brain, you remember the more recent things that happen. And for Max especially, because he's not a very his centers are okay relative, like for his skill level, his centers are weaker than his edges. Like his edges are phenomenal. And so he had ridiculous centers. He had 45-second centers. So like that's very rare for Max. And then he had a rough last 2 edge case. And so you're like, oh, like I had a rough last 4 edges. Edges went well, but then I had a rough case. So like, yeah, it's probably decent. But you forgot by this point. You forgot the fact that you pulled out a 45-second split in your centers, and you're like, oh my god, what just happened?
Yes.
I have a 132. It's the same with the inverse, where like you're flying through edges, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be a great solve, and you look down, it's not that great. It's like, oh right, I had bad centers. Like it's just so long ago that you like your brain is adjusting to. Your brain more reacts to the edges as how fast you think you're going to be going, and then forgets about the center split.
Which is also helpful for a solver like Max, where we've seen him get a little bit nervous at the end of the solve. So having a fast early split kind of helps you keep your mental composure as you're kind of like, oh, well, back half of the solve isn't going to be as good as I was hoping.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I always thought the reverse a little bit, where, I mean, just because I think it makes sense. It's the opposite for Max, where like, Max is so strong in edges, they're so automatic that it's like you want to get a good center split, and then you can kind of like when you're nervous on the edges, you can autopilot through it. Versus like, what I've always struggled with. Oh, like, I mean, like I can get 45-second center. I mean, that's crazy. That's really really fast. But like, it's funny because Max's good center times is in the wheelhouse of what I can do, and Max is like 15 seconds faster than me. Because like I had, like it just so we're both very like I'm a very unbalanced solver, and so like if I get like a high 40 center split, I'm just like, oh my god, just like get something reasonable, please.
Yes.
But my center edges are so bad, and like to get a good edge split for me requires so much like mental focus and like really need that fluidity, which is not automatic, that it becomes very hard. While the opposite is true for Max. He's like, oh, the hard part of the solve. Getting a crazy center split is hard for Max. So when he does do it, he's like, oh, that part's over. It's easy. We got the easy part. I'm amazed. I'm the best in the world by far at edges. Let's just wrap it up and get a 132. Get bad cases, 132.
Well, we'll see how he does for his next 4x4 solve here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that like he's pretty like he's well off the pace for like a world record or anything. Like, I mean, at this caliber, like you're kind of your goal for these top guys, I think Tim F.A., you can probably slot him in now. There's like a few others besides the big three now, but like you just want to get you want to be hitting sub 20 every single time, or your goal should be sub 20 every time. Maybe if you get that 10 out of 10, you're not gonna get sub 20. You can't be mad about it. But wow, another green cross or blue cross.
Flip was at about 8 flat. Large pause during edges here.
If he gets no parity, you could be all right.
Speaking of, there it is.
Yeah, 21 though, and the no parity is not. You gotta be hitting sub 20 every time. You really gotta be getting 18s on no parities if you want to be consistently sub 20. But yeah, the goal has to be just like, okay, let's go for like high 19 global average official, and then eventually we're gonna roll that. We're gonna roll that Taman style 2 out of 10, 1 out of 10. We're gonna get that 18. Yeah, Brendan's first solve was a 30 high. We got solve 3. Brendan here is on that Matty Hiroto Inaba Korea average. Terrible solve at the start. And then 2 good ones. Can he get another 3rd good one going? Maybe he's on. Oh, he still hasn't finished.
Unsure, but the ending of edges looked like a couple of really bad slice flip slice cases they didn't set up super well.
He's gonna need no parity, and he might be getting it right now. Just done.
Parity before ZBLL. Not happy.
Questionable on that timer stop there, Brendan. Let's have some better fundamentals, man.
Start practicing 4-pad.
I was like, you don't even need 4-pad to know that you should drop the key. Like, let's be a little careful there. It's not that hard to stop the timer cleanly.
Ethan Ye has had some decent results at local competitions in 4x4.
Yeah, Brendan's sitting on a counting 23 and 29 now, so kind of middle of the road here. Let's check his best.
Ethan with a 36, not too happy, is what it is for him.
Yeah, Brendan's best is 25.5, so actually it's in play, but that 29 really kills him. He's gonna need to. Oh, let's hit that. Oh, we need to be on forecast. There's forecast views only on. I got it actually. I can have my phone.
Brendan's BPA right now is 25.37.
Yeah, so he has PR BPA, but it will be pretty tough. Another 22 is gonna be difficult, but it's obviously doable. He's gonna need a little of that luck, but we were all praying for those no parodies when we do 4x4.
Yeah.
Oh, Kate.
Kate pausing 3 to 5 business days for all her Yao edges.
15-second flip. I mean, it's pretty over. Okay, you gotta stop. You gotta stop physically reacting in the middle of your solve. Like, you know, it's over and it's bad and it's fine, but like, it's just bad practice. It's just bad habit building to do stuff like this. You gotta. Every single solve, even when they go bad, is a learning opportunity. Is an opportunity to get better.
She heard you. She said, I'm gonna react and I'm gonna slow myself down at the end.
You gotta like. In isolation, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's your worst solve anyways. It doesn't change anything about the average. It's just especially comps like this, where like it's like a mix of doing well and then like building towards NAC. Like, you got to start building these good habits because especially when you're in these finals, you're competing for spots. Like, you don't know what solve is going to count. Like, oh, I got this bad solve, it's not going to count. And then all of a sudden I did count. Oh, and then I got 2 crazy singles, and now I'm still in play. But the bad solve that I kind of like slacked off onto the end is counting, and it doesn't matter where the seconds come from. Every solve second is the same as a second added on a bad solve is the same as a second added on a good solve. And yeah, you got to stay focused.
Max and Brendan both coming up at the same time, so we'll have to see if Max can finish fast enough to let us catch the end of Brendan's PR average potential here. It's interesting to think about, like, not physically reacting in the middle of a solve in a final, because there are some people where it might almost be better for them to just kind of, like, you know, concede one of the solves and conserve mental energy. Like, I've talked to some solvers where they have kind of limited mental endurance, and so having to push through the entirety of a bad solve as opposed to just knowing, oh, this one's over. I don't know. There might be an argument there for some sorts of cubers to not push all the way through like that.
What events are we talking about? Like, none of the events take, like, the longest event is 6 minutes for 7x7.
Yeah, but, like, if you're in a 6 or a 7 solve, especially a 7 solve.
Well, to be fair, those you can't because it's a mean of 3. But so,
that's
like,
true. You have to stick all the way through it with 7.
It's just 5x5 would be the longest one. 5x5 and Mega Minx are the longest ones.
Yeah, and even in those are like 30-second events at a high level, 40-second events. So there's really no excuse for that. I stand corrected.
Well, okay, well, like, one second, let's see what Max gets here.
Flip it. 7, high 7.
Wow, 3 blue-green. Yeah, so, wow, nice.
Oh, parity at 15-16.
I saw from it. That's a quality one. Double parry 20. That's, I mean, like we just saw the no parry 21. Like this, it's like 0.03 faster, but it's like 10 times better solve.
Brendan taking his time to warm up, so we get to see both of his solves, hopefully, or his final solve. Inspecting it now.
He's gonna need a low. He's gonna need that. He's gonna need to count that 20. He's gonna need probably like 23 flat for PR. He's gonna need to flip.
Flip it high 8.
On pace. Oh, but it's oh no.
Struggling during edges.
The double rotation U3. Oh, it's shaky. It's so shaky.
PLO parity J-Perm 25-5 with all the shakes and mistakes. He knows he had it.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity right there, and he knows it. I mean, you come out of that flip, 8-second flip for someone of Brennan's caliber is extremely strong. I mean, you're pacing 21. You're pacing 21 with a parity at an 8-second flip. Like, that's amazing. So it is a bummer. Still not a bad average.
Yeah, he brought out the calculator there too, just to double check. He wasn't sure, but he was very aware he was on pace.
Yeah. Like, talking about the kind of giving up on a solve too. Like, I could maybe see it, like a 5-5 or 4-4 if it's just going so bad, and you know that like it's more important to reset. But even then, the appropriate way to do that would be to just kind of like take a deep breath and relax and finish it out calmly, and still it's still not react
right
physically. Like, it just staying composed is the huge game in these finals that take like 15 minutes, and so like I've never seen someone who is a successful competitor physically react consistently during their solving, ever. Except for Max when he scratches his nose in the middle of 7x7 solve at 147. But I think that's a little bit of a different example. He's not emotionally reacting for sure. He just wipes his eye, and I was like, that was crazy last night. Sitting on a 132. He's on solve 2, so obviously he's got some buffer going for world record mean. He just wipes his eye after centers.
Hey, if you have to itch, you have to itch. Nothing you can do.
I was like, I don't think I'm just taking a plus 1 second, like, add, because my eye itches. It's like he's 40 seconds away from being done. All right, Max Park last solve. He's got that. He's got sub 20 BPA. So let's see, 1988 BPA.
This is that same scramble that Brendan got a really fast first 2 centers flip on. And Max done with cross edges at high 4, flip at 7.5. So not especially fast for him.
No parry though. He should get this BPA, but
very fluid on edges.
Oh, really
no
nice.
OLL parity and a very strong 18-1 to get that sub 20 BPA.
Really nice work from Max there. Definitely a solid average. That 19.8, I think it looked like he had 4 out of 10 with a 19.8. That's like right on what we're tracking right really well. Really solid stuff. I don't know if he's kind of targeting that world record that Taman has taken from, but you solve like that, keep solving like that, get some lucky cases, eventually it might start coming around.
Off stream was Kate getting another time that she was very unhappy with and physically reacting all the way through. So maybe she should talk to Kevin after this.
I already talked to Kate about like comp mental. My favorite is the do you practice this? She's like,
All right, I need to go. I'm competing in the next group. This was a lot of fun though to commentate this with you.
Yeah, maybe we'll be back on later. I'm not sure what the schedule has in store for us, but we'll be doing more of this for sure.
Yeah, cool.
could that be what it is if we're trying to, like, if you're just gonna give me a direct stream feed?
I did pretty bad. You're probably gonna beat me. What'd you get?
It's like fine. It is significantly better than what we were working with. Sick. Sorry, no, I had the stream playing on my phone. Yeah, yeah, no, I could. Yeah, yes, lovely. Okay, yeah. Um, uh, not that I could think of. Like everything else has been fine. As long as I can hear that mic, I'm good. I got a monologue ready that I use for my finals. Oh, here we see Dylan Miller solving here in 4x4 round one, group three. All right. Okay. Uh, before no, sorry. This is to Kevin before we go in. Kevin, do you want play by play or color? You know more about 4x4, so like I trust you more with play by play. It's not that deep right now. I know. Yeah. Uh, sorry. Running this to Manu right now. I'm being told that my mic has been live this entire time, like on stream. Don't know if you want to fix that, but hey, welcome back. Maybe they might mute me again, but 4x4 round one, group three going on right now. We're Welcome back, everybody, to, oh, sorry, Kevin, West Coast Cubing Western Championships. Apologies for technical difficulties. I am Zach Rydell, joined here with Kevin Hayes. Kevin, how are you doing?
It's going pretty good. It's been a little early morning. Good day yesterday, though. I'm excited for 5 and 6 mile tonight, you know. Great comp. It's really, this comp is like, we're officially, I feel like when the regionals kind of started up, like this comp is exactly what the end kind of goal was of like, wow, like this really does feel like like it's not even that many. Like it feels like, I mean like relative to the current standard of like 1,000-person comps, it's like a mini nationals, but like the venue's great. We got a stage here. We got our stream set up. It feels very mid 2010s nationals-esque, and this is just like a regional of, I mean, one of the biggest regions in the U.S. But it's really awesome to see that like it is truly like, oh, like nationals is getting more competitive, and like you can come to these regionals and get a very similar experience, and that's just so obvious here. It's been run so well. Even just small stuff like the name tags are nice. They got these lanyards, the food setup. Like you could buy these, you could pre-purchase food that like comes catered like in the venue. Like it's a little bit of a trap because then you could easily stay in the venue for 10 hours in a row, which is probably not a good idea. But the convenience is very appreciated, and just overall like really impressed with this setup. I think that's the entire competition, the whole. It's going really well. I'm excited for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I was gonna say this kind of does kick off like our, I guess our preamble to North American Championships coming up just a week and a month away.
Oh my
Might
God.
be 2 weeks, but we are so close to it happening. I am personally, I'm super excited for it. I always love these major championships because there's always like so much to do, and I get to reunite with people that I like don't often see on my side of the country. So I'm really excited for it. But these regionals, when we have them before these major championships, kind of gets to show us like who's warmed up, who's been putting in the work, and give us maybe a little bit of a clue as to how results are going to go when we finally hit the big stage there in Raleigh.
Yeah, I really do enjoy the scheduling of Westerns being like 6 weeks out. It is obviously due to logistical constraints and stuff. Like, it'd be in an ideal world, I think it'd be awesome to be like, oh, like for next year, for example. Okay, we have all the regionals in the spring, and then nationals is in June, and then the Worlds is in July. Like a nice like huge build up. But and obviously we got a lot of we have these things when we can when the venues make sense. But this just having this like convenience of like right now, it's like really awesome to like. It's a true similar to a lot of sporting events. Like, you know, you go through your qualification rounds, you hit. Okay, we got to go to our regionals, so then we can do well there. So we can go to state and go to nationals. Like, it's really exciting to see this stuff, and we got a lot of people here. I mean, 370 competitor count signed up for this competition. It did fill, which is it's really fun to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping Mid-Atlantic Championship registration is still open, and even though that falls after the, I guess the summer championships at the very end there, I'm really hoping that we can put on a show just like a Westerns is right now. I think right now we're at like 300 competitors, but trying to really emulate that feel of like a Nats 2019 was like my first major, and it was just so much fun. That like kind of striving for that same vibe, and like now our regional competitions. We see Paul Mavi coming up here to compete in 4x4. I think around solve 4 or 5. We did see Dylan Miller also in this group. Kevin, how did 4x4 go for you? It
Oh,
looked like a very mixed bag.
it wasn't a mixed bag. It was consistently garbage. Yeah. So the first off actually was fine. 29 double. A little like 29 double is generally fine. A little bit slower than I'd like, but you know, no complaints there. Solid with maybe a slight slowdowns in a couple of spots. And then, I mean, just absolute skill issues galore. 2 huge major mistakes that are like 2 really uncharacteristic mistakes, which are just really indicative of like not having focus. And then, I forget what happened on like 3 or 4. And the last one, I like pulled it together in the sense I didn't make any major mistakes, but you could just tell how not ready I was because I was like, okay, we're not going to make any mistakes. We're not going to do any turns until we're ready. And turned out that I was not ready because my flip split probably was like 17 or something terrible.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have 2 more rounds coming up, hopefully,
We have
of
two more rounds.
4x4. I think there's 3 rounds of 4x4 at this comp.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be around tomorrow afternoon, but it's
Well,
all
you at
right.
least got a 6x6 finals tonight, and 5x5 to look forward to. There's something at the end of the rainbow, I'm sure.
Oh no, those are the ones I'm excited for because I've been on the Yao grind pretty hard for 5 and 6 are both extremely beatable PRs, and I'm really excited. I'm gonna actually like focus and try hard and relax and rest and prepare properly for those. So it'd be nice to get some reps in. And Dylan Miller on his Olo parry at 23, not bad. Dylan's such a funny solver to watch because like you don't often see like you see 3x3 specialists move up the big cubes like Taman like high four 3x3 solver can do his big cubes, but like Taman has like learned big cube techniques and his mod is turning up of Nam. Like, well, Dylan is just like, yeah, bro, I just like do 3x3 stuff on big cubes and see what happens.
I was gonna say, I mean, like there's a lot of I guess transfer of skill, even if it's like it gets harder as you get up like the bigger the cube, but like 4x4 is really just a big 3x3. Most
That is
like
so wrong. Just
nope,
so
nope.
not
All
true,
right.
man.
Well, I don't know. There's a reason that they have me usually commentating square one and clock.
I was like, Zach, dude, you could say like a 7x7 is a big 6x6, but like the 4x4, like the 3x3 stage on 4x4, because you can't even count parity because that doesn't count. It's like the 3x3 stage on 4x4 is what like it's just post cross. So like if you're good, we're talking like 4 seconds, 4 seconds out of like 18. So like the skill transfer is very less than a quarter of the solve. Um, so I would disagree a little
All right,
bit.
yeah, that's all right. I'm still working on my big cube chops myself.
It's
But
really oh, just watching Dylan like do his like he has like these like thumb F like he does this like thumb F to like do his rotation insert and I'm like or his flip insert and I'm like whoa this like he does it really fast and like he messes it up a decent amount but I don't think it's a problem with either Dylan or the method. I think it's just that he just doesn't practice a lot of this and I think I'm like maybe some big cubers should be looking at. You take a pure 3x3 solver, you stick them on 4x4 and 5x5, you watch what they're doing, and you're like, maybe some of this stuff, like, you just, like forces you to think about it in a new way. It's like, yeah, maybe some of this stuff is garbage, and you should do some big cube specific stuff. But maybe some of this, you're like, oh, well, that was really fast, and like, it's a little shaky right now. I bet you clean that up, and it's faster than normal. Like, some of the stuff Dylan's doing, I feel like that. I watched him do. I was like walking around the stage yesterday. He's doing his 5x5 solve. He's on pretty good pace. His PR I think is like high 49. He's on pretty good pace. I look up and I'm like, oh, he's gonna get like a 52. And then I look up again, he got a 50 flat, and I'm like, all right, Dylan can just have like a 4-second 3x3 stage on command on this thing.
yeah, I think big cubes are just like always such an interesting watch. Like even though I'm like not that incredible with them, when you get to like such a high level, this is I'm already waiting for you to like call me out again for being wrong. But as you said, like just pulling out like a 4 second 3x3 stage, to like just like totally clutch up. Uh, I don't know. It's something super cool to watch. It's at least like 5x5. 4x4 gets ruined by parity, but like 5x5 sick. That's
Yeah,
that's where I'm gonna end my sentiments.
no,
Five
you're
by five sick.
five. All right, this is why I say 5x5 is your favorite cuber's favorite event, and like, it is. Are you kidding me? Every like superstar cuber loves 5x5, and like 'cause it just takes if you're really fast, it takes like the appropriate amount of time, and it's very consistent because of the parity, like the lack of parity.
I guess that's fair. I mean, I'm thinking to myself I low key hate practicing 5x5.
But exactly. But who's your favorite cuber? Although you're a side event, you're probably more side event focused.
Well, like I don't know if I got a favorite cue. Evan Liu, he probably rocks with five by
He
five.
likes five. He
He
likes
like
five. Five. Yeah.
he definitely yeah he loves 5x5.
I'm th-
I guess you're right.
I'm thinking like Nam and Taman. Well, I mean like Taman famously like I think that guy loves 5x5 more than anyone loves anything in the
We're
world.
now
Like
calling 3 by
like
3 group
Taman's
1.
just such a five. He's just a
3
straight
by
up
3
5x5
group
junkie.
1.
Like he just loves it so much. And it shows. He's not only is he so good at it. It's just like it's so clean and his skill. Like he was talking recently about like when he practices 5x5, he feels like he gets so much more out
As
of it
a
because he loves it so
reminder,
much,
we
and which
want
makes so much
judges for
sense
this
because like
competition
you
to
can just tell
sign with
the
their
kid
competitor
just
ID.
applies the
You
new
can
things
find
to
it
his
under
5x5
your
skills so
WCC
fast,
ID
and like
on your name
I really
tag.
like
So
we
mine
were
is
saying
like the
about like
ID 9.
the
So
3x3
I'm gonna
stage, like
sign
you just
with
pull out a
9,
really nice
not with
one on
my
these bigger
initials.
cubes, and like it's
Also,
interesting
we can
because
use
like
judging
back
on
in
all
the
the
day,
stages.
3x3 stage is like a footnote at the end of your cube, and like yeah,
And
like I mean
lastly, I would like
Felix
to
would crush
remind
me by like
everybody
2
that this
seconds to the end, but I'm
competition is
like
being
I can just pick
live
up 2
streamed.
seconds elsewhere and
It is
solve
currently
no
live
problem, but
streamed
like
on SpeedCubing
now the
TV,
margins are
West
so
Coast
thin. Like,
Cubing,
okay, we're getting
and
a 105
CubersLive.
6x6
So if you'd
mean.
like to check
Where are
the
you picking up
broadcast
2
for what's
seconds?
happening
Like,
right now, you can
that's
check
a
on one
lot of
those
time to
three
be picking
YouTube
up. And like,
channels.
if you're sitting there with a mediocre 3x3 stage, all of a sudden maybe like the easiest way to pick up time is getting better at 3x3, which is like a crazy thought. But like, honestly, if you don't have a mid-6 average, if you're trying to be like a world best at a big cube, like, yeah, you don't need a 4-second 3x3 average, but like you got to be at least mid-6, and I think that's still a little on the slow end. I think like you should be shooting for that like 6 flat, top 100, like be right around that top 100 rank for 3x3, so that way you're not like just shooting yourself in the foot for the end of your big cube stage, but like it's like a second. If you're losing a second at the end of your solve, that's like where are you making that up? And like these guys are good. It's like so hard to make up a second now that like you gotta be taking what you can.
Well, while we're talking about 3x3, we have 3x3 round one coming up next. Group one, we're going to see some big names. I have a nice spreadsheet here that's been keeping track, but of course I have to switch tabs. Yicheng Zhang and Zerui Chang coming up, notable names for group one. 3x3 got some big names here. I mean, we have like
Oh, yeah.
Max Park and Dylan Miller, period. Full stop, end of sentence. Wow.
Once again, we can use
No, it's gonna be this is on the West is pretty stacked on skill. Like not only do you have a huge comparator turnout, but the skill turnout is big. Like I was looking at the psych sheet for 3x3. It's like this is nuts. Like
one group.
I mean, like I guess I'm like my brain's still trapped in a earlier day, but I'm like, oh my god, like mid-6 isn't even that good. Like it's not that good, obviously, like in a global scale, but like it's not even that good at this regional scale anymore. And I'm like, oh wow, like people be moving.
Yeah, I have not been keeping up. My times have like really slacked behind, but it's nice seeing so many people be able to compete at like something even close to, I guess you could call like a top level when you get to like a regional or like just a big competition like this. Having so many names vying for like that bubble of do they make finals or do they not is always interesting to watch. Even if there's like a lot more to be seen and like the really fast competitors also going for great times.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really enjoy the state of the Western champs, especially when I saw a lot of this last year where having these huge events like the Worlds and the NAC, like, and the Euros, like, are really, really awesome and are really, really important for the community. But, like, having this kind of, like, progression up the ranks, like, yeah, you got your chill locals, you just got to hang out, and you got your state champs, you got your regional champ. Like, the regional champs are really important to, like, develop, the regional talent before these majors. Like, we were in Vegas last year for Western champs, and it was crazy. We're doing head-to-head finals, like old style, and legacy styles, I'll say, like, and like 3 times. Like these are guys that like, they're pretty solid. I think you needed like a low 8 to make it. Like 3 times the timer didn't even start. Like because these guys they're just so nervous. Like I was talking to my friends like we were like these kids have never been in the situation where everyone is watching them. This is the first time they've been in a scenario where every single person in the room is watching them solve, and they're so nervous. And like you know how valuable this repetition is right now? You know how incredible it is that they're getting this opportunity so that later when they're a little faster and they're making a Nats final, it won't be the first time. Your first time up on the NAC stage, you're done. You have no shot. Like, oh, but, you know, it's a little different, but I've done this before. I did this Western Champs. I got nervous there, but I worked on it. I know what I'm doing now. Like, it's such a valuable experience. It's how you develop your talent. You get used to this bigger stage. Like, you build it up, and then, you know, like, yeah, it's a little different every time as you go up. And, like, I always say, like, Worlds especially is, like, a very different beast. But, like, oh, I've done something similar. I know how to feel. I know how to calm myself down. And, like, I think that's how you get people that come out of these regions and start doing well very quickly is when you have similar environments at a smaller scale.
Yeah, being able to get used to the nerves early, I guess, is early on in your career, will really just pay off dividends when it comes to these big competitions where you're surrounded by people just as fast, if not faster than you, and you're looking out into a sea of spectators. I'm not sure how the setup looks for Westerns, but I was there at World Championships in 2025, and standing on that stage, looking out into a sea of like hundreds, I think like thousands of people, was like so nerve wracking in my head that I couldn't imagine like doing that and trying to vie for like a podium position.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of people vying for podiums obviously have a ton of experience as solving in like similar circumstances, so I don't think that was as like new, but it still was new for everyone in the sense that no one's ever seen a crowd that big. What was also especially interesting was the semifinalists. I've talked to a lot of them. The people in that like 20 to 80 range who were like in semifinals on that main stage were like just in semis, and like the crowd wasn't full, but you just looked up and you're like, oh my, oh my, and they're like, I'm so nervous, like just for the semi, and like that's where like stuff like this is the type of talent, like the people that are in that range are the ones doing well here, and like you love to see like that repetition. You're talking about worlds where yeah, we're on the stage and you're like, oh, this is crazy, there's so many people, like, and like it's just there's always like, I mean, the worlds is the biggest thing, and like it's such a great experience to have like these levels of competition, because yeah, like I think if you were at Worlds in Seattle and you hadn't competed at like a World slash Super Major before, I think it was unlikely you were going to do well, just because like everyone who even had all the experience in the world was like, this is new.
Yeah, it's the sheer scale that like cubing has grown, even if it's like to a point like maybe a little like unsustainable, being able to have larger and larger competitions. I think we just saw like a nice like spectator cap there of like just looking out into that sea of people. um it Yeah, just a lot going on, but we do see here 3x3 round one starting up here at West Coast Cubing Western
Daisy
Championships.
Stewart to the white stage. Daisy Stewart to the white stage.
Some stuff going on. I think the competitor might be claiming a similar scramble. Not sure. We will see. Well, in this transition here, this is Zach Rydell here at Western Championship 2026, joined by a new guest. Feel free to introduce yourself while you're still off camera, making a big surprise. His mic is live, but he isn't talking. Feel free to introduce yourself while you're still off camera. All right. Still going here. Let's see. We are on the black stage here. Group one of 3x3. We have some big names coming up later in the day, of course, as we were talking about earlier. Max Park, Dylan Miller, just a bunch of big names in this competition. Uh, all vying. Well, I guess we're going to see Max Park trying to, I think, reclaim the Western title, our current reigning champion. But I might be wrong, so I hope that I don't just totally mess that up right now. See White Cross here. Smooth turning, but a lot of pauses in between steps. Fast PL execution 692.
All right, welcome back in the Riverside Convention Center for West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. Michael Rosencrans joined alongside the 10-time gold medalist Zach Rydell. Zach, great to talk to you as always, and Western Championships is here, and it's going to be a great weekend for cubing, man.
I was gonna say, wait, yeah, you may have misintroduced me wrong 10 times. I gotta have more than 10 gold medals, right? I only got 10. Oh, dude, I totally thought it was way more. But yeah, no, it's lovely to have you on commentary, Michael. How's it been? I haven't talked to you in at least a few days.
Yeah, Zach, doing really good. Excited to get this. Excited to be back part in the commentary booth, doing some commentating for these competitions, and just been chopping at the bit here. Working in radio full time. Been very occupied with that, and excited to get back in the booth here this weekend and contribute. You mentioned you talked about Max Park being the reigning world champion. That the reigning Western champion, I should say. That is correct by an average of 6:45 back in 2024. That podium, by the way, was only a separation of a tenth of a second. In that podium, Max Shaw placed second with a 6:51 average, and Varun Mohan Raj with a 6:55 average. So a very close podium from 2 years ago.
Yeah, Westerns, one of the most, I guess, skill dense regions in the United States. So I think a lot of them all have their own fair share of top solvers. But being home to solvers like Max Park and Matty Hiroto Inaba, uh, really difficult to shine in a region like this. Was talking to Kevin earlier, but I guess Westerns, if we're going to call North American Championships the kickoff to the Road to Worlds, then I think it's only fair to call Western Championships the kickoff to the Road to North American Championships to the Road to Worlds. What are you hoping to see at this competition that maybe plays into our predictions for North American Championships coming up here in just over a month?
Certainly. Well, there's been a lot of memorable stuff already happening this weekend. Of course, the big story being Max Park's new world record single in 7x7, a 132.07, taking it back from Lim Hung after just under 2 weeks' time at separation of his previous record by 1.41 seconds. As you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Brendan Dunnigan in a really good round of 7x7. You're going to see 5 finals in this day of Westerns here today. Those finals being Square 1, Clock, 6x6, Mega Minx, and 5x5. So those are your finals coming up here today as we get yourself introduced to Zerui Cheng, the 6-time gold medalist, seated 4th in this first round for 3x3. There you can see his PR single of 48, PR average of 609. I believe that PR average is actually 589, if I have written down in my notes correctly. That 589 is 95th in the world for Zerui Cheng. Solved twice already with a 620 and a 1231.
Yeah, it goes to show just how good cubers are getting at cubing. Because at least for me, this is a name that I haven't really heard a lot of, but uh, clearly a beast at 3x3. Like incredible solving. I believe, well, we're going to see him solve right now. Before I make any bold claims on methods, I wasn't sure if we were seeing ZB or not. But let's see right here.
Across the choice here for Zerui, flying through F2L, puts that one down with a 609, so able to get back to the pace of that first solve much better.
As I say, quite a hot start to the average. I mean, if we're gunning for sub 6 here, still got a little more room to push through. We got to get 2 really good solves coming up, but I mean, very good pace so far if you just ignore that 12. However, that 12 will continue to loom throughout the rest of the average.
As long as that 12 is the worst time that is taken out of the average, that's all Zerui will care about at this point. Finishing that one up a 741 here for that solve.
And I believe we're going to see Yichen here on the alternate station coming up soon. I heard in the ambient crowd mic Yichen get called up, so hopefully it's to the stream station.
That is presumably where Yichen will go. As there you can see your time. The times at the top of your screen right there. 609 and a 971 so far for Yichen. Glad to have you along on this Sunday, May 24th of 2026 for West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. North American Championships just a couple months away. And this is a great
Weeks.
opportunity.
Weeks. It is just weeks away at this point.
North American Championships, yes, I believe it is a couple weeks away. I have to check my calendar then.
We're going to see Yi Chen here going up now. 527 PR single, 622 PR average. Hopefully we can get a better shot of his solve.
This is just the 19th competition overall for Yi Chen. Puts that one down with a 735.
Yeah, a little bit above pace of what we were looking at, maybe trying to match more of that first solve and less of a second solve. A 7's still not bad. I mean, very easy to pull back down into a sub-7 average with a time like that.
Finishing up on White Cross here through F2L, puts it down with a 699. Doesn't seem too thrilled with that time, though.
Getting the okay from our lovely judges up here. We're going to see Zerui come back here for solve number 4. The solve is really going to shape the way that Zerui's average goes. I mean, we have that 12 right now from solve 2. So really anything that we get here counts unless it is below one of our current times. So trying to really make sure that we don't let that 12 rear its head earlier than we want it to be.
Indeed, a 4th pivotal solve coming up here for Zerui. As you can see at the top of your screen, counting a 620 as of right now, with 609 and 1231 being removed. So this will be a big 4th solve here, as Zach mentioned.
Let's see, taking the time to warm up. One of the very, I guess, not really an untalked about topic, but something to really consider. All these competitors have up to a minute to get themselves ready. And I love seeing all the variations between how people decide to get themselves ready. I mean, we see here doing some warm-up turning, deep breathing. We see some competitors carry around a towel to wipe down their hands. Some just go straight into it. Don't even worry about preparation, worry that they might psych themselves out. Let's see what Zerui can pull out here on solve 4.
Solving on a blue here for Zerui. Trying to get a quick F2L, does so. On the last layer now, puts it down with a 623.
Looks quite locky at parts, which I think is where Zerui's showing some of that frustration. But I believe sets us up into what could be a good average. I mean, we're seeing here BPA of 617. Worst possible, though. A little fuzzy, but I think that looks like an 8. Going to be very bad if that 12 ends up counting for Zerui.
Indeed, a 617 BPA, 825 WPA. That 617 isn't PR average. Again, PR average is 589, 95th in the world for Zerui Cheng. But nonetheless, all you can ask for at this point is just a good average that can solidify you into the next round of 3x3. Here goes Yi Chen on his 4th solve, working on yellow. Pretty locky as he works through F2L, still working through it, able to finish it there. Puts it down with a smooth last layer at 831. So not a great 4th time there for Yi Chen. Going to be looking at a WPA of 725 and a BPA of 725 and a WPA of 846.
So that does appear to be Yi Chen's last solve. I know there was something going on with one of his solves calling over a delegate, so that may be the end of Yi Chen's average. As soon as we get any word, we'll hopefully update you all. But I don't think Yi Chen is happy with the end to that average, unfortunately. Still some hope here for Zerui. Again, 617 BPAs. We see him step up here. Seems quite achievable. I mean, for someone solving, right now we see 3 out of 4 solves being low 6. Just getting that little bump below 609 to get BPA average seems very doable for Zerui.
And think about it too, Zach. This is just the first round of 3x3. To be able to start out with this consistent solving, other than that second solve with the 1231, that's a great start for Zerui. So if he can keep up his consistency throughout this competition in 3x3, he could be a name to walk.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's all going to come down to this last solve here. We see him capitalizing on all of his warm-up time to make sure that he is comfortable before he starts solving. Let's see here, yeah, taking the extra time to make sure everything is drilled in and comfortable. Just keeps picking up the cue, but I don't know if he's doing any turns. There we go. All right, Zarui starting inspection now. Solve 5. Can he pull through for a 617 BPA?
See what Zarui can come up with here on his last solve of the average, working on green here. Very quick turning through F2L, trying to for a quick last layer. Little Locky puts it down with a 620.
Yeah, it looks very locky at the very end. 621 average for
3x3
Zarui.
round 1 group 2.
Absolutely
If you are in
nothing to
3x3
be
round
upset
1 group
over.
2, please submit your puzzle. If you just competed in 3x3 round 1,
counting time
then you are
620,
assigned to take an empty
623.
judging station. We
I'd
would also like
honestly
to
be
announce that
stoked
we
if I
are
were
selling
Zarui.
giveaway tickets at the newcomer check-in table, right
And
to the left of the
Zach,
elevator.
that's just the first
If
round
you go to the help desk,
of
you can
3x3. So again, a wonderful start for Zarui here as he sits down with a 621 for his first round of 3x3. We'll get confirmation on Yichen's last solve as soon as we get it, but we are beginning to call up 3x3 round 1, group 2, just to give you a preview of this group. 2 competitors to watch for: Brendan Dunnigan, Nicholas Sanchez are your 2 big names to watch out for, and we'll have that for you and more when SpeedCubing TV and SpeedCubeShop's coverage of WCC Western Championship 2026 continues. Rosencrantz, if you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com. Welcome back to the Riverside Convention Center for West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. Michael Rosencrantz with you in the broadcast booth alongside content creator Brandon True. How's it going, Brandon? Great to meet you.
Out of the venue after kind of a cold morning and a few operational things yesterday. Fairly smooth rounds, all things considered. Competitors not performing quite up to snuff with their expectations this morning overall, but I think everyone's getting warmed up, and there's a lot of energy in the room right now, especially since 3x3 is finally underway.
Absolutely. Anytime you can get the main event started, that's when the vibes get going here in the Riverside. Beautiful venue at the Riverside Convention Center. Western Championships, always such a wonderful put-on event, and with some of the biggest names in speed cubing. And right now we're getting set to begin 3x3 round 1, group 2. And just before our break, we touched on some of the big names to highlight out for Brendan Dunnigan, Nicholas Sanchez. As here you get your first look at Brendan Dunnigan right here.
Yeah, off stream just before we saw Brendan, Nicholas unfortunately +2'd his first solve into a very slow mid-9 for him.
So looking to put that one behind him as Brendan begins his average of 5 here in 3x3 round 1, group 2. Yellow cross the choice. Very quick turning so far for Brendan through F2L. Little Locky last layer. Able to recover nicely, though, with a 601.
He will definitely be happy with that. It looked like there were a lot of blocks on both white and yellow, which naturally he chose to go for the yellow cross. And as you said, very, very quick, fluid, solid turning until the end. A little bit of lockups, but you can't complain with a 6 flat.
No, especially, again, in the first rounds of 3x3. If you can stick with even a low 6, a high 5, that's going to serve you a long way as you move throughout this competition against some of the biggest names in this competition. Most notably, one of the biggest names to have expected was Matty Hiroto Inaba. He ended up withdrawing from the competition, but you still have big names like Max Park, Dylan Miller. I mean, that much right there is worth the price of admission, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. Brendan also coming off of a somewhat disappointing 4x4 performance for him this morning. He had the potential to get a PR average by almost 2 full seconds. Unfortunately, counted a 29, or had a 29 in his average that kind of threw off all of his plans. So I think he's looking to redeem himself a little bit in this 3x3 round as well. Nicholas Sanchez is winding up for another solve once we transition here on the stream.
949 there for Michael Larson, delegate out of the state of Nevada.
Nicholas going for his second, I believe. Unfortunate mistake on the cross, pause after cross. Locky turning. And it's going to be an over 10-second solve. Unfortunate first couple of solves for Nicholas.
Yeah, those are a couple that you want to put behind him. Brandon, you saw it there during that solve. Flip the cube even a couple times, and those rotations are going to cost you precious, precious seconds. Again, it's in the first round, so a lot of time there, but not a really good start for Nicholas here.
Yeah, I mean, with 3x3 especially, during early rounds of 3x3, most people tend to be kind of unwarmed, not used to competing, getting used to kind of like how the tables and chairs are, getting used to the stream station, getting used to the noise in the venue. So it's not fun, you know, getting 9s and 10s for your first 3x3 round. But there's 4 rounds of 3x3. It's top 70% advanced today, so this is kind of just a warm-up. See how your cube feels, see how your hands feel. And the rounds you care about are tomorrow, not today. So it's not fun, but it's not the end of the world.
As long as you can keep on track for tomorrow. Here, getting a look at Dan Tran as we switch back to Brendan Dunnigan here, both going up at the same station right next to each other. Dan Tran, the native Arizonan. Jeremy Bolenbot, another fellow Arizonan, could not make it to the competition here today. And here goes Dan working on White Cross here. A little bit of a pause working through F2L, still working through it, able to finish. Quick last layer, but an 808 for Dan.
Yeah, shaky all things considered. Solution looked fine, knew the ZB, but just, you know, not enough TPS, not enough look ahead. Like I said, still getting used to hands, venue, cube, chairs, beginning of the middle day of the competition. Brendan winding up for his, I believe this is solve 2 after that really nice 6 flat we just saw. Didn't lock in on a cross color for a little bit there.
He chooses white here.
Very quick start, nice turning. Very tough on the last layer though. Ended up with I believe that was an H case, but he's not happy. Either he knew the COL and didn't like what he forced out of it, or just had a big lockup / mistake on his last layer.
And you could see during that last layer, Brandon, his hands were shaking a whole bunch as he tried to make up for it with that fast turning. So that 7 going to be one Brendan wants to put behind him here.
Yeah, you could see when he finished, he kind of held his hand out and looked at it. He knows his hands are a little bit shaky. It's kind of something that he struggled with consistently. Yesterday, I was judging him for a couple of his clock solves, and same thing, he was complaining about shaky hands early in the morning. He kind of generally tends to do better the later on in the day he goes.
It's very important to get yourself warm throughout the competition. Just be able to get yourself into the groove, especially these larger competitions where you look out and see so many people in there affecting the noise level in one way or another. Here we see Michael Larson getting up for his next solve. Nicholas going right next to him. Starting to sit down. We'll keep an eye on him as we go. Yellow cross here for Michael. Finishes F2L there. Here comes the MU move. 743 that time for Michael.
He looks pretty happy with that one. Nicholas is getting ready for solve number 3. At this point, he's just going for some sort of single. Fluid start, very, very calm turning. It's much more measured than what we've seen so far. Gets the last layer around 5, knows this anti-soon ZB. Pretty smooth 721, which he'll be happy with after what he's had before this.
That's the kind of solve that Nicholas needed, Brandon. You mentioned it. 9 out of 10 second solve. Nowhere near what Nick wants to bring to that second round, but a good time there of a 7-second solve, and he could be right back in the average. That thing, that 9-second solve is counting as of right now. So we'll see where Nicholas can hopefully try and adjust back, maybe keep that turning a little bit more methodical, because we talk about this a lot. When you turn really, really fast, it's really tough for your brain to sort of keep up with it if you're focused on getting the fastest time possible. So sometimes getting that little more methodical, trusting yourself in your turning and being confident can serve you a long way.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's not really thinking about being super confident or super fast. He's kind of just trying to be chill, get through the average, maybe get a single that's halfway decent if he can. Brendan is winding up for solve number 3. With that 6-0 at the beginning of his average, he's, has some uphill work to do if he wants to get a good average out of this round. But it looks like he's doing what he can to calm his nerves. But you can still see his hand shaking a little bit as he holds the cube steady.
See if Brendan can calm those nerves here for solve number 3. A lot of inspection time, and here he goes. Working on red here this time for Brendan. Pretty fluid turning, trying to get to last layer quickly, puts it down with another 722.
Not happy, not much you can say there. Solution didn't look horrendous, but a lot of shakes, a lot of nerves.
And one of those 722s is now counting for Brendan. Here goes Dan trying to put down a good time here to count towards his average of 5. Pretty big pause, though, as he still works on his cross solution. Finishes up F2 well with a quick last layer. 974. That 808 is going to be counting for Dan.
Yeah, so far, the only solve I think we've seen that anyone was happy with was that 7 from Michael Larson. Just about everybody else so far has been pretty frustrated. A lot of mistakes, a lot of shakes. Not too much warming up going on.
Just past the 10:30 a.m. hour here in California. Still bright and early in the morning here. Lots of time to go, and we are in 3x3 round 1 group 2 here at Western Championships. Michael Rosencrans alongside Brandon True. Glad to have you along for Western Championships. We'll be bringing you coverage today as well as tomorrow on the final day of Western Championships. So be sure to stay tuned to the live stream. And here comes Nicholas Sanchez. Put down that 7-second solve for his third solve. He's going up on number 4 right now. Nicholas, one of the competitors that is not representing the Western region. He's out of Georgia.
Yeah, after that last solve, we'll see if he can bring some of that same fluidity into solve 4, which it looks like so far he is. Unfortunate rotation and then unrotate. Knows the ZB, 6.1. He has to be happy with that.
Yes, definitely. Much better there for Nicholas. We'll try and update you on his BPA and WPA times when we have them here coming up for Nicholas. But yeah, going from a 9 and a 10 to a 7 to a 6, steps in the right direction for Nicholas.
Yeah, I think most of what he's looking for at this point is just to keep himself composed and get at least one or two good solves in this average, and he's already got one of them, just to kind of prove, you know what, it's okay. Even though I had a rough start, I still have what it takes to get all the way to the head-to-head finals tomorrow night.
He really does, and we've seen a lot of plateauing from Nicholas in his results lately. In his previous competitions, it's been a lot of 5s, a lot of 6s, and a lot of 7s. He's kind of stayed right in that spot, so he's looking for a breakthrough here in this one here today. But Brandon, again, as you mentioned, it's all focused on getting to tomorrow towards those head-to-head finals. And yeah, should be really, really exciting for those head-to-head finals. And there are your times up at the top of the screen. BPA for Nick at 753 and an 898 worst possible average. And here comes Brendan Dunnigan coming up for his 4th solve and his average of 5. Just counted a 722. I'm going to put down a good time here on a pivotal 4th solve here. here goes Bendy right now working on
Looks extremely
white.
shaky. He's not happy. Visually, physically, changing his head, making faces, breathing hard, mumbling stuff during the solve. He's in his head, unfortunately. So what I hope to see from him on solve 5 is a bit more composure. Kevin and Hayes and I were talking about this morning during the 4x4 round. Just a little bit more mental discipline from Brendan in the last one would be good, because he knows that was bad, and now he's kind of in his own head.
That's the tough thing, especially in these big competitions, is that 862 there is going to be the time for Brendan. It's so easy for these world-class cubers to get in their own head. The mental aspect of cubing is just as big as the physical aspects, the fine motor stuff that you have to hone over the years. And yeah, just being in your own head like that, it's not going to set up a good recipe for success. But I think it's really important to try and give yourself that self-confidence that you know that, like, hey, I've been in this situation before. I can do this, and see where that takes you. As we see Dan going up for his 4th solve in his average of 5, puts that one down with a 754. So that 808 is going to be counting, as well as that 754. We'll see his times populate here in just a moment as we finish out the remaining solves of 3x3 round 1 group 2. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Dan so far this morning, that was a really clean solve. No obvious mistakes, no obvious nerves or shakes or lockups. Just really smooth, really clean, good execution on the last layer. Nicholas preparing for his 5th solve. I think after that 6.1, we could expect to see something pretty solid from him, considering he's kind of gathered himself, brought the fluidity a little bit, narrowed it on a cross pretty quickly here, it looks like.
See if that can serve Nicholas well. He settles on white. Pretty big lockups, though. Another big pause as he works through F2L. On the last layer now. Puts that one down with a 779.
Yeah, he's not too happy about that. You saw the head shake. You saw the lockup in F2L and on the last layer. At this point, he's happy the average is over. It wasn't a complete failure, and he'll redeem himself in a later round.
Absolutely nowhere to go but up here for Nicholas Sanchez as he finishes his average of 5 with an 808. Here's Michael Larson getting ready for his 5th and final solve. There you see his times. 803 best possible average, 913 worst possible average.
Yeah, Michael Larson looks like he had an error where cube was solved. He's going to have to go back and reset it. Maybe loosening Brendan up a little bit. Looks like he's laughing it off right now.
And that's what you want to try and see. After a not-so-good solve, you love to see the competitors with a smile and try and regain that self-confidence here. Let's see if Brendan can put down a good time. As there you see the times at the top of your screen for BPA and WPA. Here he goes, working on
super fast pickup
yellow.
in first couple of pairs. No major lockups. Got to last layer at high 3. 6.1 considering the shakes is very good, all things taken into account.
That's a 685 average for Brendan Dunnigan. And after that 862, he will gladly take that one. Looks much more content with that 612. So we'll take a 685 into the next round of 3x3. We'll have to see where the rest of the field lines up here.
Yeah, beautifully efficient first couple of pairs. Really, really ergonomic fast pickup as well.
You hear all the sights and sounds of Riverside Convention Center on a gorgeous Sunday for Western Championships 2026. While we're finishing up 3x3 round 1 group 2, we got group 3 on the way. So an early preview of that is going to feature Nancy Liu and Koi Min Wen for 3x3 round 1 group 3 coming up in a matter of moments.
Yeah, Koi is kind of a southwestern U.S. hidden boss, as it were. Not a whole lot of people know his name. He's exceptionally fast at a lot of events. He just hasn't had any one event where he's had a major breakout performance yet. Nancy, as well, has some of the fastest female times in the world for 2x2 and 3x3, but because of school, she doesn't always practice a lot, so sometimes she'll be middle of the top 100 for results, other times she'll be dropping outside of it just due to time. But leading up to this competition, she said that she was practicing a little bit more, so I'm very curious to see what she puts down in round 1.
No doubt you'll get to see her, Koi, and more coming up in 3x3 round 1 group 3. And you mentioned 2x2 here, Brent. Brandon, Nancy's also going to be competing in 2x2 later today as well. So you'll get to see Nancy in both 3x3 and 2x2. Should be a lot of fun for this competition.
Looks like we've got a couple more competitors coming up to the streaming stations for 3x3 here. Michael Larson coming up for another solve. See if he can recreate his fantastic 7-second solve.
Michael should be on solve number 5, I believe, in his average after getting that incident where the cube was already finished. So now on the re-scramble, Michael ready for his 5th and final solve. 803 BPA, 913 WPA. White cross the choice. Pretty lockup at the beginning, but a smooth turning, trying to make up for it into last layer. A little bit of a lockup, another pause. 874 for Michael Larson to round out his average of 5.
He doesn't look unhappy. They have potential for sure. Nancy sat down next to Michael and is getting ready here to kick off Group 3.
And here you go. We'll keep her right here for 3x3 round 1, Group 3 coming up. Getting your first look at Nancy Liu. 11-time gold medalist all time, 18 silver medals, 12 bronze medals. And she just achieved her 599 average this January at Agora Winter 2026.
I would expect a little bit more composure from Nancy's solving style as compared to whoever we just watched. And as you can see, very controlled, sharp turning, a lot of high TPS, pretty inefficient solution, unfortunately. An 817, mostly due to solution mistakes, but her turning looks really, really clean.
Exactly. There's a lot of good things to take away from that solve, Brandon, but as you mentioned, pretty inefficient, not really ergonomic. So hopefully can settle down and decrease those move counts as Dan finishes up for 3x3 round 1, Group 2, finishing up on his 5th and final solve. Puts that one down with an 832.
Yeah, Dan is kind of in the same boat as all the other competitors we watched in Group 2, where nobody really had a breakout performance. He's not unhappy with it by any means, but he's just hoping to do better in later rounds. Paul Mavi sitting down at Station 2. Paul has had mixed results over the years. He's capable of a lot, but he tends to be a very momentum-based solver, where if he's having a good day, if he's really feeling good, he can pull out some incredible times. But he can also struggle if there is a mental issue, nerves, or a lot of pressure. So I'm curious to see how he's solving in this particular round.
Paul going to get started with a bang here in 3x3 round 1, Group 3. 672 is his PR average, PR single of 482. Here goes Paul on his first solve, working on green. Not best pickup to start with, trying to make up for it with his turning. Pretty smooth through the rest of his solution. A little bit of a pause at the end. 892 to start things out for Paul.
Yeah, that was a solid, like, C+, B- solve. No obvious mistake, but just the transitions between pairs were not fantastic. His turning speed, at least by his standards, was not as fast as it could have been. Coy is coming in now for his first solve of the round. He had a really unfortunate 4x4 round 1 earlier, counting a 39 as somebody who averages low 30. So he has to be thinking about that at least a little bit, as he's returning to the same seat he sat in earlier this morning.
Hopefully this time this seat can give him better mojo than in the 4x4 round. Koyman win 2022 WCAID will surpass 500 career solves at this competition right here. So a big milestone for Coy as he starts his first solve in his average of 5, working on white cross. Pretty fluid turning throughout. Quick last layer, 697. Not too thrilled with that one, though.
I think it's a mix because he had very bursty turning during F2L. It was turn, stop, and he knows if he had controlled himself a bit and been more fluid, he had a low 6 in the bag, maybe a 5. But he also can't be too unhappy with a 6 either way. We see Dominic Shoji on the monitor, up for his first solve of the round.
Pretty quick turning from Dominic, puts that one down with a 792. Dominic Shoji, defending world champion, Western champion, I should say, in 2x2. You'll get to see him compete in that later today.
Yes, and his 2x2 style comes into all of his other events very heavily. Bursty TPS, fast pickups, kind of choppy but still really, really clean, and can sometimes lack in the look-ahead department, which is what we just saw here. Nancy warming up for her second solve. We saw really, really nice turning from her in the last one, but several solution mistakes, so we have to hope for her sake that she can use the really clean turning she has, but pair it with better solutions, and hopefully we can see like a low 6, high 5 coming out right now.
Absolutely. 432 PR single, 599 PR average. Single is 76 in the world. Average is 102nd in the world for Nancy Liu. Here she goes on solve number 2, working on white cross. Fast turning here from Nancy, looking for a quick last layer. Little locky, 636 though. Nice recovery.
Yeah, she had a pretty solid planned first X cross, but then her transition from first to second pair, she kind of got caught lacking. I think she spent enough mental effort planning that first pair. You could kind of see it in the way that she was inspecting, that she didn't have much brain space left for the transition, but she recovered really, really nicely. Super fast, super fluid, everywhere from second pair all the way through PLL.
Paul returns for his second solve in his average of 5. Started things off with an 892. See if Paul can calm those nerves down here for his second solve as he works on green. Paul color neutral more than likely. Pretty locky through F2L. A little locky last layer as well. An 839, so 2 8-second solves for Mavi.
Yeah, several mistakes in that solve, which he knows all come down to nerves. Coy going in for solve number 2. Really quick pickup in first pair. A little bit sluggish on the transition to 3. Does he know the ZBLL? He does, and gets a 7 flat. Very consistent first 2 solves from Coy.
That consistency going to serve you well here in that first round. Saw it earlier in this round from Zaruri Chang, putting down multiple 6-second solves, and a good start here for Coy as he gets a 692 and a 7 flat.
Yeah, we remember from our previous group, Brendan Dunnigan is currently sitting at a 685 average. Coy is currently pacing about 7 flat, so if he can pick up the pace a little bit for his back 3 solves, he could place in above Brendan Dunnigan.
He very well could. Still early in this competition, but some big, big names to watch out for here in this one. Dominic Shoji returns for his second solve in his average of 5. As mentioned, Dominic Shoji, defending Western champion in 2x2. He's 30-time gold medalist all time with 28 silver medals and 20 bronze medals out of Southern California. Pretty locky as he still works through his cross solution, finishing up F2L there. On to last layer, a DNF for Dominic.
I think that was probably the shakiest solve that I've seen this morning, at least on the stream. His hands are not looking too smooth. I think if I were Dominic, what I'd be thinking right now is I want to use this round to get my nerves out, get used to competing, so that when I get up to 2x2 later, which is the event that I care about, the event that I'm defending, the event that I really want to perform well when it's game time, and that has way less margin for error, I want my hands to feel good, I want my mind to feel good for that.
Absolutely. Nancy getting ready for her third solve in her average of 5. Will know the time that she is counting after this solve right here. So this will get a good indication so far of what her average will start to piece together here. A lot of inspection time here for Nancy, and here she goes once again on white. Fast turning here for Nancy through F2L, looking for a quick last layer. Little locky, 676. She shakes her head, but that is the time that she'll be counting so far in her average of 5.
Yeah, we've seen Nancy make 3 different mistakes in each of her solves. First solve was a general efficiency mistake and just kind of like, what can you do there? Second solve, we saw a first, second pair transition mistake. This solve, we saw really, really good first, second, third, fourth pair, but then a lockup as she went into last layer and either doing the incorrect COL or not knowing the ZB. So I think that if she can string it together, we could see a really good 4th or 5th solve from her.
Paul getting an 883. That's the time that we'll be counting in his average of 5 so far. So you talk about consistency. It's been pretty consistent for Paul at 3 8-second solves, but probably not the times he's looking for.
Yeah, consistently bad, if anything. Consistency is not always a virtue if it's not the point where you want it to be at. Which is a tough break for Paul, but this is hopefully just kind of him learning. All right, here's how I'm feeling today. Here's what we'll do during round 2, round 3, later on. Koi coming back for solve number 3. See if he can get past this high 6, low 7 barrier that he's currently stuck up against.
Yes, a 692 and a 7 flat so far for Koi Min Nguyen.
Choosing an angle to do his cross from. Oh dear, all that planning for nothing. Major lockup at the start of his solution.
This is going to be one that Koi is going to want to put behind him here as he finishes up a solution. Soft tap of the timer with a 10:51.
Yeah, forces a ZB, and it was an anti-soon ZB after all that. Deep breath from Koi. He knows that if that time counts, it would be devastating. Dominic coming back for solve number 3. Faster turning, less lockups than we've seen from him before. Does he know the ZB? He does not. 836, not too bad.
It's always tough in my mind, Brandon, to try and bounce back from a DNF. A lot of these competitors are able to do it well, but that DNF that gets in the average of 5 sometimes, I mean, that's got to be going through your head too, as many other things are.
That's true. Considering the rounds coming up, Dominic should probably just be safetying and trying to breathe deeply. It almost is relieving at times when you're in a first round like this and your primary goal is to advance through the competition, because you know I don't have to grind for a PR anymore. I just have to go slow, be smooth, and not DNF again.
And that's where the confidence comes in again in the mental aspect. You know the caliber of your solves, and if you're at that point where you can pretty much go a little slower, be a little more methodical with your turning, I think that's a great way to go about it here, especially in these early stages. White cross here for Nancy. A little bit of a lockup there, finishing up F2L on the last layer. A little locky, but finishes with an 806.
Yeah, she's not going to be too happy with that one. She had a really efficient X cross, but then I think she got surprised because after the X cross, there were 1 or 2 free pairs floating around the cube. She did some wide D moves. She did a couple of different solutions that she stopped halfway through. I think she's frustrated because that solve had a lot of potential, and instead of flowing through her plan, she stopped to reconsider a couple of times. Another 8.8 from Paul Mavi. Consistency, as we said, but probably not the consistency that he's looking for.
Yeah, 8s across the board so far here for Paul Mavi. Once that time gets inputted, we'll be able to see his averages populate at the top of your screen. Koi getting ready to come back up as there's the times for Paul. 867 BPA. It looks like an 885 WPA.
Koi taking lots of deep breaths, definitely feeling the pressure a little bit, considering that a 10 could be counting in his average here.
That's what Koi's got to try and avoid here at all costs. Got to try and put that 10.5 second solve behind him and see what he can produce here on a pivotal 4th solve.
Lots of inspection time.
Goes a different angle, too, working on a white cross.
Very efficient F2L. He's going to be happy with that one. It was just a quality solve. Couple minor lockups. He knows that there was a more efficient route that he could have taken, but quite good. Better than what he's had so far. And it continues his high 6, low 7 streak.
That's a really good bounce back solve for Koi as he's looking at a 691 BPA. Dominic finishing his 4th solve and his average of 5 puts that one down with a 781.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty standard solve for him. No mistakes, fast turning, good recognition. Not remarkable fluidity or anything, but I'm sure he's happy that after the DNF, he's at least solving kind of back to pace.
It's always really, really good to see cubers bounce back after not so good solves. You saw Koi do it from that 10-5 to a 6-second solve, and then Dominic from a DNF from an 8-second and then to a 7-second solve. So you can see things pointing in the right direction. Paul finishing up his average of 5 here, and it's been 8s across the board here for Paul. So no matter what, his average is going to be in the 8-second range here.
Yeah, which for Paul is on the slow side, so he's probably just hoping get something fast here if possible, but the pressure is mostly off.
We're going to just get through this solve and move on to the next one here. Pretty methodical in his turning. Still
Looks
working
like we might
through
see another 8. Yep, 846.
Another 846 indeed. So 5 8-second solves for Paul. He finishes his average of 5 with an 870. Here's Nancy, 706 BPA, 766 WPA.
Looks like she's inspecting yellow this time.
Round 1, group 4, please submit your puzzle.
Indeed she is.
Good,
That's the cross
efficient
color
start.
choose.
Very fast F2L into the U-perm and a 5.3. Not happy because of the 2 giant pauses in that solve. She knows it could have been a high 4 if she executed up to perfection. But still, that's what Nancy's capable of. I'm very interested to see if she can pull that sort of solve off repeatedly in later rounds.
That's a good preview of what we could see coming with Nancy. She finishes her average of 5 with the best possible average of 706. And you might have heard just behind us a little bit, the delegates are calling up the cubers for 3x3 round 1, group 4. I have a couple that are finishing up in group 3 here, but some of the big names to watch out for in group 4, of course, Max Park and Zane Qureshi going to be another one that we'll keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, we've seen some decent performances so far this morning, but I'd be curious to see how Max does, especially coming off of that 7x7 world record last night and a really solid sub-20 4x4 average earlier this morning.
+2 to finish out the average of 5 for Coy, so that'll be an 1135 to finish up his average of 5. That'll get him worst possible average of 814.
Counting his 10.3 from earlier. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's tough, especially on the last solve of the average, too, when you're want to try and get through to the next round. An 8-second average for Coy, not what he's looking for, but hopefully can see more of him in the second round. Only time will tell. Dominic looks like he's finishing up his average of 5, coming up for his 5th and final solve. 803 is his BPA, and of course, with that DNF, he faces a worst possible DNF average. And good signs of pointing up here for Dominic after that DNF with an 836 and a 781. See what he can produce here on White Cross. Pretty locky from the get-go, trying to make up for it with his TPS on the last layer now. Puts it down with an 835. Doesn't seem too thrilled with that 835, but he gets through to the next round with an average of 821.
Yeah, pretty bad solve, and he knows it. Like, several mistakes on the pickup. He kind of had to do the first half of his OL algorithm twice because he just missed a few of the turns. But he survived, and there's more rounds to deal with later.
Exactly. More rounds indeed as we bring you back into the broadcast booth. Michael Rosencrans, Brandon True alongside you for Western Champions. As we bring you back inside the broadcast booth for Western Championships 2026, I'm Michael Rosencrans alongside the 21. We've been kind of debating it. 21, 22-time world record holder, Kevin Hayes. Kevin, great to have you back on the broadcast. And hey, we got 3x3 round one, group 4. Of course, Max Park being the headlining name. We'll keep an eye on other names like Zane Qureshi as well. But Max coming off of a fantastic day one. Of course, that 7x7 world record average of 132.07. Taking it not even 2 weeks later from the hands of Lim Hong.
Yeah, I mean, Max has been the story of the weekend, obviously. A huge start with the 7x7 world record. We'll see if and we have a chance tonight to really ruin Lim's weekend with 6x6 round finals coming up. But for now, it's 3x3 round one. Definitely just a jockeying position round. This is Max's first competition with the new head-to-head format. We're going to see how he does. And he's going to sit down for his first solve now.
Max Park, one of the greatest to ever do it in speed cubing. Always such a joy to see him compete. And here he goes for his first in his average of 5. He has placed first in his past 25 3x3 rounds in WCA competition. It's just been on a tear for Max Park. But I mean, look at his results, Kevin. That's what he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously super solid. Picture consistency. I think that today, though, the competition's a lot stiffer, especially from the likes of Dylan Miller.
No doubt. Max starting on yellow, fluid turning, trying to make up for it on last layer. Puts it down with a quick 460 to start.
Best solve of the day for anyone so far. An extremely hot start from Max. Do we have a replay on that? What was that a skip? Or I missed it real quick. But great start from Max. A little bit dicey in the O level. I think it looked like a Fatsoon J-Perm, if I recall. But really great start under his PR pace. Max he's obviously been very strong, but he's really switched to those big cubes more recently. He's still making those world finals, still hitting those mid-5, low-5 averages. But I mean, that world record, his former world record is still his PR from all those years ago.
Absolutely. That time, of course, that single being 3:13.
Let's check his yeah, so I'm looking at his results right now. His only sub-5 average is that 486 world record from how many? 4 years ago now. He's I mean, he normally floats around the low 5, mid 5 range, so certainly in that upper echelon of solver, but he is not immune from the creeping speed of the rest of the nation, as we have likes of Zero Chang and Dylan Miller here to contend for that first spot.
And what a start it was for Zaruri, too. A few 6-second solves in his average of 5, and it through round 1. That's a great pace for Zaruri to be on if you want to contend in the next round. He could be a name to watch out for, Kevin.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have a close battle here. I think Dylan and Max are gonna be the headliners, most likely to make that final. But like, really, anything can happen, especially when we get down to this head-to-head final later. Those best of 3, best of 5 sets, especially when you get the big crowd going. We got everyone on stage. How you handle the nerves is gonna be such a big moment here. And then we have Max coming up for his second solve.
Absolutely. A little bit of a slow pickup here in methodical turning as we switch over to Max here, getting ready for his second solve and his average of 5. Started things off with a 460, and if that proves anything, that's proven that Max Park has entered the room.
I think he'd be really happy with. I mean, I'd definitely be very happy with another sub-5 average. It's been so long since his first.
For sure. Here goes Max on his second solve. Look at this turn speed to start from Max. Just keeps on going, a 557. He just solved and didn't stop turning.
Yeah, he actually had a really, really small lockup right at the very start. Probably cost him just a 10th, but like, that's one of those things where you got to make sure you don't let that 1/10 of a second mistake turn into a full second mistake where the locked-in solver is like, oh yeah, who cares? I lost a 10th, that's fine. But if you're a little shaky on that mental, oh no, like, is the pace good? Like, no, Max is fine. Yeah, it could have been a 5-4, but like 5-5 is great. Those mistakes happen, and you got to power through, and he did.
Absolutely. It's all about how you power through it here. Jeremy Bollenbot was the name to watch out for here in this Group 4. He did not make it to the competition, so we're going to be looking out for Zane is going to be another name to watch out for, too.
Okay, yeah, now that you mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I don't think I've seen him here today, so The fact that he's not here makes a lot of sense. All right. I'm up Max with a 5.5. I guess that sub-5 average is pretty elusive and is, I mean, even unless you're one of those like super, super top 5 people, like they are hard no matter who you are. Even Taman is not getting them on every single round. I think it'd be really exciting to see Max kind of like bring back some of that 3x3. I don't know what his focus is. It's always interesting to like kind of guess, and no one really knows what his goals are. He's done everything there ever is to do in cubing. Like Lim got his world record. Okay, maybe did Max grind to get that 132? Was he really locked in, or did it just kind of fall into place? Like the results are solid this weekend, but I guess we'll kind of see how things shake out.
Absolutely, of course. Max Park, the defending Western champion in 3x3, as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that was a 645 average from 2024. And that podium that 2 years ago, Kevin, was separated by just a 1/10 of a second overall. Max Shaw placed second with a 651 average. Varun Mohanraj placed third with a 655. So, I mean, some household names going up against the best of the best in Max Park and having such narrow separation 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's not a done deal at these events anymore. Max is somehow though like unstoppable. We say this at like All-Star Nationals last year, like, oh, he's gonna get knocked off. Maddie got Nar, but oh no, Max wins. Like he's just a picture of consistency. Like Max is gonna, he's really a gatekeeper because when everyone's at their very, very, very best, like Max will not win. But you know what? Max is always at almost his very, very best, and everyone else feels the pressure so much more. And Max just delivers.
He does time and time again. Again, 313 single, 486 average. That single, of course, 4th in the world. Average is 12th in the world. Maddie Hiroto Inaba now holds the North American record for average at 472.
It's crazy that Max has dropped out of top 10. Nice start.
Good start here for Max, working on a blue, keeping up with his turning, puts that one down with a 510, so he will be counting that solve in his average of 5.
It's on pretty solid pace, but it's always just so crazy when you watch these solves and they're so clean, they're so smooth, and you're like, he's off the pace of sub 5. Like, he's like, it's just always amazing now when like you're talking about these world record contenders, and like it makes sense as like a variance-based sport. Like, you can't go up, no matter who you are, you can't go sit down and expect to get a world record on command unless somehow you're Taman in World Championship 5x5 final. But that's pretty rare. It's a pretty type of rare occurrence. Like, you got to really focus on this process because Max is in the middle of a great average, and I'm excited. I mean, I'd love to see a low 5 here. Like, a good 5 flat solve will put him at like a 5-3 worst possible, and that's just a great tone setter for the weekend.
It really is. Ethan Ye, a few moments ago, putting down an 828. That is his BPA, WPA of 862.
Yeah, this is a really solid start for Max. Like, his rounds have been really good. Obviously, 7x7 last night means we're pretty solid. 142, 140. Yeah, I think he would have liked to be under 140 in that finals mean. Maybe he shouldn't have scratched his eye during the middle of his second solve. That was I don't think that's I wouldn't emulate that one at home, kids. But obviously some great results in 7x7. 108.6, 38.5, 19. Sub 20 in 4x4 is very solid. Like no one in the world gets those on command. And so Max is definitely in form. And when he's in form, his results are great. And then he just waits for that one moment where he's going to really pop off.
Exactly. You mentioned it, Kevin. When Max is on form, it is just so hard to keep up with him. He's going to do his own thing, and it separates him from so many other names in the pack here.
Yeah, that's the thing with these really, really great solvers. Like, for 3x3 with Max, it's not quite the same, but, like, when Max is on point, and especially 6 and 7, like, he has the advantage of he doesn't need to worry about what everyone else does. If he does well, he wins, no matter what. And so then there's no thought. You're just like, why would I care about everyone else? If I'm better, he knows it. He's like, if I do 7x7 well, I get a 138 average. No one else can even touch me. It's over. And so at an event like this for 3x3, I think it's also true. If he gets a 5 flat, he wins. Just done.
I mean, that's just the caliber of solving that Max has put up so many years, time and time again. Here's his 4th solve and his average of 5, working on yellow. Quick turning, little rotations there in this one, little pause there. This is one Max is going to want to put behind him. Efficient last layer, but a 713 for Max.
Yeah, I mean, not too much to say there. It was there was like two giant mistakes in a 7-second solve. Like not only did he missed his second pair, and then he also had a huge pause. I think that was like, it's one of those cycle breaks where like you miss your second pair, and then because of that, everything that you were thinking about doing is just wrong, and you have to reset. And we saw the mistake into the pause, and then I mean, with the speed, it's just completely over. There's no, I mean, when it is crazy that like when you're trying to get 4.9 or 5 flat, there is like that tiny margin room for error. Like he's not trying to get 4 flat where there's no room for error, but there's not any real room for error. You gotta be, especially with Max's style, which is very simple turning based. You gotta be hitting it. You can't make mistakes like that if you want a low 5.
Here you see on the right-hand side of your screen, coming up next, we have 3x3 round 1, group 5. Those are your notable competitors, Dylan Miller, Sebastian Stone. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch too, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to see Dylan. Dylan's been doing pretty hot. Like, he's just very different style than Max. I've been excited. I've been following along his journey in the last year. I'm excited to see how he does. He's always kind of like on that precipice, and I'm feeling good for him this summer. Max is about to sit down though for his last solve. What's his best possible here? We got the stats up. That's weird. Why is forecast view not enabled? What?
Max's BPA is 509. Worst possible is 593 for Max. So very solid averages at hand here. After getting that 713, that 510 is now counting. Max just looking to try and put down a good solve here and advance well into the second round of 3x3.
It's taking a while. Looks like he's going for white. He's thinking about, wow, it's really, oh.
Indeed, he's going for white here. Pretty big lockup, as a couple rotations in there too. Trying to make up for it with his turning. Good recovery with a 628. That'll be probably around a mid-5 for Max. Indeed, a 565 average.
Yeah, 5.6, pretty solid. A little rough given the amazing start. That last solve, it really looked like he just spent forever, and it did not look like he was looking deep into the solve. It was more like he hated what he saw, and he was really trying to decide, all right, this is garbage. Well, like, how am I going to start? What is the hand position? He switched his starting orientation at the very last second. He clearly was going to like 14 seconds on inspection. So really rough solve or scramble, but did okay. 5.6. I think 5.6 from a neutral perspective is great, but it's 5.6 when you start 4.6, 5.5, 5.1. A little disappointing. Will likely win the round, although Dylan is more than capable of a sub 5.6. So we'll see. I think at worst it's going to be a second place.
Ethan Ye finishes up his average of 5 with a
Now
7
calling
flat.
3x3 round 1, group 5. 3x3 round 1, group 5. Please submit your puzzles. This is the last call for 3x3.
And it's going to be a really, really
so if you have
fun
not competed in 3x3, this is
first
your last
round
chance
here,
to do
Kevin.
so.
You mentioned it.
If you
Max
just
and
competed,
Dylan, I mean,
you are
the two
required to take
are
an MC
very,
judging
very
station.
quick. Two of the best to ever do it.
3x3
So, I mean,
round 1,
those are the
group
big two
5.
going up at it in this first round, and you can definitely expect to see them in 3x3 head-to-head coming up tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for that. A big head-to-head final to decide the Western Championship. And we got our A group coming up. We got Dylan. We're going to see if he can get the 5.6. Take Max. Take a round off of Max. Be a big confidence booster because, yeah, it's the first round, but, like, it's just one of those things. Like, can you beat Max? Can you beat Max? Can you beat Max? He's been sitting there for the last decade. Especially because he's so consistent that, like, it's just so hard to beat him ever. Like, he just always does good enough. And, like, there's no, like, it's so rare that Max really has a terrible round. And it's like, yeah, well, I got Max, but it was off his game. It's like, no, if you beat Max, it's almost always earned.
I think the last time, if I can remember correctly, that Max didn't really have his greatest round was probably back at Vegas Cubing Cup. I want to say it was 2022 or 23. It was him and Jeremy go in the finals, and Jeremy kept it really, really close, but it was a +2 that ended those chances for Jeremy, and Max Park hung on that one. That's, at least to my recollection, the last time that I think Max really didn't have such a good round. But I mean, you hit it right on the head. Just consistency all around. And when you have consistency matched up with some of the fastest turning that you'll see, it's going to be hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, I'm like racking my brain for important rounds in any event that Max has done like really poorly in, and like there are so few. Like, there's only like a couple, like, ever. And Max, we're talking like he's doing 5 important finals, a major championship, maybe at least once a year for like the last decade. And I'm like, oh yeah, that 1-6 final he did pretty bad in. Oh, that 1-4 final he didn't do bad in. And I'm like, that's it. Like 2 out of like 40. I'm like, that's a pretty good rate. Anyone would love. That's no one has that good of rate. Even like I say, like I use Taman as the example of like the best competitor I think in the world, and like he still messes up sometimes. It's like similar with Max. Like Max and Taman are those guys that like they're solid. They always deliver. At worst, their worst case scenario is many people's best. That's a favorite thing.
Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, that's a joke with I always say about Max on 7 when, like, yeah, Lim guy's Yao world record, and the Yao is coming on 6 for sure. It's already here. Lim got that average, and also there's like a lot of guys who are. The 6 is so exciting right now because there's like 5 people who can get that average too. Like Lim just notched it. Like it's hype. 7 though is like everyone tries so hard just to be able to maybe beat Max on his worst day.
Exactly. Here, your first look at some of the competitors from 3x3 round 1 group 5. You're looking at Kate Graham here.
Kate.
34th fastest cuber in California with that 730 average.
Kate, proper stream etiquette. Do not put your camera in between the camera and you. Come on.
There's too many cameras going on here.
I was like, come on, Kate. You know what to do here. Come on.
Kate finishes her first solve with a 938 to kick off her average of 5.
That's what you get. It's the karma. It's the karma for putting your camera in the wrong spot.
She's just trying to get her solves, Kevin. I mean, it's the camera that's in the way, but I mean, you got to keep track of your solves somehow, right?
I guess. I don't know. I don't think Kate's too focused on 3x3, but she's been having a pretty good she's having a really solid comp. Got her 6x6 PR last night. We're looking forward to seeing what she does tonight. And like 7x7's been like a big monkey for her because she's so much faster than her results would indicate, but I wasn't bad. I think she's on a good pace. I think she's going to be in a good spot for NAC in a few weeks. And we got Dylan up for Solve 1.
Yes, sir. Your first look at Dylan Miller here in 3x3 round 1, group 5. Dylan, native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, temporarily drove back to Simi Valley to get ready for this competition, and he has been chopping at the bit here in his practice sessions and his warm-ups. He has something to prove here at Westerns on the road to North American Championships coming up very soon. Dylan kicking off for his first solve on White Cross. Pretty big lockups, though, as he's trying to work through it. Quick last layer, but a 694. Not happy with that one.
Yeah, he didn't finish cross. So for a second, I thought he was doing some super fancy free flop F2L stuff, but then that blue cross edge was not supposed to be unsolved. So honestly, the recovery's not too bad because he fixed it, and then he also had a big lockup going in his last layer. He still got a 6-9, so I mean, obviously not a good solve, but in terms of like it's one of those mistakes where like you don't finish cross mistake. There's like mistakes like lockups and nervousness and like taking a little too long to execute, and those happen, but like the don't finish cross mistake is like one of those things that's in the category of like this should never happen, and we need like what went wrong because we need to change something because this is bad. Like this should never happen. So if you get one of those and still go 6-9, that's not too bad. But it does indicate some mental changes are needed going forward because you just can't be getting those like never should happen mistakes.
Kevin, you've been on top of the world in speed cubing and big cubes for quite some time. We touch on that mental aspect quite a lot. So what have you found that when you take on solves that are like, okay, there's a lot of things in this solve that didn't go well, but there are some good things I can take out of it. How do you try and focus on that positive aspect to try and get yourself back into the right mojo to continue your average of 5 or in big cubes, your mean of 3?
Yeah, so it's pretty different depending on the event, but like big cubes, the huge thing is like every single second counts no matter what, and they all count in the same way. Like time is fungible, I guess, for like your big cube means, and like the big thing is like you can just like straight up crash out of the gate and add 5 seconds, and like it doesn't even matter. Like that time is gone. It might as well, it's over. Like you gotta focus, and the big thing there is not letting a 2-second mistake ruin your mental and turn into a 10-second mistake. because you can recover from 2-second mistake, no problem. 10, and you're done. And so for 3x3 average of 5 events, it's pretty similar. Like, during the round, I'm probably not doing too much analysis about, like, what went wrong on that solve. It's like, maybe for, like, simple stuff like, oh, I was, like, way too excited. I just, like, turned too fast out of the gate. All right, let's calm down. But, like, we're not doing any analysis yet. It just, you know what you're supposed to do. Reset. You're going to reset in between solves. Reset, calm, like, take some breaths, and, like, remember your practice of what you're going to do. And then just, like, we're going to save the in-depth analysis for later, but it's just a quick mental reset after a good or a bad solve. It's very easy after a good solve to be like, oh, I'm so excited. Like, oh, we're on crazy. It's just like, you know what to do to get, on average, your best time. You just got to do that no matter what. It does not matter. The previous solves don't even exist. Did we lose Rosie? All right, well, we got Dylan sitting down for solve 2. He's looking a little annoyed. That 6-9 start obviously wasn't what he was looking for, but, I mean, he's more than capable of getting 4 4s in a row, so we'll see if he can pull it up right now. Dylan, obviously no stranger to the stream, extremely seasoned veteran on streams all around North America. Let's see if he gets started here with his inspection. Note Dylan's extremely fast pickups too. Very optimized to make sure he's legal, but still hitting that you got to start that first move as fast as you can. Free pair on white, it looks like. Saves it well. Good X cross. Just a little shaky. Bad OLL, man. Okay. That's the thing. That last solve was really indicates how much better that last solve started, where like he got 6-9 with like a gigantic mistake, and this was just a sluggish solve with no individual massive error, but just like slow all around to 6-6. So Dylan's walking off. He's not happy. This is kind of one of those times where like, how do you recover? Like this average is not going to be PR. It's just not going to happen. But that's okay. Like it's just another round. Like you got to make sure like every single solve is a learning opportunity. It's experience to like sit down and focus and like forget what just happened. Like say we're in a semifinal at like Worlds, like you're counting that 6-6 and like you got to know that you're capable of getting 3 4s in a row because Dylan is, and like you got to like you can just pretend that like this is one of those times where like okay, I need 3 4s to do what I need to do this round. That's pretty hard, but you know what's impossible is looking down the barrel of that idea and it being your first time ever trying to do this and execute it versus like, okay, well, like we're at this Western Chance round 1 and I just have a 6-6 counting. Like, let's pretend. Let's put some pressure on. Let's pretend I need like a 5-8 average to move on, and like let's lock in and like let's get this mental going. Let's get a good rep in for this practice for this other round where it's gonna come up eventually. Like you can't always start. I remember 2019 Nats Patrick I think ends up winning the whole comp, and he starts semifinals with 2 8s, and I'm like, he can do it. He can do it. He can get 3 5s. He can get 3 5s, and then he gets 3 5s. And it's like that is sometimes you have to do it, and you have to dig deep, and you can recover in the final. And other time and like you're like, oh, that would never happen, or like it's like when would that ever come into play? You don't know. You got to practice it for later. It's such an important skill to have, and like I think it's a good opportunity for Dylan to start doing that now. Sebastian Stone with a 7-3. Okay, you gotta not smack the timer to stop it. Bad habits galore. Like this is the thing that you watch when you watch people who are very good but not quite like literally number 1, 2, or 3 in the world. Like they all have so much. There's so much skill, and especially nowadays with this upper echelon of Cuber being so accomplished, everyone has this skill. Everyone has so much skill, and what sets people apart is like, can you compete well? Can you hold it together? Do you treat this properly? And that begins with your mental state. Did you get good sleep the night before? Are you prepared? Are you tracking what you eat? Like how much caffeine you're drinking? Are you hydrated? Are you tired? What's like all this stuff? And it's like, yeah, it's kind of a chore, but like treating it like a sport does get results. And you look at the very best people, they are taking care of this. Max is very relaxed. He's out of the venue. Tamon tracks all this stuff. Like when I used to be extremely serious, I was taking care of all this stuff. Everyone knows that like rest is an important part of the competition, mental state, and I when I watch this like group right below the top tier, I see a lot of bad habits that don't matter in isolation, but they're just consistent habits that lead to negative thinking and poor habits, and then eventually you're like, you do get in this important position where having the skill is critical to doing well, and there's a lack of execution because you haven't practiced, and then the people who have practiced do succeed. And it looks like we have Rosie back to interrupt my my random offshoots about mental state and cubing as Dylan Miller starts his third solve.
No, Kevin, all good stuff to talk about in the mental state of cubing. Apologize for the technical difficulties. Good to be back here in the broadcast booth, and we'll touch on those mental spots a little bit later after we see Dylan do his third solve and his average of 5, a 694 and a 667 to start things out for Dylan. And a lot of times in his practice sessions, it's been a lot of times where he has to warm up a lot. He starts with those mid 6-second solves, sort of solves on the slower end before he really starts picking up the pace. Working on yellow here. Pretty shaky throughout. Able to recover nicely, though, with a 610. Still not thrilled with that time.
Yeah, he had like almost 3/4 of a second pause after his first pair. It looks like I was mentioning earlier, like you really need to treat this like a round where it's like a semifinal. Like you had a rough start, like we gotta recover. We gotta PR's out the window, but that's fine. That's not what we need. Like let's pretend. And 6-1 still not what you want, but now it's like another situation where like Dylan is capable of a 4-8, 4-8 back-to-back. He's capable of 4-5, 4-5 back-to-back. Like, this average is salvageable to be something that's competitive at a major competition. And just a good rep. Treat every solve like, you gotta treat solves one at a time. Sebastian Snow with a 6-6-6. Very nice stuff. He's on a good pace. Pacing a 7.
Just about, yes. Pacing a 7. That was his fourth solve and an average of 5 as we look back at Dylan's solve.
Why is forecast you not?
That's his fastest time so far in the average of 5, that's 610. So that 667 is now counting in his average of 5. Certainly not a time that Dylan wants. But Kevin, touching back on the mental aspect of things, treating it like a sport in other ways. And you mentioned Timon Koloshinsky. Timon really is a guy who spoke with Dylan and Chris Mills on the Millisecond podcast not too long ago. And he rarely consumes any media surrounding speed cubing. And I think that goes such a long way because it's easy for people to get caught up in the media of speed cubing, any sport. Because, I mean, the media is going to drive the storylines and there's going to be comments and questions and all that stuff. But by being able to focus and isolate yourself from that, it really focuses on you against yourself. You against yourself, of course. Luke Greiser preaches that mentality, you against yourself. And he's been able to produce some good times throughout the years as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's no coincidence that the guy who treats this the most seriously and does all of the proper small things competes the best. Like, the reason like people don't do this is which is totally fine if your goal is to have a good time and be really competitive, mostly hang out, like that's great. And like cubing can mean lots of different things to lots of different people, and there's nothing wrong with treating it in the way you want to treat it. But also, if you tell yourself that like the way I want to treat it is to be #1 in the world, you gotta do a lot of things that are boring and not fun. And that includes, I can't hang out with my friends at this comp and just casually do some races all day. I need to leave. I need to go to the hotel. I need to walk around. I need to do whatever I need to do to feel ready for tonight. I need to feel fresh. People are always like, I'm so tired tonight. And I'm like, that's your own fault. Like, no one forced you to sit here all day. And it's just boring. And that's sometimes part of the reality of being good. And we'll see if Dylan can keep his mental state going to the solve 4.
Big fourth solve coming up here for Dylan, working on white here. White and yellow only is Dylan trying to make up for it in his turning. Big pause in the last layer, +2, 924. Ouch.
Yeah, this is a brutal one where now the solve, I mean, the average is obviously completely over. His best possible is what, mid-6? It's the way I kind of view this one is like, let's just get one good one to set the tone. Like, let's just remind ourselves that like, it just like let's just do a rep, just do a comp rep of like, what does it feel like? What does it feel like to sit down and get a solve that's correct? Let us do one, because we got another round tomorrow. We got 3 rounds. We got 2 rounds in the head-to-head final tomorrow. It's just let's just get one comp rep. Going up there and being mad or frustrated or just like kind of writing it off is just compounds the bad round.
Sebastian finishing up his average of 5. BPA of 717, 823 worst possible average for Sebastian. Quick last layer puts that one down with a 681. So back-to-back 6-second solves to round out the average of 5 for Sebastian. He'll finish with a 722.
Yeah, honestly, pretty clean solve. You've seen shaking, like a head shake on it, classic, but I thought it was pretty clean. Yeah, like, was I? Oh yeah. Also, so like another thing on top of like expectations going into this solve, like sometimes you have to know like I'm just not feeling good right now, and so like you can change. And there are some small instances where like really the time is all that matters. The process is like when we're at like a world championship final, semifinal, it's like there is a reality that like the process no longer matters. The whole point of the process is to do well right now, and like we'd all rather get like solve bad and get lucky and get a good time than solve well and get unlucky and get a bad time at a world's final. But like there is, especially an event like this when the solve is average is already over, it just let's readjust our goals. What's our goal? Not to get a 5. It's to sit down and be calm and to solve smoothly. And if it's slow, it's okay. It's about like very process oriented for this last solve. Just remind ourselves our process so we're getting ready for tomorrow.
Those short-term goals are imperative, Kevin, especially in competitions like these. This one, big names in this competition, road to North American Championships and Worlds, the biggest stage of them all. What an experience that was for Worlds 2025 in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean that was
biggest competition that anyone has probably ever seen, and what a memorable competition that was.
Yeah. All right, well, Dylan's got his last solve.
Now
I'm hoping
Cube
he seems
round
focused.
1,
Good
group
signs.
1.
Obviously,
If
it's
you are
hard
in
to act
Cube
like
round
you're
1,
really hype
group
right
1,
here, but
please submit your puzzle.
just just get he's taking his time. I like
And
it.
if
I think
you
it's
are assigned to judge
I
this
like it
group
so
or
far.
would just like to help out, please take an empty judging station. Cube round 1, group 1.
Talking about those like process goals, I always listen to let's see what Dylan's got here.
Dylan's worst possible average is 762. That would be 0.4 seconds slower than Sebastian Stone if Dylan does not get a good time out of this.
I think he can lock up a 6 here.
Working on yellow here. Quick turning here for Dylan. Through F2L. Quick last layer. Little Locky puts it down with a 597. So his first 5-second solve of his average of 5. And that is going to lock up BPA of 657.
Yeah, 6-move TA perm. Pretty nice. Like literally one of the nicest last layer cases, and he did okay on it, but like I said, it's pretty rough salt round 1, but we got some more stuff. He's got 4x4 finals, he's got 5 finals, he's got some more fun events to do as well. Mega Minx final night, and so hopefully he can bounce back. Like oh yeah, like I was mentioning like before, just like quick aside, like I listen to a lot of swimming content. Like Bob Bowman, Michael Phelps's coach, and coaches two of the current 2 best swimmers in the world. He's always like the most like process. Like they're at like the Olympics and the World Championship. Like don't even worry about the time, just process. Like, and it's like that's and swimming, especially this time-based individual event, is so comparison to cubing, where like it's very hard to only focus on process, especially at these events where actually the result really matters today. But like process, like if you do all of these things right, the results will come.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing in the early stages of this competition. And we'll see how each of these guys do going forward. Well, that's going to conclude 3x3 round 1. We have Cube round 1 coming up next. That's going to be it for me for a little bit. That'll be it for Kevin for a little bit. We're going to switch you over to Manu, I believe, is hopping on in commentary, but don't go anywhere. SpeedCubing TV and SpeedCubeShop's coverage of Western Championships 2026 returns right after this. Hey there, I'm Michael Rosencrans. If you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com.
so I'll bring us in. All right, everyone, how's it going? It's Manu here, and actually we still got Rosie on the mic, and yeah, we're just gonna do a little Mike and Manu power hour as we do Scube. The Scube is gonna be our final event of the Sunday morning of Western Championship, and yeah, like I said, Manu Singhal, Michael Rosenkrantz, we are on the mic. Rosie, hello. It's obviously great to be casting with you once again.
How's it going, Manu? Great to be with you back in the booth. How's the vibes going at the Riverside Convention Center? Looks to be hippin' and happening out there.
Rosie, let me tell you this. It is awesome. This is the biggest competition in the state of California ever. This is the third largest competition scheduled for this year. It is actually the largest competition in the Western Hemisphere so far this year. We're obviously going to get eclipsed by the North American Championship and the South American Championship. But other than that, over 300 competitors are in the building today. I think 800 spectators or something insane like that. So we got like 1,000 people crammed into Riverside, California for the largest Western Championship ever. And it's been a blast so far. We've seen some pretty incredible solving. We're seeing competitors kind of getting used to the competing field. This is the very first time at Western Championships where we've had an elevated stage. We've literally never done that before. We were going to do it last year, but then we were going to go over budget, so we had to axe it. But this year, we were able to make it happen. I think people are just kind of getting used to it, getting used to the field. But there's certainly a buzz in the room today. I mean, whenever you have 3x3, right? Like it's always going to be a fantastic day, and I hope it reflects through on the broadcast too.
Absolutely. Great to be back broadcasting with you here, and big milestones for this competition here. Wow, largest competition in the Western Hemisphere. You said over 300 competitors and around 800 or so spectators. I mean, for a competition that could be designated as the road to North American Championships, I mean, these are some of the cubers from, the Western Hemisphere, and some could be representing from other states. But Manu, I'd say this is a great preview for what we can expect for NAC 2026.
Oh, 100%. And let me tell you why this is a particularly good preview. Because NAC is on the other side of the country, some of these competitors don't actually get a chance to even compete at NAC. Now, you might say, like, why is that a good preview? A good preview is that for those who do get to compete, right, they get to compete at this national level stage that they actually basically never get to otherwise, because it's been so long since nationals or continental championship has been held here in California. So being able to kind of expose the competitors to that experience is exactly the type of stuff we're going for. You mentioned a road to NAC. This is actually the exact reason why we wanted to have Westerns at this specific time. It is Memorial Day weekend, and 6 weeks before NAC. It's exactly right. We want to start building the hype towards it. I want to get my competitors here in the West. I want to get their names out there. I want people to know when they go to NAC who they're supposed to watch, and they're going to be all watching my guys and gals. It's been fantastic so far. And yeah, I mean, when you have such talented competitors like Brendan Dunnigan, like he's on your screen right now, it really makes the event in and of itself. So obviously, a lot of kudos go to the competitors. They're just incredible. They're awesome. We love supporting them here out in the West, and we love the support that we get from them.
Absolutely. And just want to take a moment as well to reflect on Memorial Day and just say thank you to all of those who have served our country, the brave young men and women serving our country. And today's a day that we honor them on this day, such a special weekend, and one where we pause to really recognize the freedoms and the privileges that we have, such as competitions and everything that we get to do in this beautiful country.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rosie. An absolute professional you are.
Likewise, Manu, likewise. NAC has 929 competitors registered right now. So those are all returners, by the way. So you mentioned, yes, it is going to eclipse Western Championships 2026. But I mean, some massive names been going from the West Coast to almost the East, the East Coast here for NACs. That's going to be held in Raleigh this year at the Raleigh Convention Center.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, that'll be on a holiday as well, 4th of July. So from one patriotic holiday to another. On the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country as well. It's a very special year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was talking about it with Zach Rydell earlier. I think he told me that NAC was in a couple of weeks, and sure, it might be a couple of weeks. I think I said a couple of months, which is a bit of a stretch out.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was gonna say it's either in June or July, and looking at it again, it is in July. I was just like, okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's coming up. I mean, it's weird because like a week or two ago, it's like, we're like 2 months away. We got time. And now all of a sudden, it's like we've kind of like we're sub 2 months away. It's like, okay, well, it's getting a little real here. Yeah, North American Championship is coming up. Obviously, that will be a fantastic competition. And yeah, like you can kind of see some of the future stars of North American Championship. You might see someone in the 3x3 final who's at this competition. Actually, you almost certainly will. At least 3 competitors here are looking really good to make the 3x3 finals. One of those guys is coming up right now. His name is Brendan Dunnigan. You saw him earlier doing 3x3. He got a 685 average, which is actually pretty bad performance from him overall. I did a little interview with him, actually. It's on the WCC channel. Actually, we're going to play it during lunch tomorrow. And he was talking about how excited he was to come into Western Champs, specifically for big cubes and 3x3. He's felt like he's kind of been getting his mojo going again. And we could see some crazy times from him, perhaps upcoming. Not really, getting it together in the first round, but that's why we have multiple rounds. And I must say, everyone, you got to get familiar with this guy's face, with his name. Not only because he's going to show up in 3x3 finals. Yeah, obviously, everyone loves 3x3. He's going to show up in basically every single final this weekend because he is just that guy, one of the best all-rounders we have here at West.
Absolutely, and what a way to represent Southern California, and he is the defending Clock, Megaminx, and Pyraminx Western champion from 2 years ago, if I remember correctly.
From last year, so last year in Vegas, he also won Megaminx, Megaminx, Clock, Pyraminx, Scube I think was Dean. Shoot, I forget. When I made the ad with all the past Western champs, and you would think I would have remembered it from there, but clearly not. It's been quite a weekend, quite a hectic weekend, as the viewers might know from the start of the stream. But certainly, I think it's like 4 or 5 events where he's the defending Western champion. And some of those events actually later today, he's going to be defending his title, Clock, Square One, and Megaminx as well. So it'll be very exciting to see if he can kind of pull off the repeat.
Absolutely. Manu, I don't think I've touched on this with a lot of cubers in the streams, but I think it'd be a really good question to hit on. In your opinion, what makes a really solid all-rounder? You know, the Brendan Dunnigans, the Luke Garretts of the community.
Yeah, it's really interesting because on one hand, kind of everybody, in my opinion, everybody should be an all-rounder. And I think that there's people that are like, yeah, but like there are some puzzles that are just boring, not interesting, and not worth my time. I think everyone should be an all-rounder because it gives you more stuff to do at competitions, right? So not only do you get more bang for your buck, you get to learn more about all of the twisty puzzles that we have that are official. We have 17 official events. And in my opinion, if you kind of like pigeonhole yourself into just saying, I'm only going to do these few events because these are just the only ones that interest me, I feel like you're really missing out on the field as a whole. Now, what makes an all-rounder a great all-rounder? I think great all-rounding is extremely hard. And I think it's actually so hard that I think we're actually going to see all-rounders actually kind of disappear to some extent as the years go on. And the reason is, I think it's harder, it's going to become harder and harder to all-round and still perform at the top 100 across all of your events. There are only a handful of people in the world who can achieve stuff like that, and they are just built different. They know when to balance which events to do. They know exactly how to manage how much fun they're having. If an event is starting to become a grind, you have another event that you can fall back to rather, that might be more interesting at the moment. They understand where their weaknesses are across all the events, so they understand when they switch to another event, it's not just mindless solving. They're like actively working on stuff so they can get better at those events as well. There's a lot of stuff that goes into all rounding, and yeah, I mean, so that's why I think props to guys like Bendy who can kind of just manage everything. When I asked him about how he kind of maintains all his events, he's just like, I just don't really think about it. He doesn't really think about it as maintaining. He just kind of picks the things that he likes, and whenever he loses interest in something, he just moves on to something else. And so there's a lot of talent there as well.
I think it's a really important thing, too, to touch on. We've talked a lot about mental aspect, to know when it's time to move to a different event. When you're not seeing results come up either in practice or maybe in competition, it's like, okay, maybe I need to shy away from this for maybe some days or a week or so and keep practicing it to a pace where I'm comfortable with before I can try and dial it back in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brendan's such a decorated solver. I mean, two-time world record holder, 5-time continental record holder, as well as Brendan Dunnigan. And I mean, Manu, the amount of times that you and I have talked about it sounds like a broken record, but I mean, he's going to be a household name in cubing for a long time.
I mean, he already is to some extent. And let me tell you one more thing about him. If you're just a stream viewer, right, it's a little bit hard to understand the full atmosphere. When Brendan Dunnigan shows up to a competition, you know he's there. And the reason is the entire region of SoCal somehow is his fanboy. Somehow he has one of the biggest fan groups, I think, in all of speedcubing. Now, fan group, I don't mean that in like a organized sense. It's just that everybody really likes to root for Bendy. And there's something just about the guy. Like, people enjoy watching him solve. He is obviously a fast solver. But one of the things I really like about Bendy is he likes to play to the crowd. And we see a lot of competitors sometimes who kind of can't ebb and flow with the crowd, so to speak, right? Who kind of want the crowd to not really be a factor, right? Because when you practice at home, you don't have the crowd. You don't need to think about the crowd. You can just listen to your own music and kind of zone out. But when you're sitting on the stage at a major championship, at the world championship, and you're gunning for a podium, the crowd will always be a factor. And so the ability that Bendy has to kind of feed off of the crowd and kind of feed the crowd back, I think is a skill that is really, really, really underrated. And I hope we can show off some of that in some of the finals today. I mean, look, it is not impossible for Brendan to break a world record this weekend. Of course, the continental records, these are all up for grabs. He could break his own world record that he currently has as well. And yeah, hopefully we can showcase all that.
Absolutely. 5 finals coming up later this evening, those being Square One, Clock, 6x6 Mega Minx, and 5x5. Expect to see a lot of big names in those finals. And Manu, you make a great point on being able to play with the crowd. I think it's being able to, yes, you want to perform well at this competition. You have high expectations for yourself, but the ability to sort of let things go, let it breathe, and let yourself be calm in these big moments where the pressure could be really, really high, but at the same time, it's a competition. You're doing what you love, and this community is amazing, and everybody is here to support you.
Oh, absolutely. I think that is like one of the best aspects of the cubing community is just how supportive everyone is. You can see it is a competitive hobby, right? We have rankings, we have prizes, we have prize money that's going to be given out today. Thanks to SpeedCubeShop, by the way, for providing the prize money. And there are titles at stake. There's a lot going on here. But at the core, speedcubing is grassroots. It's about community. It's about friendship. And it's about like self-progress, right? When you go to a competition, it's a little bit like a golf tournament, right? You're not necessarily competing against everybody else. You're kind of competing against yourself to some extent. You're trying to break PRs. You're trying to compete in new events. You're trying to make friends and make connections. And I think that's something that when you watch a competitive speedcubing broadcast, yeah, you get the competitive aspect across. Obviously, we're getting better and better at that as the years continue. But I think one thing I really want viewers, especially those who might not be as familiar with speedcubing, to understand is, yes, it's a competitive hobby, but there's room for literally everybody here in speedcubing. And even if you just barely know how to solve Rubik's Cube, I definitely encourage you to go out to a competition, one wherever one might be close to you. I mean, there are competitions all around the world. So definitely give one of those a shot.
Hey, I might have to at some point because, I mean, yes, I am very slow on 3x3, PB of 3682, by the way.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Rosie. That's pretty good.
In terms of these guys that are solving, it's just like, you know, these whole bunch of them are a lot better than me, but I've always been really looking forward to, who knows, maybe stepping foot at a WCA competition. I mean, it's been awesome being able to travel around and see all these competitions and be a part again of this one, but I've never been able to get my foot down and really try and compete and see firsthand for myself. And I think that'll really give you a really good firsthand experience of what the competition is like. And again, see what this community is all about, because it's just awesome.
Certainly. And, you know, one thing I also noticed, I know some people are like nervous to be around like big crowds or stuff like that. I will tell you the majority of competitions are much smaller. They're like less than 100 competitors usually. They're very casual. They take place at your church, at like a school cafeteria, gymnasium, things like that. They're very, very approachable. And of course, we have lots of WCA delegates. You'll actually see some people walking around in the background of the stream or whatever. We're all wearing our purple shirts today. And these are all delegates who are helping out the competition and actually help out to grow speedcubing even like just throughout the year. When we get to head-to-head finals tomorrow, we're definitely going to have like a little mini celebration of the delegates, so to speak, because there's so much work that all the delegates do behind the scenes that you just don't get to see most of the time. So I'm really, really happy that we get a chance to kind of showcase some of that tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. The hard work of the delegates should never go unnoticed. They are what these competitions so special. Every time I've been to a competition, I mean, these delegates who have organized countless competitions,
reminder that
they
you can
have
pick
done
this
it
up
flawlessly.
at the order pickup
And
table.
every time I go to a competition, it is a well-oiled machine, and it's just awesome to see that the more these delegates link up and bring new ideas and perspectives to how we can make speedcubing better, that's what makes these competitions more memorable for the community.
Yeah, exactly. And I can tell you firsthand, there are lots and lots and lots of hours that go into speedcubing, putting on speedcubing competitions that you just don't get to see. So if you see a delegate around, like, you know, think about that a little bit. If you go to a competition, definitely be sure to thank one of your local delegates. Well, as we transition to Group 2, we got a little bit of time here. I'm going to do the part of the stream where we thank all the sponsors. Now, a big competition like this, it simply does not happen without you know, the good graces of all the sponsors who are providing a lot of different things. Let's start first with SpeedCubeShop. SpeedCubeShop, you know, retailing out of Las Vegas. They are the sponsor of the prize pool. We are going to give cash prizes to the top 3 in every single event that's held this weekend, as well as the 4 PPQ events that were held earlier in earlier in April. And that just simply wouldn't be possible without SpeedCubeShop. So thank you very much to SpeedCubeShop. We are also sponsored by Cubing.gg. It's an educational platform that you've probably heard Dylan Miller talk about a little bit as well, if you listen to the Millisecond podcast on SpeedCubingTV. So yeah, feel free to check out Cubing.gg on all the socials, stuff like that, if you're looking for speedcubing coaching. Of course, we are also sponsored by SpeedCubingTV itself. Of course, running the broadcast here, got a lot of equipment help from Matthew Marinick and company. So yeah, great broadcast partners are SpeedCubingTV as well. As we are moving ahead to Scube Group 2. I do want to shout out this guy as well, Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind. He is the Western champion, the defending Western champion in Scube from 2025. Unfortunately, getting a +2 there, so not a fantastic start there for Dean.
And moving into Group 2 here of Scube Round 1. Well, we got lunch coming up right after this. And Manu, you mentioned it. I think you got a couple interviews coming up that you're going to play over lunch?
Yes, sir. So for those who might be savvy already, or if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the WCC YouTube channel. I put a couple interviews there with some names that you might not have heard of, but you definitely saw on the stream today. We're going to do some interviews with Nancy Liu and Zaruri Cheng. These are pre-recorded interviews, of course, but we're going to play those during lunch. And the reason why I really was excited to do them was for you all to kind of get to know these competitors a little bit more. Of course, for the West, it's a really big region, right? Zaruri's from Bay Area, whereas Nancy is from down here in SoCal, and the communities don't really mix that much because it's 6 hours of driving in between. So figured we have the internet. It's crossed many, many borders before, so why not another small little border between NorCal, SoCal, to kind of bridge the gap there. And you all on stream can get to know some of the faces that you're going to see over and over again during Western Championship this year.
I love those kinds of interviews too, Manu. Just really give you a lens to sit back and sort of take that pressure off of these cubers. We've come to know these speed cubers so well through their times and results, but when you get back to know them, sit back and get to know them on a personal level, you can really understand them as a person and really just get in touch with their story, because every individual, regardless of time, regardless of results, they have their own unique story to share and unique backgrounds that they come from.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of interesting discussion about how like those backgrounds kind of transfer over to speedcubing and kind of what leads people to speedcubing in the first place. And I think those stories are really, really, really important. And, you know, traditionally we just haven't really told those stories before. It's been all focused on results. So I'm excited to see like more efforts. As Rosie, you got your own efforts building towards this. So you're doing great work in this field of itself. And I think you got a new one coming out on Monday. Is that right?
That is correct. For those who have not known, I started a new podcast/video interview series. It's called SpeedCuber Spotlight, and the mission, as Manu might have hinted at here earlier, is to really get to know the people behind the SpeedCubers that we see. And yes, indeed, I have a new episode coming out on Monday, episode 3. I've already gotten the chance to talk to you, Manu, as well as Dylan Miller. Episode 3. Should I leak it for the audience? Should I leak it?
Ooh, let's keep it a little under wraps, because we're gonna be, well, Monday is tomorrow, so they'll have to wait until tomorrow to see who the special guest is.
There you go. There's a time and a place for everything, so you'll get your leak of tomorrow's guest Monday, the next episode's guest tomorrow, but I think you're all really going to like it. And Manu, I do think that was the big reason why I started this interview series, was for that idea alone, those traditional interviews that really don't get highlighted in speed cubing. You're focused on the times and results, but let's get to know the people behind them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and certainly very critical stuff. All right, we've been kind of yapping a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about Scube, Rosie. Of course, that is kind of the job that we are signed up to do. So on the stream so far, you've seen three people. Dean, I already mentioned Dean. And you also saw Andy French. So actually, Andy's going to come up to compete just now. So you'll see him kind of walk up here into stream station number 1. And he is actually a delegate from here in Southern California as well. He is a really good Scube solver, looking to make it into the final round of Scube. That will be tomorrow, starting things off with a 3:49. Let's see if he can kind of keep up that sort of pace as I try and figure out what is projected to make the final.
And he's got a 156 PR single, 337 PR average in Scube.
Yeah, he's coming in as the 9th seed, so he's actually projected to advance to the final, although he will not want times like that. The 16th seed on the psych sheet, so that's pre-competition. If you take everyone's PRs up to this moment, is 394. Michael Muthing is sitting in that bubble spot. So we're looking at something like, people don't get their PRs all the time. Not everyone is going to get their PRs. So we're looking at something, I would say, like a 4.45. If you get something like that, I feel like you're probably bubbling. Yeah, I would say like 4 to 4.5 is probably going to be close to the bubble. As we watch Jack Flynn Stewart, another great all-rounder, by the way, from here in SoCal. He gets a 360 on solve number 2. On your screen once again, Dean Jacob Adamo Suskind. He is the number 1 seed. He's the only competitor in the field to have a sub-1 single and a sub-2 average. Actually was a Worlds finalist last year. That's actually where he got his 186 average. So he's kind of used to this pressure a little bit. And you can see there, just flawless. I mean, that looked, I dare to say, he looked relaxed. half asleep. No, that's pushing a little too far. But great stuff there from Dean 201.
But those are the kinds of times that we know Dean can put down. And you sort of mentioned it, sort of that nonchalant, relaxed approach. And so far, it's been serving him well, starting off with that 364, but following it up with back-to-back 2-second solves.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting also. Scube is a bit of a weird event. Rosie, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Scube, so let me run this down for you and actually everyone in the audience. It's a really strange puzzle that turns on its corners. And we've already seen it a couple times. It's actually really easy to +2 and DNF this event because of the way that it turns. Because it turns so wide, when it falls down onto the table, you can actually have it land in like really almost like ambiguous states sometimes. And just kind of jostling it here or there a little bit can be a difference between a +2 and not a +2. And as you can see, +2 can literally double the entire time of the solve. So the competitors are going to want to avoid stuff like that.
And it's got to be really, really difficult, too, at times for getting completely used to a different puzzle, especially in the beginning stages when you're so used to turning, say, a 3x3 or a 4x4 to turning a Scube, which now it turns on its corners, so completely different beast to work with.
Rosie, you are the perfect plant because that's exactly what I was going to mention next. Turning this puzzle is so different from turning your 3x3, and you can kind of see it in the types of finger tricks you see Andy and the other competitors are doing. Right? You can see like they're using a lot more of like their wrists, and we have there's a move that they call in Scube. It's called the sledgehammer move. It's a pretty basic move, and actually you can actually build the entire solution out of just sledgehammers fairly simply. But for there, you can see the competitors are kind of like they're almost like pinching the entire cube together. And for folks who have longer fingers like Jack, it certainly poses a little bit of a tricky situation. Oh, all right, I see you, Jack. I like it. Good swagger.
Always love when these competitors show like they're having fun.
Oh man, no, that's awesome. Love to see it.
So yeah, Manu, you mentioned it with competitors who may have longer fingers. Do you think it's more beneficial for with competitors with longer fingers, or probably a little bit smaller, so you can get a better grip and be able to turn a little bit quicker?
Yeah, I feel like smaller is maybe a little bit better. Maybe this is why kids are good at cubing as well. I think smaller is a little bit better because I think it's a little bit easier to control. Your finger just simply doesn't have to move as far, right? So when it comes down to like just pure theory, it could come down to stuff like that as well. Looks like Dean actually either like missed one look or just misrecognized a case there. He's gonna count a 356. And then the other thing is like also just like how you like hold the puzzle. If you have to hold the puzzle with your like fingers and you're like, I don't really know how to describe it. They're like together, I guess, rather than like in kind of like their natural state where they would be if you were just to, like open your hand. Obviously, it's a little bit more of an awkward position. Of course, you could use a larger cube potentially to get around that, but then again, a larger cube has more has a greater range of motion, so to speak, and so obviously that's potentially slower as well.
Andy getting ready to go for his fourth solve, and his average of 5 is counting a 434 right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything I can see. I'm not particularly good at Scube. Don't feel like there's a ton of stuff here. Of course, the better Scubers in the chat can kind of correct me. Right, and this is what I'm talking about. We're like so close to the edge that we might not be able to tell. Looks like it is okay, as indicated by the judge. But yeah, that's what can happen with Scube. Because it turns kind of funny, you can kind of get weird cases where it's like, is it a +2? Is it not a +2?
Jack back up for his next solve and his average of 5. Better one there with a 367.
367, indeed. Looks like that will be the middle of the counting solve so far. 360, 367, or excuse me, 377, 367 counting. So he is on his way to actually, I think he's locked in. Yeah, he's definitely locked into sub-4 average. He should be feeling good going into trying to make the final.
Absolutely. Manu, what are some of the things that you're looking forward to later in this broadcast? As mentioned, you got 5 finals coming up tonight.
Oh my goodness, 5 entire finals. It's hard to pick just one. I think everybody knows that I have a very soft spot for Megaminx. I kind of don't entirely know what it is. I just love this puzzle. I think that there are a bunch of incredible solvers here today as well. And we're really going to see that in, like, fully exemplify itself tonight. Dylan Miller, the #1 seed, he's kind of like the outsider going into this one. Of course, we have Bendy. He's the defending champion, but he's actually in, I think it's like the 5th seed going into the final. So kind of like that little tussle there is going to be certainly very, very interesting. I would say that that is the final that I am most looking forward to, but it is, I mean, it's true. It's up and down the board. We have incredible solvers of amazing skill, just all around. It will be an absolute blast, Rosie.
It sure will. I can't wait for it.
And it covers like the gamut of the events, right? We got kind of like the weird puzzles, Square One and Clog, and then we're gonna wrap things up with our traditional puzzles, our traditional end by ends, the breads and butters. Oh, and should I say, we had a world record yesterday. We could see a world record today as well. Max Park, he already got one of his world records back from Lim Hung. Can he get the second one back? You'll have to tune into the 6x6 final tonight. That is scheduled at 5:15 Pacific time. Oh, I missed a 146.
Solid final solve there from Dean with a 146.
Oh, good comeback from Dean. You would think after the +2, like, you kind of want to make like go easy a little bit. Want to make sure you don't get another +2 and kind of like your average kind of can get out of control very quickly. But 146, best possible average, 273, extremely solid average from Dean. I'm glad that he's able to kind of take it in. Unfortunate to see Andy kind of a little confused here as he gets 4 of 4. Good solve not found, it seems.
So he'll finish off his average of 5 here, probably around that mid to high 4 average range. A little lower, 426.
426, okay, not bad. Good solve from Jack. 281 for his efforts. 368. 368 feels pretty good. I feel like all 3 of these guys are still in the mix.
Oh, definitely still in the mix. And just an early preview coming up here as these final solves are wrapping up here in Group 2. Group 3 of Scube, which is the final group in Round 1 of Scube. You're going to have Sid Shivnathi of Yuto Kono and Paul Mavi coming up as well. Are your top 3 to watch for Group 3?
Yeah, some pretty solid solvers as we watch the replay of Dean there. Yeah, I mean, just great stuff from Dean. I actually need to go compete in Group 3, so I kind of need to figure out what to do. We might end up with solo Rosie cast. We might get a guest on, or we might give the prod team a little bit of a break perhaps as well. Remains to be seen. We'll figure something out. By the way, shout out to the prod team, Lucas Aubin, Kaushik Murugan. These guys have been working their tails off all weekend already, and we got a long 1.5 days ahead of us as we try to bring you. I guess how many finals are we going to do? We're going to do 12 finals across today and tomorrow. Of course, one of those being a head-to-head final as well. Oh, we're going to get Matthew Dickman onto the stream. Okay. If you don't know, this guy used to be my boss. He was the former senior delegate before I became the senior delegate. And now he is a fantastic guy to talk to. If you ever get a chance to say hi to him at a competition, he will greet you with open arms. And yeah, just a great solver. You might be wondering why he's using a stickered cube. It's because he's colorblind. He has difficulty telling the difference between green and red on standard stickerless puzzles. 2 thumbs up from Mr. Dickman himself. Great to see him get onto the stream.
Absolutely. Matthew is actually still part of Group 2, so finishing up some of the extra solves coming up in Group 2 here.
Sounds
good.
Manu,
you touched on it just a little bit ago. We've already seen a world record from Max Park in 7x7. That 132.07, less than 2 weeks. Lim Hung had that, and it has already been reclaimed. I've talked to Kevin about this earlier in the broadcast today. Like any time that people think that they can get an edge or just a little bit ahead of Max or take one of his records, Max does Max things, and he's back on top in 7x7.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I feel like it was just yesterday that we heard the news that Yao got its first world record. And just like that, I mean, Max is just an incredible solver. We've actually known for some time that Max is the type of competitor who, once his records are taken, he actually kind of redoubles his efforts to potentially try and take it back. The same thing happened at North American Championship a couple months, I think like 2 months before that competition. He actually lost his 6x6 world record mean to Sung Hyuk Nam, of course, an incredible legendary solver in his own right. And then there you go, on the biggest stage, just like this one, Max was there to break the 6x6 world record. Funny story, I actually don't know if this is a pop culture or folk culture at this point. But one thing I heard is he was sitting next to Nam during that final, and as he broke his 6x6 mean, he just goes over to Nam and says, "Sorry, Nam, it was the world record mean," something like that, which is just hilarious. Max doing Max things, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of the Max Park show a little bit as we get closer and closer to our 6x6 and 5x5 finals tonight. I mean, I expect him to just run away with those. If you look at the odds, it's like 100% odds that he's going to win.
Exactly. I mean, don't count out other names in there. Kate Graham, of course, a notable name to watch out for in these big cubes. Kevin Hayes, of course, he's been on top of the big cube world for quite some time throughout his illustrious career, but you've touched on it, Manu, for quite some time. I mean, Max is just so far ahead of the competition that when other cubers try and put forth their best effort, like Max has his own way about things, and he is just still way ahead of the pack.
It's the way I've described it before is that it's not that Max is kind of getting worse, right? Because you hear oh, Max lost his 5x5 world record, he lost his 6x6 world record, he lost his 7x7 world record. Is Max falling off? I wouldn't say it's that. I think everybody else is finally catching up to where Max was. He was just years ahead of the pack. I think before Lim broke the 7x7 single world record, I think Max had held it continuously since 2018. Like, what? That's just crazy that it's taken this long for people to finally catch up to Max. And Max is evolving too, which is awesome, and we love to see. Such a special competitor is Max. We love him. Just fantastic.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. 91-time world record holder now. He's 30 world records away from tying the great Felix Zemdegs, who also had some notable results this weekend.
Yes,
he had
did.
a 412 PR single. And Manu, we've touched on it a little bit on our Substack SpeedCubers Digest. That PR of 412 is his first one in his entire career that wasn't a continental record or a world record.
Yeah, I mean, that's just nutty stuff. I mean, Felix still got it. Unk still got it. He's still one of the best competitors in the world. And yeah, I mean, he fully demonstrated why.
Did you just call Felix out by calling him Unk?
Okay, look, Felix is older than I am. I'm sorry, Felix. Okay, Felix is older than I am, so I think it's kind of okay. You know. Hey, look, I get called the Unk all the time, and I'm not that old. Like, I got a beard and everything, sure, but come on, man.
No, but in all seriousness, Felix has had such an incredible career, arguably the greatest to ever do it in speed cubing. I mean, 17-year competitive career, and he's still doing things that are just out of this world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's the reason why so many of us are into speed cubing. He's just a great inspiration, not only as he sits down at the station, but also outside of competing. Just a fantastic guy to be around. Has a great energy, and really, really carries forth the spirit of speed cubing, as we see a 191 from Sid Shivnath. That's some good solving there. He could be on pace.
Sid, one of the names to watch out for in this third group here of Scube, the other two being Yuto Kono and Paul Mavi. Paul Mavi didn't have the best round of 3x3 earlier in this broadcast, it's been all 8-second solves across the board for Paul, and we know he's more than capable of that, but not really the start to 3x3 he was looking for.
Yeah, I was actually sitting with Paul in the waiting area a little bit, and yeah, I mean, couldn't quite figure out what exactly was up, but the good news is we got 2 full rounds of 3x3 tomorrow, your typical average of 5 rounds, and then we got the head-to-head final. Is Paul a contender for that? I would say he's on the outside looking in because it is an 8-person final rather than a 16-person final. But he has a lot of time to kind of get back into it. Paul is a very interesting solver too, actually. You hear a lot about dual neutral solving, white-yellow solving. He's actually one of the few competitors who actually is still a green cross-only solver.
I was going to say, he used green quite a bit, and I think I missed a couple times to see if he went to a different cross solution on 3x3, but no, he stuck with green throughout.
No, yeah, green cross only is Paul, which is interesting. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the older style of solving, and so he's kind of carrying that through into the modern age. Paul was telling me about how he recently competed in Italy, I think, and he is now the American who has competed in the most number of countries outright with 18.
Wow. Always so good to get that international experience too and bring your skills to the stages there. 582 though for Paul to start out.
Yeah, unfortunately on that one just couldn't quite figure everything out. Looks like last several moves. I mean, yeah, the cube drop, right? That's the story of that solve. You can kind of see that too. Is kind of just dismissing the solve altogether. Time to kind of lock back in and go ahead for what comes next. But I wouldn't be too miffed about that. Paul is also a pretty decent all-rounder. You'll see him in a lot of different disciplines. Of course, he's primarily a big cube solver. But the fact that, you know, he's one of the featured competitors here for SCUBE, right? That means that he's up there as well. So always good to see some familiar faces. And Paul, certainly a seasoned vet.
Certainly. Paul's been competing since 2012, so 14 years in his competitive career, and trying to see where he first competed. It was actually in Berkeley. It was his first competition. Berkeley fall of 2012, back on September 2nd. So September 2nd this year will mark 14 years to the date that Paul has been competing in the WCA. So just awesome to see veteran continue to shine here and try to put up some good results.
Yeah, certainly. Unfortunately, Sid, it looks like a little frustrated there with that one. I couldn't quite tell if he like one-looked it or just like kind of misrecognized some case or other. But a 537, not the types of solves that we're used to seeing from Sid. But of course, you get one solve to drop, and so you're all good there. And he has 191 too, so he's got some good stuff there. Actually, we got the replay on your screen too. So if we try and take a look at what's going on here. Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay, interesting. So it was actually both the cube drop and also, I think, just misrecognized the case. You'll have to forgive me a little bit. I'm not as versed in SCUBE as I am in the other events, which is to say, basically, I don't really know what's going on for the most part, but we make do.
Now, Manu, is that what something that with top-level SCUBers also try and do, much like an event like 2x2 is try and plan out the solve in one look?
Yeah, so you'll see like a very, very, very handful. I think Sid and maybe Dean are probably the only people who could even have a chance out of one look. But I think even them, they will probably find it tough to do a full one look. Of course, SCUBE is a bit of a like we've been talking about. It's a bit of a weird event where the notation for SCUBE is a little strange. And the algorithms for SCUBE are actually not super well. I mean, at this point, they're starting to get better and better developed. We have an ALEC set called NS now, which kind of builds on the previous Sarah's beginner, intermediate, advanced method that used to be run. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting. You'll see some competitors can one look, and sometimes you can look really deep into a SCUBE solve. But then other times it's just really difficult to figure out where some of these pieces are going because these corners are just kind of moving all over the place. Yeah, and here's August Bernard, by the way, another great solver from SoCal. He's just getting confused. You could see he had several like twisted corner cases So perhaps misrecognizing exactly what type of case he had there as he went to do his solve. He's going to miss out a little bit getting a 12.
See if Sid can rebound here. Got that 191 earlier and trying to bounce back after a 5. Very well done with the 206.
Yeah, this was really nice. Rather than a 1 look here, you could see that he had a fairly distinct pause, I would say, and that to me seemed like he was recognizing the NS. We have the replay, yeah. So let's hit the replay. Let's kind of try and see what's going on here. Again, you have to pardon me if I make a mistake. It's pretty likely I'm going to make some sort of mistake here. We have the front on angle, so you can kind of see a little bit of what the audience sees. I kind of like using the front angle, so good job to Lucas. Yeah, actually, even in the replay, it actually looks extremely smooth. So fantastic stuff there from Sid. I can't even commentate on that. I just have no clue just because it's top class.
Be another one Paul wants to put behind him here. Looking towards the double digits. He'll get double digits here. My goodness. 12-12.
12-12 is a poor performance. That's no good. To give you some perspective, right? Like I'm saying, like I'm not a particularly good cube solver, and I have a 6 average. So 12 is like quite terrible. Like it's a solve that I could beat very, very, very comfortably. So those are certainly not solves that we want to see from the competitors. We want to see 3s. We want to see 4s because those are the times that are more likely to get into the final round. Which right now that's the only thing that matters. This is something I'm actually interested in talking about a little bit too. A lot of competitors, when they go into a big competition like this, they're still in the PR mindset, right? They're still trying to get PR at every competition because that's what you're doing when you go to most of your local competitions. But when you step up onto a stage like this, yes, you want to break your PRs. That'd be wonderful. But there's an extra pressure. There's a lot more eyes on you. There's a live stream running. The whole process is different. And so expecting yourself to break PR sometimes is not realistic. Actually, a lot of times it's not realistic. But really what you want to go for is you want to go for the win. And you can't win if you can't make finals. So you need to take it step by step sometimes where it's like, okay, this round did not go well. Or this solve did not go well. And it wasn't close to PR. Does that mean it's all over? No, obviously not. If you have more rounds to come, it's how can we make it into the next round so we can put ourselves in contention. I think that's something that we're going to see, especially top solvers and the higher echelon of solvers. I think we're going to see that push more and more towards that. You can see Sid getting a 3.78. Yeah, obviously this is not a particularly good solve for him, but a 3.7 is still like even if he got a 3.7 average, he would still be in the mix to make it into finals and probably had a good chance to make it into finals. So, we kind of have to, you kind of have to roll with the punches, perhaps. Maybe you have a better phrase for this, Rosie.
No, exactly. Sometimes it just takes these early solves to get them out of the way. And we've talked about this earlier in the broadcast. It's sometimes better to just to get bad solves right away. But as long as you can still advance to the next rounds, you're going to be looking good for the second round. But as you move further into these rounds, this is when the pressure starts to mount. And I mean, Sid at the top of the screen, 258 BPA. That is really, really solid. Not quite PR pace, as PR in Scube is 211 in terms of average, which is 49th in the world. But I mean, if he can move even with that 374, like you mentioned, that's going to be well within the mix to move on to the next round.
Yeah, it should be good. Here's Yuto here. He's one of the better Scube solvers from NorCal. Actually, a lot of good solvers from NorCal. 343. I mean, that's a pretty solid time for him. Like we were talking about, like, yeah, you want to put yourself into the mix, put yourself into contention, or at least don't take yourself out of contention.
I can't help but happen to notice Paul likes to bring like a stuffed rabbit up there to him. Did you get to talk to him about the mojo behind that maneuver?
So yeah, this has been actually, I think, a post-COVID phenomenon. So this is Thumper the rabbit. Now I'm not sure exactly where Thumper is from. I think it's from some sort of cartoon, right? But I mean, it's something that you see a lot of competitors do. This is just how they practice at home, and you want to emulate those conditions to the best of your ability that you can at a competition. And sometimes that means like, yeah, you have a little companion with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. I think Thumper might be from, oh gosh, I think Bambi is the first thing that comes to mind.
You know what? The art style is right.
Back in 1942? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I was going to say, I knew I recognized him from somewhere. I just couldn't put my finger on the name.
That's the ball knowledge, dude. The rosy ball knowledge. No, I love it. Yeah. No, you're dialed.
Yeah, but just looking around all the sights and sounds at the Riverside Convention Center, I mean, it looks outstanding there, Manu. Wish I could be there on site with you guys, but I'm sure just looking out when you get a moment to get a break from the production side of things, just to look out at the room, it's like, holy smokes, what an environment this is.
Oh, absolutely. And again, the stuff that you see on the stream is only a small slice. It's actually one of 4 stages that we're running here. When you have the biggest Western Championship in history, you also need the most stages that you've ever run, which is So you're only seeing 1/4 of the action. Of course, we have all the top solvers on this main stage, but the rest of the solvers, they're all getting their solves in. Yeah, a lot of great fun has been had so far this weekend.
Yeah, let's think about the stages here for a second, because there are a lot of them. I think there's a purple stage, a black stage, which is the stream stage that you're watching right now, the orange stage, and then there's a white stage, and then there's also a stage for unofficial events, and I think, is there a stage for the data table? No, it's probably in the back somewhere.
Not exactly a stage, yeah, but it's like it's its own nook. Yeah, so there's like an area carved out for that. We got a stream area back here. We got a whole concourse outside. That's where we have vendors. We got there's lucky draws going on out there. There's like an unofficial head-to-head booth. There's like booklets to do. There's loads and loads of activities. And yeah, it's just amazing what the team was able to was put together.
I love it. How was set up there when you got there, presumably yesterday, to get everything set up?
Yeah, so yesterday in the morning, actually we had to set everything up. And yeah, it actually went smoother than I had expected. Of course, me and Lucas, we were primarily doing stream setup alongside Matthew Marinick. And yeah, we had a pretty good time, pretty chill for the most part. Of course, when you're doing setup while the competition itself is going on, certainly things to work around there. But yeah, I mean, setup went basically as well as we could have hoped for. Obviously, had a ton of help from all the delegates and other staff volunteers who were in the venue. And yeah, I mean, everything went relatively smoothly.
That's awesome. Always feels good from a production standpoint too, when you can get through setup and it's just like, okay, this is looking really good, and always good to have such a great production crew. I mean, you mentioned Lucas Aubin on site today, Matthew Marinick, I believe. I'm not too sure if he's on site, but I mean,
he was here yesterday.
He was here yesterday, okay, but a whole bunch of other individuals here making this broadcast possible. I think you mentioned Kaushik Murugan as well, helping you out, and all the casters that you're seeing for this live stream today. I mean, just a big thank you to everyone for making this broadcast possible and for bringing such great entertainment to you. It's awesome.
Yeah, totally. And you haven't even seen all the casters yet. We got a couple more who will be tuning in this afternoon as well as tomorrow. We're also streaming the entire day tomorrow. So yeah, you'll definitely want to, whichever channel you are subscribed to, whichever channel you're watching this on, make sure to subscribe to it. Right now we're on 3 channels, and we'll be on the SpeedCubeShop channel in the afternoon as well. Because you won't want to miss the action from tomorrow. It's going to be, it's going to be literally action-packed. We got 2 full rounds of 3x3, your traditional 3x3 rounds. Of course, we have a couple of semifinals for Pyraminx and 2x2 as well. And then we're going to get into our finals block basically immediately after lunch. I think it actually goes 3x3 semifinals, a short break so we can actually set up all the finals, and then 5 finals back to back to back, another break to set up for head-to-head finals, and then the marquee event, head-to-head finals, one of the few that will be held in North America. Actually, this is the it's the 4th one that is that's been held so far, and actually there are only going to be 5 total. So we're very honored to be able to hold it here at Western Champs.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for these head-to-head finals. You're going to have the best of the best going at it. Get to see him on the head-to-head stage and shine brightly as someone will be crowned a Western champion here coming up tomorrow. And it'll be 5 new Western champions crowned tonight in terms of the final rounds that you're expected to see later tonight. Well, I think, Manu, we're transitioning right now to lunch, I believe, no?
Yes, sir. We're going to go to lunch, so we're going to send you to a quick little ad break. And then once we come back from the ads, we will bring you an interview. We will bring you an interview with Nancy Liu. She is the female North American record holder, the fastest woman in North America, actually the only woman in North America to get a sub-6 average, was in the top 100, recently fell out of the top 100. So yeah, we'll send you to an interview with her first, and then I'll give you one with Zuri Chang. He is an up-and-coming star here in the West, and then after that, we'll get you ready for our afternoon block and get you all hyped for our finals coming up later in the day. Yeah, so yeah, we're just about ready to send it to an ad. We'll send it to a quick word from SpeedCubingTV, and then from there, stay tuned for our lunch interviews.
Rosencrantz, if you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com.
Welcome everyone to Western's Warm Up. This is a new series on the WCC YouTube channel where we sit down and interview some of the best solvers in the West heading into Western Champs. Today I'm honored to be joined by the female North American record holder, Nancy Liu. Hello Nancy, good morning, how's it going? Yeah, feel free to introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Nancy Liu. I'm from SoCal. Specifically, I live in South Pasadena, a very beautiful city. So nearby Cubers, I really hope to meet you guys in future competitions. And my favorite events are 2x2 and 3x3. And I also am the fastest in these events compared to my others events. And yeah. Should I say when I go into cubing and everything?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Give a little like origin story. Yeah, what got you into cubing and why?
To be honest, my origin story is a little cliched. I watched fast people solve cubes basically, and I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. So once cuber that inspired me the most was Jiazhou Li, because like I was originally from China, and we live in like the same area, so I can see him compete very often. Yeah, and I've been into cubing for 7 to 8 years. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I guess like was there any inspiration to like get into like how did you pick like your main events? Did you like were you always like, oh, 3x3 is like the most fun event. It's like the most event that everybody does. It's the one that's held at every
That was
competition.
the case for maybe the first 5 years of my
Mhm.
cubing career. And but later I was like, 3x3 is a little competitive.
Yeah.
So then I picked up 2x2, which wasn't as competitive as 3x3 at the time, but now it's also very competitive. Both events are good. But now my main event is probably 2x2. Yeah.
Interesting. Why would you say your main event is 2x2 compared to 3x3? Because I mean, like I said, you're in the top 100 of results worldwide, and you're like one of only 100 people who has like a sub 6 average.
Yeah, it's really because I wasn't expecting that sub 6 average, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't practiced for like 2 months before that competition, and I wasn't expecting to get any great average, especially a PR. And then I was like, okay, just get into the competition, warm up. And it actually went pretty well because I wasn't nervous or anything. And 2x2 is really my main event right now, really because, I learned all those EG. I'm considered like better in 2x2 compared to 3x3 because, yeah, my 2x2 average, like practice average, is actually better than my PR now. So even though the rankings might show that my 3x3 might be better, but I feel like 2x2 is still my main focus.
Yeah, 2x2 can be a tricky event to main also because sometimes it just comes down to the scramble sets. Honestly, even 3x3 is kind of getting to this point now where like if you just get bad
3x3
scrambles.
is much better. It's
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least you have like you have the opportunity to like create your own luck in 3x3. Yeah, what is
Yeah.
that like, I guess, kind of is that frustrating sometimes where you like walk into 2x2 and you're like, okay, like today we're going to get like we're going to get PR by like a huge margin and then the scrambles are just bad.
To be honest, that was the case for the entire year. When I after I broke my 2x2, it was FWR average, I think.
Mm.
And then for the entire year, I was like, okay, gonna improve. And but the results just so no. And every time, like after I have the chance of getting a better average, like 4 solves into the round, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna lock in this one, and something happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why I kind of just relax with with these results because it's not really useful to be frustrated anyways. Yeah, I'm probably not the only one anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting for you because, like you said, you have like a limited number of rounds because you're also in school, right? And of course, like
Yeah.
balancing school and cubing is always hard. So like, how do you like kind of manage expectations going into even just like any competition, just because the rounds are so rare for you?
I had very high expectations for a very long time, mostly before high school because this year is my first year in high school because I really had time to practice in middle school, and then so I was usually having like a very high expectation of myself, especially in 2x2, which is not something I can control usually. So yeah, how to balance cubing in school. In middle school is pretty like I had a lot of free time. I usually practice like I won't say a lot. In seventh grade, I practiced like 1 hour a day. Eighth grade, it reduced to 30 minutes or even less a day. And now this year, it's pretty rough, really, because I don't really have that much time. It's a little shocking how the transition from eighth grade to like ninth
Mm.
grade has been. So, yeah, I guess I'm very relaxed at Cuba right now. I'm like, my priority is to make friends, and my second goal is to create some PRs.
Yeah, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think that's a good way to kind of approach it. Especially when like if your main is like the scramble dependent thing, it's like it's just completely random sometimes whether or not
Yeah,
you get an opportunity to even do
yeah.
well. Um, I want to go a little bit into the 599 average you got. You said it was like a little bit lucky. Tell us a little bit about like what your preparation kind of looked like before, because this was also like your last comp too, which was February. No, that was in January, I guess. At this
Yeah.
point.
Okay. So first of all, I did not have that much time to practice before the competition, so I mostly just practiced a lot the night before. Would not recommend that. Also, during competition, I have this little routine in 3x3 of like, first of all, I warm up with my hands for like with some practices of like the top layer. I think it's really beneficial because you really need to get into um, that that state where you can just turn faster and be confident in yourself, and then also just to prevent some lockups. And later in the like when like after like 100 solves of these top layers, I move on to actual solves. But I usually don't time myself during inspection because I usually have enough time. But if you are not confident with like seeing the first F2L group or anything, you should probably time yourself for inspection. But before competition, you can just relax and just do some solves where you mainly try to um, like just get better solutions in, because that's what will help most in like a real round, because you really want to like you usually would be a little nervous, so you would want your solution to be consistent at least. And so that's basically all my prep before the round. I just went up there and then after solve, okay, that was great. And I was like, okay. And also really do not put pressure on yourself, because that's what I did for the 599 PR. If I was nervous, to be honest, I was gonna mess up on all last four solves. And then I think another thing is that if you're really feeling nervous, um, sometimes the best way for me to deal with that is to not talk to anyone. That sounds really, really mean, or I don't know, but like it really helps me to focus. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of like maybe lock in and not be distracted by like what someone else has had for breakfast or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. What would you say you global? And so like I guess relative to that, how good was 599 really?
599. If I have to rate it like compared to my usual score, like if I have to give it a score out of 100, that would probably be 88 or 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty good. What do you think you need to do in order to like replicate 599 or kind of get close to something like that in an official comp again?
Not expect anything. Yeah. Also, I really need to practice more. I really need to lock in, especially for Westerns. It's more competitive than a normal competition.
Yeah, Westerns is going to be crazily competitive. We'll have 3 rounds of normal, your average of 5, and then we have the new head-to-head format. And one of the things that's weird with head-to-head is usually you have like 16 people or 20 people who advance to a final, but for 3x3 and head-to-head, it's actually only going to be 8 people. So I'm not sure if you watched other head-to-head stuff that the WCA has put on, but do you have like thoughts on potentially competing in it and like trying to make it into the head-to-head final?
So making it to the final would be great, and also I think watching it would be better though. Because I think competing in that format sometimes would be a little stressful, but it is so much fun, like so much more interesting to watch as like a spectator. I think it can potentially inspire more people to join speedcubing even just because it's so fun to watch. And I think, to be honest, I would feel very honored to be in one of those finals, because you have all eyes on you and like everybody's solving, and then yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, well, we would be honored to have you in the finals because we want to see the fast solvers make it into the finals. Yeah, so I guess like going into Westerns, let's talk about both 3x3 and 2x2. Maybe let's start with 3x3. Is there anything in particular that you're like kind of preparing, or like are you like learning new algs, or are you just more so trying to, like you're saying, like kind of lock in and think about like your solutions and efficiency?
I have not been practicing
Sure.
very great, but I plan to practice, I promise. And then maybe like at least 2 weeks before the competition. And also, I think I'm not gonna try to learn new algs, especially for 3x3. I'm not interested in ZB. Can I say that?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Yeah, but I do think like if you want to go with ZB, like start with some easy ZBs because like I tried those like I think easy ZBs are okay, but like once you get into like the entire hundreds of algs, like it's easy to lose track of some algs and then how to like discern them. So I think yeah, 3x3, I mostly just want to improve my solution and my consistency. And that's the most important for 2x2 too, because I think I cannot rely on good scrambles and everything. I have to get into like, I have to get, I think for me, I think sub 1.7 for almost all solves. I think that's the consistency I'm aiming for. And 3x3, I think 3x3, it's easy to be consistent in 3x3. And I think sub 7 is what I'm aiming for. Yeah.
Yeah, I think sub 7 is certainly a good goal. I think probably in order to make finals, it will probably end up being sub 7. Because we got Max, we got Maddie. These guys are basically guaranteed to
Yeah,
get sub
definitely.
6.
Yeah.
And then we also got like, yeah, we got loads of names. If I like rattle them all off, it would take forever.
Oh, but 8 people in final, so it's going to be very competitive.
Yeah, yeah, it should be pretty competitive. I think so. Last I checked, I think you were, I think 6th on the psych sheet.
Oh, wow.
So I
Okay.
think so. Right now, you're in by a good margin. But
Okay.
I think it'll basically be guaranteed to be sub 7 to make it into that.
Yeah, yeah,
fight.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, which will be exciting, no matter how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about 2x2. What are like your goals for Westerns, and then like how does 2x2 preparation kind of differ from your 3x3 stuff?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So 2x2, I mainly just try to get some solves in because for 3x3, you can rely on, I don't know, like your turning in a competition, but 2x2 you really need to be consistent. You can't rely on scrambles or anything. And I think I'm not gonna learn new algs for 2x2 as well, just because I will have limited time to prep, and new algs might mess up with my usual routine. And I really need to focus or allocate all my time on solving practice and especially inspection time. I really need to like because 2x2, you don't have that much inspection time. You have to look at basically almost all solutions you can come up with. So inspection time is really becoming like an issue when you not practice a lot. So for 2x2, I think my plan is just to solve more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, makes a lot of sense. How many solutions do you usually go through in inspection right now, would you say?
Right now would probably be 2 to 3, but when I was practicing more often, it would be like 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. And then how do you think you kind of practice generating more solutions? Do you think it's just doing more practice, or is there something systematic that you think you can pick up?
Doing more practice.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. If I have to give a systematic way of practicing it, I would say um just so basically to practice to inspect it without timing yourself at first, and this way you get more familiar with the solutions you can possibly come up with and your priorities in a real round, so that way you can like inspect faster when you really have to get like the time limit.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of
Mhm.
like if at home you can see 5 solutions, let's say, maybe in in competition during like your 15 seconds inspection, maybe you don't see 5 solutions, but maybe you still see 3 solutions. Whereas if at home you only saw 3 solutions, maybe at competition you only see like 2 solutions or something. Is that what you're saying?
Uh, similar to that,
Okay.
but I was talking about how you really need to look at all possibilities in a cube. So basically, it's similar to what you're saying, but the difference is you're basically trying to find out the solutions that are easier for you to find out. For example, if this setup is 5 steps for this phase specifically, you want to find out if that's easier for you to like look at in a real competition versus like a 6-step setup or like a 3-step setup. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I guess like having the options open to you at all is what's the most important thing. Because if you just don't see the options to begin with, then obviously you're not going to execute it, right?
And also prioritize the ones you think you're easier to find.
Right. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. One thing I want to ask, which is maybe a bit of a different question, what differentiates your solving, you think, compared to other people? Like, what makes you particularly good at 2x2?
So I don't usually go with cancel. I'm practicing on that, but most of the time I just go with the solutions I'm really confident with. So it's harder for me to like mess up completely, but also I might miss some very like great solutions. Yeah. So I'm more of a consistent solver, but I really want to really get some like those amazing solutions in like those cancels. Yeah, I tried these in competitions, but the best result I've gotten is DNF.
Ah, yeah, with cancellations it's hard sometimes because you
Yeah,
have to look into the future and then not execute the moves that you're so used to executing. So
I think it's really about my self-confidence. Like when I'm confident with a solution, I usually get a very good time, but yeah, if I'm not, then I usually mess up.
okay, yeah.
Mm.
Um, so I'm gonna spin this question a bit of a different way also. So
Yeah.
recently we've actually seen a lot of progress in 2x2, especially from women, right? Because I think Yuki broke the FWR somewhat recently,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you, I think Alina is also one of your friends, right? And I think she's
Yeah.
been getting crazy results in 2x2 and 3x3 recently, and her progression is just nuts, considering that she was
That
also a
last
senior.
Yeah, she's really impressive as a cuber.
Yeah,
And
so
too. Yeah.
well, sorry, go. I think the last thing cut off. Maybe go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, she's really impressive as a cuber and as a student.
Yeah, really crazy stuff. So like, yeah, what do you think? Like this progression of like women cubers. Also, Chishian just broke the female world record again. This
Oh,
last
okay.
weekend, she got
Yeah.
468. So yeah, so what do you think about like more and more girls getting into cubing, and let's say like someone is watching this and they're like, oh, I don't know if like makes sense for girls to get into cubing. Do you have like any advice and tips for them?
Definitely. I think it's easier to always try it out at first and then see if you're interested because I promise it's gonna be interesting. Like you get more and more motivated as you go on. And I'm really happy that these like female cubers are on the rise now because it seems like we're getting more inspirations for these new girls in cubing. And I think the best way for you to improve really is to make friends and find motivation because I won't I won't phrase it as peer pressure, but I think that's how I was motivated to improve from like 11 seconds to sub 8. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that sometimes I see like Alina and Yuki's stories, and they're always just trying to like beat each other. And
Wait, really?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I guess it works out for both of them because they've been getting really good results recently. So I think it's not actually peer pressure, but it's like friendly competition, I guess is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah. That's much better way to put it.
Yeah, no, totally. Do you have anyone you look up to, like in cubing or like in sports or otherwise? Like, what's like your source of like inspiration?
right now, I think I'd say it's from one of those like you would say like older cubers like Felix or Max because I really like how they're so consistent and they've been cubing for so long but still persist in cubing even though they're like new cubers coming up. I think that's my goal eventually is to be active in this cubing circuit and then really try my best for all the solves. I might not always be the best like solver like on like a ranking wise, but I will definitely enjoy my entire cubing career. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, yeah, Felix and Max, those are guys that everybody looks up to. So
Hmm.
they're great role models for our
Yeah.
community. And you know, you're right. Felix just got OCR.
And also a female cuber I really, really admire,
Mhm.
Juliet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Juliet, I think she recently won the French championship again for like
Yes.
the third
Really,
time in a row.
really impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very impressive. No, she's awesome. I got to interview her at Worlds also, and she's very well spoken.
Mhm.
And plus she's done so much stuff. Like, so I'm learning some ZB on the side, and like I have like a tab open on my computer that's just permanently
Yeah.
open. That's Juju's ZBLL sheet. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean her
How's learning?
resources are super helpful.
How's learning ZB?
Um, Well, okay. There's no real point in me learning ZB because I just stink. But I like learning algs.
I doubt that.
Yeah. So like recently I learned the L2 GLL set, which is some of the algs are like all the algs are good, but the recognition is hard. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
learning
that's why
U was way easier.
start with like easy ones, like the
Yeah.
ones that are easy to distinguish.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also a couple of like really short ones. There's like 11 movers and 10 movers. Those are definitely like way easier. I recently got a smart cube, so it's a lot
Oh,
easier to practice on the smart cube,
yeah,
at
yeah,
least for doing like algs and stuff.
hmm
Cool.
yeah.
Um, Nancy, tell the audience a little bit more about yourself, like outside of cubing. Do you have any like hobbies or interests, or like what are like your favorite subjects in school, stuff like that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me start with school because so basically I think I have a lot of interests and that's a little worrisome to me right now actually because all my friends are saying oh my god I'm gonna get into this major. I have this whole thing planned out for my 4 year of high school and I'm like how did you do that? Like because I feel like for now I don't really have a specific area that I'm like very interested in because all my interests are scattered out on this thing. Like, for example, I like math, I like science, but I also like speech and debate and like history. Yeah. And I also like music and speed cubing and tennis. So, yeah, I think it's important for me to explore these subjects early in high school and then try to like find a real like I don't think it would be a true interest, but like the one I'm most interested in and also the good at, like the best at. So yeah. And right now I would say speed cubing is still my favorite.
Awesome. Obviously good to hear. No, yeah, I mean, first year of high school, you got a lot of time to figure it out. It's funny because when I started high school, which was, oh my gosh, that was over 10 years ago at this point.
Mhm.
Back then, people were like, in high school, you could just have fun. You can kind of just do whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah, right. That's so much changed over there. Like my parents told me that when they were in high school, like there was nothing like this.
mm, yeah, it's very competitive these days. So,
Yeah, yeah.
especially in areas like SoCal, the students
Definitely,
are
yeah.
very, very, very bright.
I do understand that a lot of people can like find their true interest or like even major in freshman year, but I feel like a lot of them are still from like family pressure, you
Mm.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. But
Mhm.
you got a lot of time, so you don't
Mhm.
need to worry about it, in my
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
opinion.
I'm trying to relax. And now cubing is really very relaxing for me. Like it used to be one of like my main pursuits, but
Hmm.
now it's like just like a relaxation tool.
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. I guess because also with the timing of when Westerns comes this year, it's not before school starts. It's actually like basically at the end of school. I assume you probably don't have like exams or anything.
before the finals, but yeah,
Oh, it's
still.
before your finals. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's a little bit stressful, perhaps. But
it's
at
fine.
least you have the Memorial Day on Monday.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have the day off to do some cubing, and then you can get back into school.
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, with school starting up, yeah, do you find cubing to be easier maybe because it's less pressure?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think I'm also more able to enjoy cubing itself, rather than trying to get, oh my God, these PRs in. I need to get this PB. No,
Mm,
now it's just like, okay, I'm gonna make some friends today. Yeah, and then yeah, see if I can get a PR on the way.
yeah, awesome.
Mhm.
Cool. What kind of keeps bringing you back to cubing? Is there like anything in particular that's like motivates you to get better?
I think you just always want to get better once you are like at a certain level, especially when those like nowadays people are getting faster too, and like every time I pick up a cube after I haven't been practicing for a while, I suddenly get faster for a little period of time. And I call that like hallucination because because I think that's the way cubing, like the cubes are trying to tell me, okay, you can get faster because like usually you can try that too. I think I've done this a few times. For example, 599 average was one of those signals. Like I wasn't practicing and my cube is telling me, okay, get back to it because you can be better.
Yeah, definitely. I have this whenever I pick up a big cube. Sometimes I'll do like some practice and then I'll like be like, ah, whatever, big cubes are lame. And then I'll go back to big cubes without doing any practice and get like some random like average of 12 PB. It's like, oh,
Sometimes it feels unfair even because when you're
yeah.
really trying, you're not getting like the results you've been wanting to get. But now, like, yeah, it's just like I think it's also a part of, I don't know, like is that some kind of rule, a hidden rule or something even? Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Cubing can be very mysterious at times.
Yeah.
But it's fun. That's why we keep
Yeah,
returning
yeah,
to
yeah,
it.
definitely.
Awesome. All
Mhm.
right. Well, I think we've chatted for a very long time, Nancy. So anything you want to like kind of close out the interview with? Anything you want to like mention to the viewers or anyone you want to like thank, shout out, whatever?
Can I change the part where I said don't talk to anybody?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. This is your chance.
So now a practical tip I would give when you're feeling nervous is to talk to people about something unrelated to cubing because you won't feel stressed anymore. And even talk about different events, because you will not feel as present while you're like sitting to and waiting for a cube to come. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Nancy, how can people like follow your cubing journey or whatever it is? Do you have like a YouTube or like a public Instagram or something?
I have a YouTube, and the last time I posted is probably a year ago. I will post more often. It's called, wait, can you just attach it to the video later?
Yeah.
Because I really need
Yeah.
to check. I'm
Yeah, no,
not.
no, I totally will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you can find Nancy's YouTube in the description. Awesome.
Mhm.
Well, thanks, Nancy, for taking out your morning. It's a lot easier for you to get up, I think, than it is for me to get up. But hopefully you enjoyed the
Thank you.
interview.
Thank you for doing
And
this.
yeah, we're excited to see you at Westerns. Best of luck with your preparation and, of course, the end of the school year as well.
Thank
And
you
yeah,
so
thanks.
much. And then good luck to anybody watching.
Awesome. Thanks for the interview.
No problem.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Westerns Warm Up. This is Manu on the WCC YouTube channel. Today, I am joined by Zaruri Cheng. He is the fastest 3x3 solver in all of Northern California and just recently entered the top 100 worldwide. Hello, Zaruri. Welcome to the WCC YouTube channel. Yeah, please introduce yourself for the audience.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I'm from Bay Area. And I'm like 12 years old, and I just started middle school.
Okay, Awesome. Yeah, it's very exciting. Yeah, thanks for being on, Zuri. So let's start the interview with like it's a pretty basic question. How did you get started in speedcubing? Like, how old are you when you started, and what kind of motivated you to start solving?
So like when I was like 7, I was watching this Chinese show called Super Brain, and I saw like people just like cubing there. It was like I found it like very cool, so I decided like try myself, and I found it like very fun. So I just continued like cubing. Yeah.
Yeah, totally makes a lot of sense. On a Chinese show, okay. How fast were those solvers that you were watching?
It was like in like 2020, like 2022 and 21. So like they weren't as good, but they were like 10 seconds and like 12 seconds. You know?
Okay. Okay. I mean that's still like that's like decently fast. Although you're way faster.
Yeah, that's like a long time ago though.
Yeah, yeah. One thing that I think that's really cool is you got fast really fast. At least to me, it felt like it was really fast. Cause if you, yeah, those people might remember, I used to live in the Bay Area. And I remember like, I had never heard about you. And then at some point I'm like, man, I keep hearing about this kid Zuri. Like he's really good. And then like, you just kept getting better and better. And just a couple of weeks ago, you got 589 average and entered the top 100. So, did you like practice a lot? Was there like anything special you did?
I mean, like I was just like going on like Cube Station. Like it was like I used like the online cube and like I connected it. So like I started like practicing my solutions, and I also like watched like videos of solutions from like Maddie and sometimes Ehane, cause like Maddie had like those like very good solutions like in the start like X crosses and stuff. So like I watched like his solves and like learned stuff from him, and I also practiced like mainly like look ahead to like eliminate pauses, but like not a lot of last layers. So I just keep locking up. So I'm practicing it right now.
Okay. Okay. Would you say so? What is like the good part of your solves? Do you think that your look ahead is really good compared to other people? Do you think like your algorithm knowledge is really good? Your inspection is really good?
I think it's like mainly my look ahead, like not really turning, but like my usually look ahead and my solutions are good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you mean like your efficiency, like you're solving pairs like relatively with like low move count.
Yeah, like especially like the first two pairs.
Okay. Wow. How much do you see in inspection? Do you like always see cross plus one or cross plus two?
I always see cross plus one, but like I need to. I'm like I want to get it to like 12 moves or less. So like sometimes I can't see two pairs, but usually I get one pair. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, even if sometimes you don't get both pairs, do you at least like can you like track where the second pair kind of ends up being?
Yeah, when I like just start the solve, I already memorized the first pair. So when I'm doing the first pair, I could see the second pair, and like when I'm doing the second pair, I see like the third and like the fourth pair.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, yeah, so very like fluid look ahead to avoid pausing. That's actually really impressive because I think when I started solving, and I think what a lot of kids do is they just want to turn as fast as possible.
Yeah.
But then you end up like pausing and stuff like that. So how did you train your look ahead so much?
So like it's mainly coming from like how much I plan. Like if I plan like just cross, then like I have to like put my TPS to very slow just to see first pair. But like if I plan like one pair, then like I have way more time to see the second pair. So like I don't need to put my TPS to like that slow.
Okay. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Just like lower your TPS and like get more efficient. Yeah.
Okay. What would you say like your like average TPS like over a bunch of solves is?
I say like around like 9 to 10 because like my
Really?
solution, yeah, it's
Wow, that's really impressive. What about F12 only? Do you know if it how good it is for F12?
no, I don't know. Probably like 7 to 8, but like I definitely have faster TPS on last layer.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because everybody like drills the algorithms. That's a really impressive. So I recently got a smart cube, and I've just been like playing around with it. And on CS Timer, it will tell you like how fast you're doing some of your algs. And even like my last layer algs, only like occasionally am I getting to like 7 TPS. So your F2L at 7 TPS is really, really impressive to me. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
What about like last layer? Was there anything like special you do for last layer, or do you just do like, you know, OLL, PLL?
I just like do it, but like I pause way too much during last layer, and I just like lock up a lot. So like I'm training that right now.
Okay. What are you doing to kind of train these how to get rid of these lockups?
So like I practice LSL or last slot last layer.
Okay. Like you just have like CS timer like generate like last slot last layer or something.
Yeah, like yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, that sounds really exciting. Do you think that's like the worst part of your solve, like the part that needs the most improvement?
Yeah, I think like my episodes are around like 3.5 to like 3.8, but like my last layer sometimes get to like 3 seconds. Like
Okay.
it's supposed to be around like 2.5, but it's just like not very consistent.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I heard a long time ago that your F2L should be like, I think like 2/3 of the solve, and then like your last layer should be 1/3 or something like that, 60%.
That's like very hard.
Yeah, but it's I think at your speed it's probably pretty hard. Do you have any plans to like learn like any big algorithm sets like OLCP or even just like some edge control basic ZB stuff?
I just learn like some like 1 or 2 ZBs every day if I have like enough time. And like every 3 days I review so I don't forget the algs. But like I don't really get ZBs a lot in comp, so like when I get it, it's just very good.
Yeah, a lot of things have to like, you know, collect together. Or either that or you have to do like a lot of like edge control and like edge orientation stuff, which I'm sure would slow down your F2L quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Do you think you would ever switch to like full ZB, like using both ZBLS and ZBLL?
Probably not because that's like way too much algorithms. I mean, I am in middle school, so like it's not like elementary. I have like less time for cubing, but I still try to like spend more time in cubing.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, like you had mentioned, like you just started middle school. What is like different, would you say, and how does that affect how much time you have for cubing?
There's like a lot more homework than elementary, so like I have like less time for cubing, so like I just sleep later now to like cube more.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are you finding it hard to kind of balance between your schoolwork and cubing?
Sometimes when I have a lot of homework, I might like do cubing like just at school some for like some time, or like on the car when I'm going home. So like I just use like those pieces of time to like cube, because like I
Yeah.
don't have like
No, that's really smart actually. To use like, because in the car you kind of can't do anything. It's like too hard to do homework in the car, right?
Yeah.
But it's easy to, you know, pull up Cube Station or whatever and just do cube.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty cool. What are some of your subjects that you like in school?
I like math and like physics because they're like very interesting.
Physics? You're taking physics in middle school?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, wow, that's really impressive. I studied physics in college. So that's why. Wow, I guess the kids these days, you guys just learn so much new stuff.
I mean, the physics are like easy. It's not like very hard. It's just easy.
Sure. No, that's pretty impressive. No, that's awesome. Good to hear. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Westerns because that's the whole point. We're leading up to Westerns. You're gonna go to Westerns this year in Southern California. It's a long drive. Have you ever been to Southern California before?
I think like 1 or 2. Yeah, like not much.
When did you go and like what why were you there? Were you like visiting Disneyland or just hanging out?
I was just like going to like sometimes to like just hang out there. I mean, like I think I went to a competition there and like it was like very fun.
Okay. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, what are your like but are you like gonna do anything different for practice right before Westerns? I think school is probably still happening right now. So I don't know if like anything looks different as you you know, are trying to prepare for Westerns.
I mean, I'm probably gonna do like less like full salts, but like more of like last layer, LSLL, and like some like pair planning and look ahead because like I have a school exam like right after Western, so like I need like a lot of time for that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. No, that makes sense to focus on like very specific things rather than just doing like, you know, a ton of solves. That's pretty cool. What are your goals for Westerns? Do you have any goals?
Like I'm trying to get to like one sub six. Like it doesn't have to be PR, but like anything like sub six, like just one round. And then like for the other rounds, I probably want like low six to like mid six, or like more sub six averages. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sub six would be pretty good because there aren't that many competitors who have ever got. Let me quickly check because I have the psych sheet open. I think only 6 competitors have ever gotten a sub six before. Yeah, only 6 competitors, and you're fifth on the psych sheet.
Yeah, I should get it in like third round, so like I'm secure finals.
Right. Yeah. That's the other thing which is different is Westerns is going to be the WCA head-to-head finals. So instead of having everybody do their average of 5, we you know how it is. Like you did it in Davis. Tell me a little bit about that experience. Did you enjoy it?
I only had like 4 subs because like I DNF and I got a 12, so like it was bad. But like, and then I also got like a 6.4, I think, and a 6.6. But like I lost like one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it was pretty fun, but it was just like a lot of nerves.
Yeah. Was it your first time like being on like such a big stage like that?
Um, Probably like my second time because my first time was probably in like Westerns like last year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that time I almost PR'd. It was like 6.4 average.
Yeah. I think I remember that. That was in Vegas. That was pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the new format? Do you like the new format? Do you like the old format?
I mean, it does make me pretty nervous. Like I feel like it's like more fun than the old format, but like I might not do it just as good. But like I'll just like try my best to like conquer the nerves.
Yeah, I think for most people that's going to be the hardest thing because most of the time if you get like a bad solve, then it's okay. Like 'cause you can always drop one solve. When you're doing the head to head, you have to make sure that every solve is at least kind of okay. It doesn't have to be the best solve you've ever done, but it still needs to be like if you get like a 12, then you're probably going to lose that point, unfortunately. Have you done any practice with like how to like handle like the pressure or like your nerves in any way?
I just like practice right when my hands are like super cold.
Okay.
So like when my hands are actually cold in the competition, I won't do that bad. And like I just like practice last there because like that's like the thing that gets like the most affected when my hands are cold and they're like sticky and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. The other thing is like it'll be the last event that we do, which will be on Monday. It'll be Monday afternoon, so it'll be like a whole weekend of cubing across like all the other events. Are you gonna do other events at Westerns too?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like 2x2, one hand, and 4x4 probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like there's a lot of other events, and then we have to get to 3x3 at the very end. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see like how people do in like the different types of pressure. Recently, you know, Maddie announced his elite cubing initiative for a bunch of like young Americans, and it was very exciting to hear that you were selected as one of the team members. So yeah, tell me a little bit about that. Like, how did you feel when you heard the news?
Like I was like very happy because like I could finally get coaching from like Maddie, and it's like so many people like want that, and like I'm literally getting it for like free, which is yeah, I'm very excited for it. And like I could also meet like other like young kids who are like sub 7. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems very exciting. The whole program seems very interesting because we have all of the kids in China who are doing really well, but we didn't really have any of the
Yeah.
American kids. So you might be one of the best American solvers. Who knows?
No, probably Caleb though, cause like
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Chen is definitely like very good.
Yeah, Caleb, he recently won Southeast Champs, which was last week actually. I think he won that with a 530 average.
Yeah,
He
he
got
won by like more than 1 second.
Yeah, which is like really impressive. So it's good to see because I've heard that sometimes Caleb is also he used to have a lot of problems with like being nervous. So now I'm glad to see that his nervousness is like getting fixed. Very very good to hear. Um, yeah, that's very exciting. Tell me a little bit about your 5.89 average that you got in Davis a couple weeks ago. Just like kind of walk me through like your emotions as you were like doing your average.
Like in the first slot, I remember it was like 6.3, I think, or 6.1, but like that slot wasn't too good. I had like a few lockouts, but it could have been like sub 6, but like, and the second slot was 585, like that was like decent, and third slot was also decent, and then my fourth slot was like 4.9, which was like crazy, and then like I had a chance for like sub 6, and then in the last solve, I just like the nerves didn't get me this time, so like I started like turning very well and had no lockups. And then I got an A perm and I was kind of cooked. But then like I still like executed it very well. So yeah, I got a 560 in the last song.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that you had NA, and NA is so bad, but that's really impressive. Did you know that you were on sub 6 pace when you got the 4?
Yeah, I already knew. I
Okay.
kind of calculated it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you calculated. Well, yeah, because I have the average open now, and you were right. It's 585 was the second solve, and the third solve was 614. So you basically needed to get a sub 6 in order to get sub 6. And
Yeah.
then 569 is like sub 6 by quite a lot too. So, that's very impressive. How did you feel
Yeah,
like?
very
How did you feel like after getting 589? Were you like, oh my goodness, this is like amazing, or were you like, oh
like
yes, finally?
like very very excited because like I missed like so many chances. Like I got like 6.3, like two 6.3 averages, one 6.19, and then like two 6.4 averages. But like they were all so close. But like I messed up on the last solve, so I didn't get it. Like I was really excited. So like I just like checked my ranking and like I was like very happy to be back in the top 100.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. I think it's awesome to we have so much representation in the top 100 in the West, and I think it's very exciting that we have a young competitor like yourself in the top 100 because Nancy, I think Nancy and Brendan, they're both in high school. Maddie is obviously in college, and Max is older, so it's very, very, very exciting. I think you are probably the youngest American in the top 100, which is also like yeah, congrats. Like that's so cool. And
I didn't even realize that.
yeah, which is isn't that very neat? And then I also think I think I introduced this also, but you're also now the fastest solver in NorCal. Like cuz you beat Ethan. Ethan had a 599 also.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's very exciting. Yeah, I mean yeah, congrats on that. I'm excited to see where that goes. What do you like global at home, would you say?
I say like around like 5.9 to like actually no, probably like around like anywhere from 5.7 to like 6.1
Okay.
at home. Yeah.
Okay. That's actually pretty tight. That's a really tight range. So that means that you're pretty consistent, at least at home. Of course, like doing it in competition
Yeah, at
is
home.
very different.
At home it's like without nerves.
Mhm.
So like yeah, with nerves then like it might be like slower, but like not by like too much. Like I'm trying to like decrease that value. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And a lot of it sometimes comes down to not necessarily making your good solves even better, but it's making the really bad solves just a little bit better. Like, you know, instead of getting like 8s, like if those 8s become 7s, then all of a sudden your global moves up quite a lot too.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, no, that's awesome. It's good to hear. Um, One thing I wanted to ask also is like, yeah, do you do other events? I mean, you have a bunch of events on your profile, but like apart from 3x3, what would you say is your next favorite event?
I can't really decide between 4x4 on one hand, but
Mm,
like I did get a 9.3 in one hand, which is like very crazy. So
nice.
like probably one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you do the same like types of solutions OH, or do you do like any different algs or different methodologies?
Are there still like normal OH with like 3x3, just like 3x3? like I just do like the same solution. I just feel like very creative during OH. Cause like if I have like a 50 move solution and I have like a decent TPS, like let's just say like 5, then like I'll have a 10.
Right.
But like when my solutions are bad, then like yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it's like bringing the move count down more than just like turning faster.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Outside of cubing, like what are like some of your other, do you have like other hobbies, other things you like to do? Like do you play any
Oh
sports
yeah,
or
I'd like
anything?
to like I used to like I mean I roller skate,
Oh, okay.
I play chess and like play games and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Um what when did you get into chess? Are you like really good at chess?
No, like I don't have like high rating. It's just like around like 1,800. But like I'm not like that good. But like it is a decent rating. So like
I think that's pretty good. Like especially for, I don't know like how good like, kids are, but I think for an adult like 1800 is pretty good.
yeah, I
So
mean it is pretty decent.
yeah, that's awesome. Do you go to like chess tournaments and things also?
No, like I have a friend who's like very good at chess. He goes to tournaments, but like
Mm.
I've never been to one.
Okay. Okay. Would you want to go to one? Do you think it would be fun?
If I had to pick from like a chess tournament and a cubing, probably a cubing tournament. But like
Mm.
if I can, I will probably go to one.
Okay. Yeah, totally. Um what do you think makes cubing like fun? Like what makes cubing different than chess?
Cause like in a cube, there's like more than 43 quintillion like scrambles you can have. So like basically in your lifetime, like it's literally like impossible to have the same scramble twice
Mhm.
in like your entire lifetime. So like yeah, it's just very fun. And like every time you break your record, you just like wanna like break it again and stuff. And, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Cubing is, I like that, especially with smart cubes. You can just like pick up a cube and you can just like continue to do like practice forever. I have not done a lot of 3x3 practice until I got the smart cube, and then now it's like fun. It's like a new kind of, almost like a toy to play with. Um, okay, cool. Um, do you have like anyone in cubing who's like your inspiration, someone you look up to, or someone who like you're like, this person is really cool in cubing?
Probably like Maddie, cause he's like we're both color neutral, as I
Mhm.
said earlier, and like we're both like like we both have like good solutions,
Mhm.
but it's just like he has like better TPS and turning. So like I'm trying to like get like yeah get like closer to like his level.
Yeah, yeah. For what it's worth, I think it's hard to improve, like improving solutions is feels like it's hard because it's like you have to study almost. But improving TPS is like sometimes if you just practice, you can improve your TPS. What Maddie is really good at, I feel, is he has like no pauses between, like especially between OLL and PLL. It just looks like he's doing like one algorithm for the whole thing,
Yeah,
which
I
is,
should try to do that.
yeah, it's really impressive. And especially when he got the North American record average, he also like knows like full VLS also, which was very exciting to see him use. Yeah, that's super cool. Do you have any like tips for anyone who's like, we're gonna put this on the YouTube channel. People are gonna like, um, people who like are slower are probably also gonna watch this. Do you have any tips for anyone who's like learning how to solve a cube or wants to get faster?
Like if you just like started cubing, like you should like memorize the algorithms in CFOP, just like the O and PO, and for F2O, you should like look at the algorithms, but like don't memorize it because like you should make like your own solutions to solve the pairs. And like if you're like around like 10 seconds, you should like try to like plan like one pair or like just like plan one pair so like you won't stop that much, especially during cross and first pair. But if you're like around like 7 seconds, then yeah, I don't really have a lot of tips. Probably just like practice your look ahead and stuff, because like that's what I did.
Yeah, those are very good tips. I'm a 12-second solver, so I'm gonna use some of your tips in order to get a little bit faster. Okay, awesome. Well, I think we basically covered everything I wanted to talk about. Is there anything you wanted to that you wanted to discuss, Zuri? Like any last words to the audience?
Enjoy cubing, guys.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we hope everyone will enjoy speedcubing. Thanks so much, Zuri, for coming on. If you like Zuri, he's gonna be one of the featured competitors at Western Championship this year. It will be we're gonna broadcast the final 2 days, and at the end we're gonna have head-to-head finals where I think Zuri will easily make the head-to-head finals. He's very 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 talented. But yeah, with that, I think we're gonna sign off. So thanks everyone. And yeah, bye bye.
Okay, no, we're good now. Now we're live. Now you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Western Champs 2026. It's been a fantastic Western Champs so far. We're still doing lunch, but I didn't want to just like leave the screen on ads because who likes to watch ads? So instead, I brought over the little lime cuber, Emil Lazariev. How's it going, Emil?
What's up, guys? What's up, Manu?
Yeah, how has your Westerns been so far?
Oh, it's been awesome. I've been filming with my dad quite a bit. We've been going up to Cubers, asking them who they think is going to win Westerns, and it's been really fun. My results have been pretty average. I did really good in 3x3. I almost PR'd, so I'm really proud of that.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about that. We can actually take a look at that a little bit.
Yeah, it was 7.85. Yes.
Yeah, 785, yeah.
Yeah, it was very good. I started with 3 7s, and I was on crazy PR pace, and then I got 2 8s. I counted an 8.22. And if that last solve, I kind of messed up a little. I started very good, then it didn't go as I wanted, but it's still PR3, still very good.
Okay, yeah, I mean, pretty solid stuff. I feel like you've been doing a lot of 3x3 recently, and you've made like a lot of good progress in 3x3 as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, pretty solid stuff. I guess what is like the most exciting thing about like kind of like Westerns? What's like the most exciting thing you were like looking forward to about it?
Well, I was looking forward to seeing my friends again. I mean, I see them a lot at comps, but you know what? It's always more fun when you see so many people in such a big environment. You get to compete. People are supporting you. Your friends are there. Like, especially when I did blindfolded, all my friends were supporting me, and I just love that. And I think this is one of the coolest communities to be a part of, so it's really fun,
Is this the biggest comp you've ever been to? The biggest Western comp.
Westerns, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I guess like aside from like NAC and everything, like like your big major championships or like Worlds, like this is kind of like the biggest it's gonna get.
It is. It's a lot of competitors. 370, right? If I'm right.
370 people registered, and like 320-ish people did 3x3.
Yeah, that's still.
I think the previous record was also about 320 people.
Oh, okay.
So we're like just right there. It's still like close to record breaking.
Yeah.
Definitely record breaking the number of people who registered though.
Yes, that's big. 370 people registered is pretty big.
What is it like going to a big competition like this, where it's like it isn't a major, because at a major you don't really know anybody, right? But at a competition like this, you kind of know especially since it's here in SoCal.
Yeah.
So what is that kind of like for you?
Like knowing everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot better because like everyone you're with, it's not like, let's say you travel somewhere and you go to a comp that you don't know anyone, and it sometimes can be a little awkward, and you're like sitting alone at a table or something. But here, you know everyone. You can sit with anyone at a table and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, go ahead, sit down," and everyone knows each other. It's so easy to get along with people here. Since everyone is just so familiar with each other, we've been to everyone has been to so many comps together, and I think that's really like good and special because people can form a bond just by like saying, "Hi, can I sit at your table?" And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Tell me about some of your friends who you're excited to compete with at this Westerns.
Oh, at this Westerns, oh yeah.
Shout out your friends, basically.
Shout out. All right, so shout outs to Zach Rubio.
Dude, Zubio.
That is my day one. Yeah, I've known him. I met him at my first comp ever, actually. He was the first person I ever cubed
Oh,
with.
really? Wait, that's awesome.
That was really cool, yeah. And shout out to August Barnard. He's the second cuber I became friends with. August, you're the GOAT. Shout out Dominic Shoji. Dom's
the real one.
You are the GOAT, especially at 2x2. You're way too fast. Like, slow down a bit so I can catch up to you, if that's possible. Thank you. Shout out, and then 2 more. Shout out actually a couple more. Shout out Shiloh Diespine, Ryan Roth, Zach Couch. Here, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Am I missing anyone? And Caden Pascal. Oh, I'm so sorry, Caden. I can't.
Hey, you
I
snuck
can't
him in
forget
there.
you. Yeah.
No, which is a great group of guys, by the way.
Mhm.
It's been really fun for me to getting to know all you guys over the last like 2 years, as I've been here in SoCal, and it's been just cool and exciting to see like you all are like bringing like your A game. You guys bring like a great energy. What is it? I guess like kind of about. Okay, actually, let's go to this. What are you most excited to do for the rest of Western? So we're about we're about 50% of the way through Westerns, right? 30. We had a day yesterday, and then we're halfway through today. What is left that excites you the most?
I think probably honestly the finals. I'm really excited to see 3x3 finals.
Yeah.
And to see who's gonna win because personally I think it's between Max Park and Dylan Miller. I think it's gonna be fairly close between them. I think the bigger favorite is probably Max Park, but you never know. It's like sometimes the underdog can win it all. You never know. So
yeah. Who knows? That one's gonna be really exciting. What are you most interested in competing? Like, what event are you most excited to compete?
Oh, from now on, probably 3x3 blind finals.
Oh, 3 blind. Okay.
Because I made finals. Yes, I wasn't expecting it. I guess my single was good enough, and I was really happy. And I got my first average in round 1.
Nice.
So that was really cool. And I'm just going to go as fast as I could in finals to try to qualify for North American champs.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think it's like, what, 110
Sub 110 single.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you could do it, because I think I've seen some of your, like, at-home solves that you posted, and I'm like, this kid is good. He's, like, a little too good.
I have a 52 as my PB.
Really?
Which was insane.
You know, I don't even have a sub 1 attempt at home.
Actually?
Yeah,
you know,
well,
now
I
that
have a 101.
Now that we just talked about it, you're getting it the next time you do blind at home.
Hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. But unlike you, I am qualified for 3 blind at NAC.
Oh,
so
you're
you know what? That makes me the better cuber. And I'm gonna take it.
Guys,
I one-upped you.
I can't argue.
But I didn't make finals. I actually didn't get a single. I didn't get a single attempt sub 140 actually. Yeah, I did terribly. So bit disappointed. But no, 3 blind. That's gonna be really exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I also think like a lot of people think that like 3 blind is impossible, and I know you recently picked it up.
Yes.
So what kind of like do you have any tips and tricks for anyone listening?
Oh yes. Yeah, as a lot of people that like think of 3 blind as something like impossible, I always thought it was impossible. I never thought I was like I can't do this. And then I started learning it with the help of Graham Siggins. Shout out Graham. He is the GOAT. I owe him so many thank yous because he's just the GOAT. He taught me, and when I first started, it was super hard. I didn't understand. I like wanted to break my cubes, but I was patient. I kept going, and eventually I got faster, and faster. And I think my tip advice would be just keep learning, keep grinding, don't stop no matter what obstacles you face, and you will be able to do it. Trust me, guys.
Perseverance is the key, huh?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, certainly. No, 3 blind is it's very exciting. So you all will be able to watch that tomorrow. It'll actually be the last final before head-to-head.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we'll do 3 blind, and then we'll have like a little bit of a break so that we can set everything up, make sure everything looks pretty, and then we'll do head-to-head finals.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, last little thing here, Emil, while we have you.
Yep.
There's a lot of people who are watching who either don't know about speed cubing, like they're watching it for the first time, or they're like watching it, but they've never like gone to a competition. So what kind of like words of encouragement, if any, do you have for anyone at home who wants to like learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube or go to a competition?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, it is, trust me, it's not as hard as people think. Pick one up. If you're scared that you're not going to be able to do it, don't be. There's so many people that do it, come to these comps. You can do it. Look up a tutorial on YouTube. You learn. And to find competitions, go to WCA.com or the World Cubing Association.com, and you will find a list of so many competitions all around the world, a lot in the U.S., lots in SoCal. So, yes, please, if you want to come to a speed cubing competition, don't be afraid. It doesn't matter how fast, slow you are. What matters is that you show up and you do your best.
There you go. Wise words from a guy. Dude, this guy is so little. He's like half my height.
I know.
But he's got a lot of wisdom in him. We call him Little Lime.
Yes.
Well, you call yourself Little Lime.
Yeah.
And we just all call him Little Lime.
that's just.
Oh my goodness. Well, you're gonna see a lot of Emil on the stream. I think you're probably gonna make a lot of other finals too. Like
maybe like 2 more or 1 more maybe. I
yeah,
don't know.
okay, bro.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
I'm just gonna make I'm just gonna make finals at my regional championship and it's whatever. Okay, I see how it is. Anyway, it's been Emil Lazariev, everyone. And yeah, this is Manu. I'm gonna send you back to ads. We're gonna get started with the afternoon here at Western Championship in just a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere because you're gonna miss some fantastic solves. We'll see you all in a little bit.
See you all.
There we are. Now we're hot. Welcome back, everyone, to Western Championships. Once again, it's Manu Singhal. I am joined on the mic by the one and only my good friend, Chris Yen. Chris, how is it hanging? Welcome to Western Champs, my friend.
It's going good. I'm a little sad that I couldn't join you guys down there in Riverside, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what we have in the first round of Pyraminx. How's your lunch, Manu?
My lunch. You know what? I'm just gonna flex my lunch. This is our staff lunch. And apparently, I have the best lunch out of everybody. Apparently. Oh, actually, I don't even know if that's on the. Oh no, there we go. That's on the stream. And we have tiramisu, which is fancier than I think my my paycheck calls for. But you know what? I'll take it. So it was a good lunch. We had a nice long lunch. We're running ahead of schedule. And yeah, we're ready to go with Pyraminx.
I'm glad that you guys are getting a good lunch, better than the typical pizza and random things that you get throughout the day. You guys deserve a really good lunch every now and then.
Oh, yeah. Look, here's what I'll call out. It's for the staff members, right? I previously shouted out the delegates, but also a big shout out to the staff members who are helping, run the competition. And as a little thank you, they get a nice little lunch, which is well deserved. Staff members help us in lots of competitions across the West. So a little thank you to them as well. As we're getting right into it, Chris. The pyramid puzzle is certainly a very interesting one. What can you tell us about Pyraminx for those who are used to watching like 3x3?
Yeah, obviously, well, as the name would suggest, it's not a cube. And as you can see already, we're already having a tightly contested possible +2 here. It's a little bit different in terms of how you grip. Obviously, the method is going to be different. I'd say in recent years, the methodology for Pyraminx solving at the top level has changed quite a bit from when I first started. I think maybe 5 to 10 years ago, everybody was using top first methods, but more and more, the V first methods have taken over and has proven to be extremely, extremely fast.
Yeah, exactly. Top first, man. What a blast from the past. I feel like the last time I heard about top first was. Do you remember Cubing World?
Absolutely, yeah, Cubing World.
They had a series called How to Get Fast, and that was the last time I heard about top first method. So kind of shows you how the event has evolved since those days of old. As we watch Jack Stewart get a 4.26. One of the things that's really weird about this puzzle is the turning. I feel like I still don't really understand how people turn this puzzle so fast.
Yeah, the turning is something that I think a lot of people struggle with, especially if they're really used to turning a 3x3 or any other cubic puzzle. I think the same goes with other puzzles that aren't necessarily a cube shape. So Megaminx or even Square One, the turning is definitely something you have to get used to. And another interesting thing about Pyraminx is the tips. I think the tips on the Pyraminx are very unlike any other puzzle that you have to solve. They twist on their own, and it's kind of akin to if you were solving a 3x3 and at the very end you have to twist a bunch of corners by hand. It's really, really weird to do it on a Pyraminx. And I think for people who aren't so into the event, we can kind of joke about how the tips are a really weird part of the event. And they are, but it is very much a part of how you solve it. And something that you need to be really good at if you want to solve at a high level.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, okay, me included, the tips are a really interesting part of this puzzle because they are like probably the easiest pieces to ever solve on a twisty puzzle. Is that an exaggeration? No, I don't think so, because it's really straightforward, right? Like you just turn them. But I think it's the actual turning them fast is certainly difficult, and it's really interesting to see how some competitors deal with it. I remember there was like a big thing in the past of like, is it optimal to do tips first or do them last? And now you see like the solved by Shiloh. It's kind of like I feel like people are just like, well, just trying to work it into their solution wherever it makes sense.
Yeah, it's almost like its own solving style. Everybody has what they do for the body, the centers, like the actual pieces that you think about, but then the tips, whether or not you do it at the beginning or where you work it in the middle of your solve, if you do them at the end, and even the finger tricks, people have their own styles for them. And I think that's what really makes this event unique, even though some people say that the tips are kind of silly. I think it's one of the best things about Pyraminx, in my opinion, is seeing how people deal with tips, because everybody's also dealing with the same tip scrambles, and so it's really awesome to see how people solve them differently.
Right. Yeah, and you talked a little bit about scrambles, and scrambles are going to be a big thing here. Now, me here in the venue, I don't want to talk too loudly about the scrambles that we're receiving, but Chris, you can talk all about the types of scrambles that the competitors are getting. What do you see here?
Well, I'm not the best at kind of identifying what what a good pyramid scramble would look like, just because of what I see from a very beginner's perspective. As far as I'm aware, just like any other puzzle, if you see large blocks, then it means an easier start. But I think even beyond the typical intuitive V first, there are a lot of things similar to 2x2 that people can at the top level can see a lot of different solutions. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to end up playing out, or how, for 2x2, you can get people with very, very similar solutions. But I don't think that's the case necessarily for pyramid solving, because there's so many optimal solutions that you can get, and some of them may be more executable than others. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're actually probably going to learn a lot about ourselves, my friend, as we go through this round. This is Dom Shoji now. This guy is one of the fastest solvers of like these short puzzles, like the 2x2 and Pyraminx in SoCal. So he's definitely going to be one to kind of track. He looks like he actually kind of made a mistake there. You saw that like last green edge he had, didn't quite understand where it was supposed to go, or at least maybe like mistraced it somehow. He ended up with a 377, which is still pretty fast. I mean, not bad.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we hear Dom's name in a lot of the podiums during the award ceremony at the end, because, like you said, he's really good at a lot of the faster puzzles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's gonna be making a lot of finals, and yeah, expect to hear his name get called out a lot. This guy's Daxton Westlake. He is also a SoCal solver. Ooh, I like the alliteration, SoCal solver. And Pyraminx is his main event. I mean, you saw him get the 195 earlier. That's the fastest solve that we've seen on the stream thus far. 381 for him. Here's Shiloh now back onto the stream after starting with a 252, like a very, very solid solve. Kind of giving 2 back here. He's gonna count a 4.5. 4.5 I feel like is not really gonna get it done, Chris.
Yeah, and I think Pyraminx is especially prone to this, where the variation at the top and the podium is really unpredictable. We have, let's see, we have 15 solvers that are sub 3 and only one solver who is sub 2. So I think anywhere in that plus or minus 1 second range is really in contention, or has a realistic shot at getting a podium this weekend. And so it's always just about the nerves and how you respond to each scramble. It's going to be interesting to see like what the variation looks like compared to the psych sheet and everything, because when you're down to that 1 second, it really is just about luck and how everyone's solving that day. So
yeah, not only is it how everyone else is solving, I feel like sometimes it's like for an event like Pyraminx, right, where all these puzzles, they all have like magnets in them now, right? So if you twitch a little bit, sometimes you can accidentally do like a full turn. And it's one thing to do that kind of like on like your typical layers, but the tips in particular, I feel like we've seen many, many, many times where like a tip +2 kind of can just like ruin an entire average if you have one bad solve already going in. So Dom's going to be trying to avoid stuff like that. This looks like a pretty good solution. 3 flat, he's not very happy with it. But I mean, there's something there on that scramble.
yeah, I think it's just a little shaky at the end. I mean, Pyraminxes nowadays are really fast, and the turning style with the kind of flick U-turns wasn't something we were seeing very often. It wasn't that long ago, I feel like, when that was kind of frowned upon, using the flick U-turns, but now it's absolutely commonplace. So I think that, combined with how fast Pyraminxes have become, it can lend itself to a lot of lockups, especially for such a short event that can really kill your solve. But it looked like it was a pretty minor lockup towards the end there. Nothing too crazy.
Good. Yeah, that's the stuff that we want to avoid. Of course, the competitors have, they hold themselves in extremely high regard. They have very high standards for themselves. So you'll see like a lot of like head shakes throughout. Those, everyone is shaking their head because they're trying to beat their PR. They're trying to make it into the next round. Of course, we actually have 3 rounds of Pyraminx, so it shouldn't really be too much of a problem, especially for our top solvers that we're watching. We're kind of just like watching to see how they're like getting used to the environment and stuff like that. Chris, as a U.S. national finalist, you've kind of experienced the difference between, going to your local competitions in like the Bay Area, where you're just hanging out with your friends and you're kind of just like doing official solves on the side, and then being at literally like the pinnacle of the sport. Talk to me a little bit and give the audience an idea of like what that difference is like, and like what the competitors might do to kind of overcome that gap in expectations and just the eyes that they have on them.
Well, I know for me, it's pretty hard to shake the idea that I am at a major competition and there are like title implications when it comes to your performance. To be honest, I think sometimes competitors, it really depends what they're thinking before the competition and the competition, their performances at competitions leading up to it. Uh, if somebody's on a roll, even if they're just local competitions, they're going to come into these majors with a lot of confidence, even when they know that this is a major. So I think it just depends for each of these guys. Like, how have they done in their competitions before? How are they feeling up to the weeks of this competition, particularly? I mean, even like, did they have a bad breakfast? Like, those things can kind of throw you off for the rest of the day. Or sometimes you just end up solving that day and it feels like you're turning okay and your solves are fine, but then your times just aren't great. So, uh, I think everybody's feeling the pressure a little bit, as unfortunately Shiloh gets a +2 there. Everybody sees everybody feels the same amount of pressure. It's just about how you're feeling going in. And in terms of managing that, I think it's always nice when you have friends at your competitions. So for all of these guys, I'm sure they're having a fun time hanging out outside the solves and just trying to make it, like you said, with local competitions, just kind of doing official solves on the side. I do think that helps a lot. And honestly, maybe even be easier at majors like this because there's more people that you wouldn't normally see.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Just before we finished up lunch, Emil and I were talking a little bit about like, yeah, what's the differences like when you go to like a huge Cubing USA like national championship, continental championship, you're there with like basically 900 people that you don't know, whereas here you're with like 300 people that you like mostly know. And I think there is like a little bit of like a vibes difference. You can kind of I think it's easier to kind of write off like bad results because like at the end of the day you're still hanging off with your friends. So maybe a little bit of home field advantage for some of the guys here in SoCal at Western Champs.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Like people who are going to competitions close to Riverside already, this might just feel like a local competition to them, just 3 days instead of one. But
yeah,
I'm not sure how many cubers we have here that are from Riverside.
So from Riverside itself, not too many. I mean, Daxon is pretty close. He's what we call the Inland Empire. So it's like when you formally get outside of like the LA area, I would say is kind of Inland Empire area of SoCal. But yeah, a couple members. I think there's a couple members of the UCR Cube Club here as well, which is pretty awesome. Good to see kind of growing to collegiate levels as well.
Yeah, maybe we'll see more of UCR host these kind of competitions, and that's a DNF.
Ooh.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate there, because he also had a +2 counting now.
Yeah, that is that's a tough spot to be in for Shiloh. So getting a DNF there, so he'll count 4-5, 4-6, and 5-3. That's gonna be like that's like what, like 5-0? Oh, 4-7. 4-7. I mean, not good, but I mean he's kind of lucky that there are 3 rounds and not just 2 rounds, because 4-7 is probably not gonna cut it. From what I can tell. I mean, yes, of course, nobody gets their psych sheet results, or at least not everybody gets their psych sheet result every time. But I think 4-7 would be pretty far, or 4-8, excuse me, would be pretty far off the mark. But how do you like bounce back from a round like that, Chris?
Yeah, I think just remembering that you have more rounds hopefully to come. As long as you remember that even if you had a bad performance in that average, that you're still gonna have rounds afterwards, just to focus on those next. Although I was just mentioning that kind of the closer you get to the more high pressure rounds, the smaller the recency window becomes for like how well you've been doing. So the fact that you in your last round aren't performing super well might have a bit of a bigger impact than something that might have happened 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
But if the rounds are spread out far enough, then you really just need to keep your eyes on the next round.
Makes a lot of sense. Daxon there just kind of wrapping up his average 215, pretty solid. All things considered, 5-0, not fantastic. Ended up with a 294 average. I mean, if you look at just psych sheet results, only 14 competitors have ever gotten a result better than that ever. So even if this were like the semifinal going into final, you'd feel pretty good about that subs 3 times. So pretty solid stuff from Daxon. I guess obviously carried by nice little sub 2 to get things started.
Yeah, and I'd say Daxton and everybody else on the psych sheet above him are kind of getting close to being in a separate level as everyone else. I think once you get to the low twos is when you start to see a little bit more consistency. For like Shiloh, like we just saw, Shiloh is still kind of hovering around the mid twos, so it's not super uncharacteristic to see when he's getting a bad average that's in the 4 second range. But for solvers that are 2.3, I'd say, or lower, I don't think you'd see averages worse than maybe like a low 3 from them, even in their bad rounds.
Right, yeah. And I feel like, actually, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like that's kind of what separates really, really, really good solvers from just people who get a little lucky, is kind of like how you deal with like bad scramble sets, bad starts to rounds, how often you BPA versus WPA. It's kind of like, when we look at like the results that are on like the WCA or whatever, you see like kind of like the best that you've ever done. And I feel like sometimes that's a little bit misleading because most of the time you're not going to do the best you've ever done. And I feel like a lot of competitors, I think that's what really separates like the best competitors from just kind of everyone else, is how do you do in like average case scenarios as well.
Yeah, consistency is always that thing that kind of brings you to the next level. Like I use 3x3 as an example just because that's what I do all the time. But if somebody says that they're sub 7, that can kind of be interpreted differently. Like if they're sub 7 just because they have a PR average that's in the 6 second range, then they can say they're sub 7. But I think a lot of times when I look at people's most recent results, I'm looking to see if they're getting sub 7 in like every round. Because if you're always getting sub 7 in every round, then that to me means that you're like truly a sub 7 solver
Right.
instead of just getting one PR that's below 7 seconds.
Right. I remember like a while ago, I feel like we used to say that if you had average of 100 sub X, that you were probably sub X. Do you think that still holds up these days?
I'm not so sure because I think whatever average you have at home is just like so far removed from what you can expect to get in a competition. And I think some people really are just like better at performing in competitions just naturally, or if they practice it themselves more effectively, whatever that looks like for certain people. So some people may have like a 6.5 average of 100 at home, but then they get like a 6.2 average consistently in competition just because the competition not anxiety, or maybe like the getting amped from the competition makes them consistently perform better. So I don't know if there's a number I could put to it on when you can say you're consistently sub X. It really just depends on how historically you're performing at competitions.
That's a little warning for everyone. If you want Chris to officially call you sub 7, you better be getting sub 7 every single round. So that's the mark you got to beat.
It's almost a double-edged sword though, because it's like, do you want to be consistently average, like just getting 6.5s every round, or do you want to not be as consistent, but then that means you're sometimes getting like a 6.1 average, right? So I guess it depends on the person and what they prioritize in speed.
What do you think? Like, what do you prioritize? Do you think it's better to be kind of like more consistently average, or have like really high peaks but also really low valleys?
I think it depends. Like honestly, for a major championship, it might be more beneficial to be inconsistent because then you're like giving yourself a better chance to get the averages you need to make podiums. But in terms of like, I guess consistently podiuming at local competitions, it's nice to be able to consistently get good times. But I guess it kind of depends what your average level is. Like if your baseline and what you would be getting all rounds is enough to podium, then obviously you want to just be consistent and not have the chance of having a bad round when it matters most. So I guess it just depends like what your priorities are and what kind of solver you are.
Yeah, I feel like it even depends round by round to some extent, don't you think? Like in Well, I guess it sort of depends, because if you're someone who's like going to make finals, right? You're projected to make finals, then you probably want to be more consistent than bursty, because you don't want to get the 10% chance that you miss. You want like the 95% chance that you advance. But if you're in a final and you have no way of like podiuming, maybe you want to be inconsistent. Yeah, I don't know, but surely it's not as easy as just a switch that you can toggle on and off. I wish it were that simple.
Yeah, I think it actually is just like a characteristic of solvers. Like I myself, I think I'm pretty consistent, but that also means I'm not breaking my PR very often. But then there are others who maybe are getting like worse bad averages than me, but then they're also getting much better averages because that's just the solvers that they are. Um, it's just kind of something you grow into.
Little shout out to Lucas. Lucas has been working hard here all day today so far, and all day yesterday as well. Good that we can get him some time on the stream. Sitting next to him is Rishu Kakati. He is the #1 seed in Westerns this year, so that makes him very naturally the favorite to win Western Championship. He is the only competitor in the field, as Chris alluded to, who has an official sub-2 average. Getting things started off here with a 243. Yeah, I feel like that's a very, very solid start to round 1 at your major.
Yeah, and Rishu is also the only competitor who has a sub-1 single, and that actually places him a lot higher in the world rankings than his average. He's just outside the top 100 for average. He's at 101, but that single puts him at 33rd. So I guess even average by average, do you want to be consistently good, or do you want to have the chance of getting those really good singles and boosting your single world rankings?
Chris, let me ask you this, because we've already sort of seen like the volatility of pure minks to some extent, right? How and you've had a lot of time with competing in like lots of different events. 2x2 I think is the most similar in terms of like how volatile stuff can be. How do you kind of like bounce back from getting like some bad results just kind of due to random chance that are like out of your control, bad scrambles, table +2, stuff like that?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I was pretty bad at doing that when I was competing in 2x2. It's something that I never really learned how to not cope with, but deal with whenever I was competing. I think it's just something you need to accept as like part of the nature of the event. And once you do that, it kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off. Like if you know that this just isn't your average, then it can take a little bit more pressure off, and you can be freer in the solves later in the average. But to be honest, like for these guys that are trying for podiums, I have no idea how they do it. It's something that I never really learned. Like learning how to keep your composure when things aren't going your well, especially in short events, is always really, really tough.
Yeah, because so much can go your way or not go your way. It can be certainly very tricky. I think a lot of people, I think myself, my younger self included, used to think that like short events are just kind of whatever. Like they don't have like the same prestige as like your 3x3 or like your big cubes, because those are like stamina type events. But I think the more and more like you look into it, the more and more of speed cubing you watch, you realize that every event at the highest level is extremely skill based. And sometimes that means it's in terms of like solutions, like you need to come up with like very clever solutions. Sometimes it's coming up with multiple solutions and like quickly determining which solutions are the best. And sometimes it comes down to just nerve control, and just figuring out like, okay, well, here's like kind of the state of affairs thus far. What needs to get done so we can get the W or make the next round, stuff like that.
Yeah, it really does take like a special solver and a special skill set to be at the top for obviously any event, but for the really short events too. Like there's different things about the short events that you need to keep in mind when you're solving at a really high level. So like inspection time, your starts, making sure you don't lock up. Those are things that you may not necessarily need to worry about at the top level for something like big cubes, because you're afforded more opportunities to make mistakes and still get really good times. So that's why, when people, sometimes we like to joke about the shorter events as not being as prestigious, but like at the top level, it really does take a special kind of solver to deal with nerves and to perform well at the highest level.
Nice solve by Roy there, 190. I mean, you could see he was pretty upset with, the 4 that he got in the solve before this, but nice little bounce back. He's definitely one of the better solvers in the field. I mean, there's a reason why he's on the stream station after all. So good to see him kind of get back here.
Yeah, that was actually only 0.08 off of his PR single. Funnily enough, his single is like very like close to his average. He has a 262 average and a 182 single. I think you would expect him to be closer to like a 1.5 single. So I wonder if he's really gunning to break that this weekend, because it's always really interesting when somebody's single is like not as highly ranked as their average. Usually it's the other way around.
Right, yeah, because in order to get a good a single, you kind of need to get lucky once, or at least, you can get lucky once, as we see Sid get a 202, pretty nice. But to get a good average, you either need to get lucky 5 times, or you just need to be good. And clearly, one of those is a lot harder than the other.
Yeah.
Nice. So I think all 3 of these guys must have gotten the same scramble here, which is intended. Of course, everybody is in the same group is supposed to get the same scrambles, especially for scramble-dependent events. You want to make sure that we're kind of measuring a skill as opposed to just like scramble luck. But that was a case of some pretty good scramble luck. 135. That is the fastest solve that we have seen all day so far. And I think only like 4 competitors have ever gotten a solve better than that. So Rishu putting his name out there right here in round 1.
Yeah, that must have been a good solve for him too. He seemed pretty happy with it, even though it may not necessarily be close to your PR. It's always really nice when you get a good solve regardless.
Here on the flip side, we got Sebastian Stone. You're also going to hear his name a lot. He's going to show up in like a ton of different events. Not a particularly great solve for him, 443. Yeah, he'll look to bounce back from that, but I think he should be okay for now.
Yeah, and we were talking about singles being more highly ranked than averages. I think Sebastian, for quite a few events, his single is over 100 rankings better than his average. But his average is definitely still in contention to podium this weekend. He's 5th on the psych sheet with a 2.45 average. So definitely like in the range of like consistently being sub 3, even though we didn't see it there.
Yeah, most notably, Sebastian had a 408 single when he didn't even have a sub 7 average, which was just kind of insane. I remember at some point he was joking about how like there's no point in going for single anymore because there's no way he's ever gonna break 408 official single in 3x3.
Yeah, that 408 came at a time when like 408 was not the norm. Like it was insane when I heard that news. And that scramble was also insane, but he got the best solution on that scramble for sure. So yeah, he definitely has that. Is that almost state record single?
Well, the state record single is 313, the WR single from all those years ago by the one and only Max Park. I think, does anyone else have a sub 3 from sub 4 from California? I don't think so.
I don't think so. So like not for non-Max Park solving basically means state records. So ooh, and a 216 for Sebastian.
Good solve from Sebastian. Okay, not bad. And yeah, I mean, good to see him kind of bounce back a little bit after getting that 4. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're seeing a pretty up and down round, which, as it kind of to be expected for a round 1. Kind of just is what it is, but not too bad. I think the competitors are doing pretty decently.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a lot of these competitors like how prepared they feel for round 1s, because it's also right after lunch, and in the early days of a major competition, you may just prioritize hanging out with your friends over like getting good results. So I wonder how prepared these guys really feel.
Yeah, especially if you're at the top, right? I think actually a lot of people are going to advance to round 2. It's some percentage, I'm pretty sure. Let me quickly look this up for you all. Top 50% of competitors are going to advance, and there's 260 competitors who are entered. So, a nice sub 2 from Rishu. So it's like essentially a lock that they would advance anyway. I'm realizing Rishu counted a sub 2, which is pretty darn good. I don't think there's many other people in the field who have ever done that before. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, and I think maybe he was a little bit annoyed with that because maybe he was on pace for PR, or he just thought that solve could have been even better. But yeah, counting a sub 2, we haven't seen that yet. So definitely a good first round performance for Hishu, at least by our standards. I don't know if it was by his standards.
Yeah, I mean, Rishu's just putting his name on the map, which is also kind of not a bad thing to do. I think if you're a kid these days, you might call it aura farming a little bit. Is it aura? I guess it kind of is aura farming, right? Because you're farming the aura so that you can use it later for some. Okay, never mind. I clearly have no idea what I'm talking about. But in any case, he's put his name on the map now, and like now when we go to Pyrmix round 2 tomorrow, you all having watched the stream today, because you're gonna watch tomorrow, right? You better watch tomorrow. You're gonna know the name, and I wouldn't even need to tell you. You're gonna be like, whoa, this is Rishu Kakati from NorCal. Like, he's projected to win. Like, you already got the download. That's the greatest part when you listen to Chris Yen, because he gives you the download. He tells you exactly what you need to know so that you can be informed going into future rounds.
I think that credit goes to you. You're the one who's calling out everybody's name.
I mean, you know some of these guys too. Some of these are NorCal faces, so.
That is true. Okay, so Rishu has one more solve at least then. So I really wonder if he thought that last 1.97 could have been a lot better, and maybe like would have locked in PR for him. Maybe that's why he's annoyed. But we'll see what he gets here.
Yeah, I actually was not tracking Rishu's times because it is just round 1. But once he's done here, I'm gonna have Lucas get me the scorecard, and then we can kind of rattle off the times that he did get. Because, okay, he almost counted another sub 2. I mean, if he had gotten that one, it would have been absurd. So let's see what he ended up with. So he counted the 1-9. He counted this 2-3. And I'm blanking on what else he had, but I mean, he had a potential for like a 2-0 maybe.
Yeah, based on his reaction, it makes it seem like he probably thought that this average could have been sub 2, or even PR. But again, I mean, it's the first round, so maybe he's not putting too much stake into it. Although maybe in the first round, when you're less nervous, it's easier to farm your PRs. But yeah, not exactly sure there. Maybe we can ask him later.
So let's see. Lucas is there one more? Okay, so dude, he has one more. Okay.
Oh, he has one more.
Okay,
solve.
So here's the download, everybody. So solve 1, 243. Solve 2, 135. Solve 3, 197. Solve 4, 231. One more solve to go. So let me load this up in here, actually. Or actually, I'll ask Lucas to load it up. And that way we can hopefully get it populated for you so you can see on the stream as well, WPA and whatnot. I mean, 135. Okay, so BPA, BPA would be really, really, really good. I don't know if we're going to be able to get BPA. I mean, counting 135 is going to be just absurd, right?
Yeah, he's gonna need some insane solution or scramble for that. And I don't think we've seen many fifth solves, so chances are probably pretty low that he gets a really good scramble here.
188. So if he BPAs, he ties.
Okay, so.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, so here is the state of affairs, everybody. Rishu Kankati has he could tie his PR if he gets a 135 or better. From what I can tell, it doesn't look like a fantastic scramble. I mean, it's like a 3-tip scramble, and yeah, I mean, this is already over. Kind of struggled a little bit on that final tip there. He's actually going to get worst possible average, but the fact that he was, technically on PR pace in round 1, that's got to feel really good, don't you think, Chris?
Yeah, and this really speaks to his consistency that we were just talking about, like at the top level. His worst possible average was not even 0.4 worse than his best possible average, and that's like a really small range and really, really good to have at the highest level. And 224 is actually, I mean, for everybody's best averages that they've ever gotten, would still place in 3rd. So that's a really strong performance for him in the first round.
Yeah.
He has to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good. I mean, I think cubers are always like, oh, but it could have been better, right? But I feel like when you go into a major, especially a title that you can win, I feel like you have to feel pretty good with a performance that would probably win you the comp, getting that in round 1. That means that you definitely have the skill to do it. Now, the matter is just executing it, which, of course, easier said than done. But it's better than someone like me who, doesn't even have the skill to begin with.
Yeah, and the fact that he was pretty annoyed at some of those solves is a good sign. The fact that he was able to get a good average like that. I mean, that's probably going to be the winning average in this round. And if he's annoyed with like 3 out of the 5 solves, then that probably means he's poised to get even better averages in the later rounds. So yeah, really, really strong performance by Rishu, and we're probably going to see a lot of him in the next rounds. And I, at this point, with what I've seen so far, would expect him to win just based on the solves that we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic stuff. Even that 2-7 at the end, I feel like there was easily like 0.3 lost to just like that final tip, the back tip, which I feel like is definitely a tricky one. So I feel like there's like room to improve here too, which is pretty insane to see. On an average, it's going to probably win the round. And if it were in the final, would probably win the entire competition.
Yeah, and we're gathering a lot of information here about like how everybody's feeling coming into the weekend, or at least their first Pyraminx round. So the fact that he was able to pull that off, I think, means that he's feeling pretty good about himself. You know, sometimes people come in and they're first on the psych sheet, but then you can tell during the rounds that they're just like not going to be getting those times the whole competition. But that's definitely not the case here for Rishu. So I think he's going to perform very well for the next rounds.
Awesome. Well, we always love it when the competitors are feeling good because that means that we get to see them at their peak performance, and that's exactly what we want to see. We got one more group of Pyraminx for you. I'm talking about peak performance. I think in this group we are going to see the top two seed. The second and third seed rather. We're going to see Brendan Dunnigan and Mariana Lee compete in this group. We're just kind of getting everything started. We're getting all the competitors to submit their puzzles and such, and then we should be good to go. Actually, yeah, no, the group is actually starting already. So shout out organization team for the fast turnaround. I think this is Lucas Kim on the screen now. I think he's a solver from NorCal. I will wait to get full information on this, but 2:14 is a very solid time. And yeah, I mean, that's just a kind of glimpse of what to see because, I mean, must have been some pretty decent solution.
Yeah, Lucas, I believe, is top 10 on the psych sheet as well, and that's well below his 2.60 PR average, so great start for him. Manu, I'm not going to lie, I thought when you said you were mentioning peak performance, I thought you were going to make a joke and say that you were including yourself in that, and that you were going to compete in this group.
No. There's a reason I'm still sitting here. It's because I am not going to compete in Pyraminx, mainly because I don't care.
So you're skipping Pyraminx.
No. I'm too bad of a solver. I don't even know if I own one anymore. It's sitting around somewhere, I think. Well, we tried to shout out Kaushik on the stream. Unfortunately, he ended up getting a DNF, so a little bit of the technical director's curse, perhaps. But at least we got another delegate sitting next to him, Jason Ostig, and then you see the guy with his back turned around. That's Michael Larson. Fantastic group of delegates out here in the West.
Yeah, a bit of a commentator's curse there.
Okay, well, from my ear, which I'm sitting like basically like right behind the competitors, which is pretty cool. I can hear that Mariana is going to be coming up to the solving station. Now, she actually doesn't live in the West Coast. She has like family here, so she's actually just here pretty often, but she actually lives in New Jersey, so she is not going to be eligible for the title of Western Champion. But of course, all are welcome here, and everybody is eligible for the for a shot at part of the prize pool. So certainly, we are welcome to have her. 2:27, very solid time for her. As we have Bendy on the other side, it's kind of nonstop action after a little bit of a lull. Lucas got a good time. Mariana's got a good time. And Bendy, couldn't quite make it 3 in a row. Third time is not the charm, unfortunately, as he gets a 3:11, kind of locky on that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bendy, out of the 3 top solvers that we've seen so far, is the one getting the most disappointing time by his standards. But again, it's only the first solve, and he is the second seed for a reason, so I'm sure he's going to bounce back at some point.
Yeah, I mean, for someone like Bendy, who is an all-rounder, right? We were talking about this with Rosenkrantz also. As an all-rounder, it can be really tricky because you need to balance all your events, not just in practice, but when it comes competition day, as competition like this, where we have 13 of the 17 WCA events, you need to manage like your time and like practice as well. Bendy's competing in basically every single round today because he's going to be making every final as well. So it's going to be pretty tough for him. But I mean, if what Lucas is showing us is real, he is on a bender right now. He's counting 2:14 already, which I think, as you pointed out, Chris, is that's way below his PR.
Yeah, really, really strong performance here. I don't know if it's like the scrambles or something. He doesn't seem like very bothered by the fact that he's starting really well. But for Lucas, I mean, looking at his past rounds, he hasn't competed very often in Pyraminx in the past couple of years. Like his last Pyraminx average was all the way back in 2025. Um, and we're midway through 2026. So maybe he's improved a lot since his PR average. And maybe these times are just like what he expects now. And he's just looking to get a really good PR.
Here's Joel Kim. He's also a pretty prolific solver from here in SoCal, from San Diego, that is, 335. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, Joel is also expected to make it into the final. 281 is his PR average. So 3-3 is, not too far off the pace for him. Let's go to Mariana now. 227 on her first and 212. So she is also on pace. Chris, I think we might have a case of some cracked scrambles incoming.
Yeah, and it seems like they come in bunches. Like the whole round is just going to have good scrambles or something. But really nice to see that everybody's responding well to the scrambles. It's like sometimes you can get a little bit nervous, especially in the short events when you see that the scramble's nice. But you can see that Mariana and Lucas so far have been performing really well under that extra pressure.
Yeah. And again, she's a pretty experienced competitor in her own right, so she's able to take that pressure and kind of turn it into diamonds. Yeah, no, I can see it now. Like there's definitely one piece that's like completely solved. It's like that red-blue piece. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Brendan has +2'd out of a sub-1 single. He had an incredible solution, as you can see there. I'm trying to keep quiet so I don't leak any information. But holy moly. Do we have a replay on that? Okay.
Well, I don't have a problem with the noise here being in my house, so that is really, really unfortunate there for Bendy. We were just talking about him bouncing back from his first solve. Now he's unfortunately +2 to 0.97. That would have placed him just above the first seed Rishu at 32nd in the world.
Wow. That's I can see as he's walking by, he's like saying to himself, there's no way. That's gotta feel bad. Wow.
Yeah, and it's always like really tough for when you're getting good solves. It's almost like his own skill to be able to finish the solve and stop the timer. But it's just something you can never really prepare for, especially at a major championship. So really unfortunate there for Brendan.
Well, here's the bright side, right? Again, if you're a competitor who can put yourself into these types of positions, you still need to be able to take some positive away from that, because not everyone, I mean, literally there's like 40 people, 40 plus people, 80 people actually, who are getting similar scrambles, getting the same scramble, and they are not going to be able to, solve up to that caliber. I mean, we saw Lucas Kim didn't get a sub-1, and maybe he turned a little bit slow to make sure he had a good solution. Oh, wow. Another great solve from Mariana.
Mariana is killing it this round.
On pace. Yeah, I mean, she's on some really good pace. But back to what I was saying, because everyone's getting the same scramble, and not everyone is putting themselves in a position to get that type of time, right? So the fact that you're in that spot, I think, is a good thing regardless.
Yeah, clearly he saw something there that nobody else saw, because we didn't, even though people were getting good scramble or good times on the second scramble, like nobody was getting close to sub-1. So interesting to see, or interesting to hear what he was able to see there.
All right, let's welcome Lucas Kim back to the solving station. He is on a tear of his own, 214, 191. If that solve from Mariana is any indication, we could see something really nice here. Can he find a similar solution and execute it as well? Two-tip scramble. Ooh, looks like he was close, actually. I wonder if I don't think he found the same solution from my feeble Pyraminx mind, but a 232 is still a very, very, very solid time. I mean, he's well under PR.
Yeah, and that I think is indicative of like what his bad solves would be. He had a rotation and it was just a bunch of moves. He also had multiple tips to deal with there. So I think this is actually like what we can come to expect from Lucas. It seems like he's improved a lot from his last rounds in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty impressive stuff. And I guess he had a lot of time to potentially practice and, make his old times just kind of obsolete, which is good. I mean, we love to see it. Being able to set your PR in round 1, again, that's got to feel good. Again, it's got to feel good knowing that you have the caliber to PR on a stage. All right, solve number 3 for Bendy. Yeah, again, not able to find Sim's solution. I feel like he's just turning a little too fast here. 390 is going to be his time. I think for him, this is just going to be kind of like a reset average, and it's just kind of whatever.
Yeah, for sure. I think the win can be taken out of your sails a little bit, as unfortunately Mariana there, I don't think quite clinches her PR average with a 2.7, but I believe, still has one more solve to do it. Maybe she thinks that she could have done it on that scramble because she's pretty disappointed, but we'll wait and see for the 5th solve.
Yeah, let's see. It should pop up on your screen right now. 211 is her BPA, her WPA 236. She has 228, so she is not quite there. She would need a little bit more than her worst single, which, let me scroll back down here. Her worst single is, what, 2.7. Okay. So she needs 230. I'm trying to do the math in my head. I think she needs like 2.5 maybe?
Lucas on camera also has a chance to clinch his PR on this solve.
Looks like we're going to go to perhaps Joel first. Yeah, Joel will finish before I think Lucas starts. Well, you start inspection, but we can get back to that. +2 from Joel. That's going to suck. He's taking it like a champ. All right, Lucas Kim. 260, his PR. A good solve here will clinch. Oh, he's clinched. Oh, he made it.
Oh, that was easy. That was easy.
Dude, what is a PR is just nothing to this guy. I mean, that is some fancy, fantastic solving. Great work from Lucas Kim. I mean, he got like pure sub PR. That's sick. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is true, and it's super impressive too, because I was looking, and even I said his last Pyraminx round was in 2025, but his last competition period was in 2025, which it's really impressive to be able to come back and first time competing, just set your PR like nothing. So yeah, really, really impressive performance by Lucas so far.
I actually see that he actually walked off. So actually, I wonder if that was solve 5. I mean, clearly he clinched it either way. So not a problem. 351 for Mariana. So she is going to miss her PR average. That is a bit unfortunate after such a hot start. But again, to put yourself in that position after 3 solves is amazing, right? And you just got to hope that next time those scrambles come around, you'll be able to capitalize.
Yeah, and we were just talking about how Hrishu is seeming pretty confidently in the #1 spot, but with that performance by Lucas and by Mariana, that might not actually be so easy for him.
It's actually been a pretty exciting Pyraminx round so far. I feel like usually I'm not this invested, but I guess that's what happens when you get the collection of some of the best solvers in the country to show up to one spot to compete.
Yeah, it is always the nice part about majors. Like, every round is fireworks. Everyone on stream is going to be solving really well. That's always exciting.
All right, so at some point I'll let you all know what the result from Lucas Kim's final solve was. I mean, all you need to know is that he got PR, which is pretty good. In the among the averages that are already entered, that puts him at worst. It would put him in 3rd. And then kind of just depending on what his best possible was and how close he got to that, he might be able to bump 2nd. I don't think he had a chance to beat Rishu. I mean, unless he counting the 1-9, I don't think it would have been possible.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And we've kind of neglected Joel here because Mariana and Lucas have been doing so well, but Joel is also very, very good solver, so we'll see what his average ends up being in this round.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like it hasn't really been a good round for Joel. And yeah, this is just kind of exemplifying it a little bit. Just, I feel like, yeah, he's just been like behind the pace, not fully able to lock in, but that's also the advantage of having 3 rounds is you can kind of toss one round, especially this one where 50% of competitors are going to advance. Like, you shouldn't have any problem there, even with some bad solves, and gives you an opportunity to look back on the footage and kind of reset, look at the tape.
Did Joel count a +2 and a 5-second solve though?
Well, okay. Lucas says yes. I mean, Lucas has been watching apparently a lot closer than I have. So yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully that those aren't like so bad of times that it knocks him out the next round. I don't have a good grasp on what the top 50% of the performances will be. But that
Yeah.
is always like really tough. Like at least he's not DNFing, right? But
Right. No, that's a good point. You don't want to be like me and DNF out of clock final, and potentially PR average, which happened yesterday. That was not great. Um, but actually, I think like top 50% of competitors, like I think I was in the top 50% on the psych sheet, and like I've been saying, I kind of don't really know what's going on. I don't even do I even have a 6 average? I don't even think so. Um, so I think it should be comfortable. He solved the puzzle 4 times, which should be good enough.
yeah, and I've been there before DNFing in 3x3 before finals, and looks like a bit of a malfunction here for Brendan. He choked on his water before his last solve. If anything, of course, if anything else needs to go wrong in this round for Brendan, it's choking on his water.
Oh man, poor Bendy. Yeah. Yeah, it is not been the round has not been kind to Bendy. +2ing out of 0.97. I mean, that's gonna be one of the highlights / lowlights of the round for us. What could have been, couldn't have been, whatever. It's all in the past now. Last solve of his average, and let's just put this to bed. Unfortunately, yeah, whatever he was planning didn't quite work out. But as I was talking about, I mean, he's just a funny guy. He just has fun, and that's good to see. I mean, he still ended up with like a 3 average somehow after all that nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, counting a 2.97, like he's, even though he's gonna be 0.97, it's still a sub-3 solve. So.
He was like walking down, and he walked past me, and I'd hit him with the shrug, and he hit me with the shrug back. He's just like, whatever, man. Fair enough. Good to see that. I mean, and then he instantly ran off with Reed. So, it's kind of like the thing you were talking about, where it's like, yeah, it's major, but it's also local because you're just competing with all your friends.
Yeah, competing with more friends than you're used to seeing too. Maybe some of them you haven't seen in like a really long time, so it's always really fun.
Yeah, definitely. Man, it's that camaraderie that's the great part about speed cubing for us. Well, as we are rounding out this group 5, I think Joel will do the final solve on stream for us. After this, we are going to bring you 2x2. We will feature the return of the great Michael Rosenkrantz, and of course, the other great Chris Yen is going to stay on while the bozo of the bunch is going to get off and do something else. I'm getting banished. That's what's happening. I'm banning myself from the stream. And that will be the last round 1 of the day. And after that, we have a break. So we'll take a nice long break. We'll let the commentators get some rest as well. And then we are going to go into our first of 5 finals tonight. We're going to start with square 1. If you want some times of what you can expect, and we've been staying on schedule, so shout out to the org team for being able to keep everyone on pace. Square 1 final is expected to begin at 4:30 Pacific time. That's going to be 7:30 Eastern time, and if I can do it, about 11:30 p.m. UTC. So sorry for all of our European viewers. It's fine. You can catch the VODs, catch the highlights.
Absolutely. Joel rounding out the average here, 4.04. Not, I mean, that's the best counting time that we've seen from him so far. So not exactly sure how the rest of the average is going to go, but
yeah, I think for averages like that, it's just you just got to put him in the rear view mirror, and just move ahead to bigger, brighter things, which is going to be 2x2. I think we're going to see actually Joel show up in 2x2 as well. We might see him show up in 2x2. I mean, again, he's a really solid solver across a variety of events, so get used to hearing his name this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Joel has a 211 average, which if I get to toot my own horn here, 211 was actually the average that got me a Western Championship title all those years ago. So,
okay,
hey, maybe it's still
what
in contention nowadays. Hey, let me have this one. I never actually got 3x3 Western titles, so 2x2 is the only one I was able to pull off back when 2x2 wasn't that serious of an event.
Hey,
so,
at least your claim to fame is that you actually got a title. My only claim to fame is I got 3rd last year in FMC. So It's still a podium, but nothing like first, right? Nothing tastes as good as gold. Hey, tell you what, I know you all have had enough of me. I'm getting off. You're not going to hear from me for a while. Instead, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Michael Rosencrantz and Chris Yen when we come back from this short little break. Don't go anywhere. Some 2x2 action is going to come up as we continue on day 2 of Western Championship 2026.
Welcome back to the Riverside Convention Center for our continued coverage of West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. Michael Rosencrantz alongside the 45-time gold medalist and 2019 2x2 Western champion Chris Yen, I might add.
2018 too. 2018 too.
2018 too. Yes, can't forget that. So we got
Yeah.
ourselves a two-time Western champion in the broadcast booth with us. I absolutely love it. Well, Chris, we're getting ready to start 2x2, but before we get to that, we just want to say a big thank you to SpeedCubeShop for sponsoring Western Championships this year. And SpeedCubeShop, they are providing the cash prizes towards the prize pool split among the top 3 finishers of each of the official events at this competition. And SpeedCubeShop is also providing several lucky draw prizes for attendees. So once more, a huge thank you to SpeedCubeShop for all their support this competition. It means a lot. But here we go, getting ready to get started on 2x2, getting our first look at Dan Tran here, native Arizonan, getting things started on 2x2. And for those who might be new, expect 2x2 to go very, very quickly. An early block on green for Dan starts off his average of 5 with a 295.
Yeah, and Dan is one of 16 sub 2 solvers that we have in the field. So definitely when you get to sub 2, I'd say you're in contention at least to make finals and probably have hopes of podiuming. But for Dan, of course, the 295 is not what he's looking for in the first round. But, you know, talking with Manu, like maybe the first rounds are just kind of getting your feet wet and figuring out how you're doing with the conditions of the competition.
Nancy Lou starting off well with a 153. She's another sub 2 solver to pay attention to. Nancy Lou, 134 PR average is her average for 2x2.
I think once you get into the 1.3 PR average, it's like reaching the upper echelons of 2x2 competing. I mean, she's 90th in the world for average. And I think at that point is when you can kind of expect yourself to podium at this competition.
Here's yet another sub 2 solver in 2x2, Sebastian Stone, native of Sacramento, California. As a block on white, see if he takes advantage of it. This one's going to be one he wants to put behind him. A 285 to start for Stone.
Yeah, he couldn't pull off the one looking there. It looked like he didn't use that much inspection. Maybe that's just not Sebastian's style. I mean, I know when I was still doing 2x2, like I never bothered with one looking, but that also wasn't because I was trying to podium in major events. Although it happened twice, so I don't know. Maybe I was doing something right with that one looking.
One looking is how most of these competitors will solve 2x2. Such a short puzzle that the top solvers will be able to one look this solve. And really, there isn't a lot of opportunity, Chris, for a lot of pauses and recognition, other than maybe cases for the CLL, which is mostly like a 3x3 with those 42 cases of ZB.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, with the state of 2x2 solving at the top level, like you really cannot afford to pause at all for lockups, for recognition. It's just too slow. Like when everybody's getting 1.5 seconds nowadays, like you just can't afford to do it. And so, yeah, like for Dan there, he had a bit of a pause, so it leads to 216. Like that's not going to be good enough for a podium.
And that's the thing with 2x2 too, Chris. I mean, we touch on it a lot that these pauses and lockups can waste precious time. But I mean, for an event as quick as 2x2, it can be detrimental to your solve.
Yeah, 100%. The shorter solves, of course, like you really, really cannot afford to be making too many mistakes for turning or for recognition or any other mistakes like that. So I think honestly at this point, like the top 2x2 solvers need to be one looking like 100% of their solves, even on the worst possible scrambles. So I'm sure most of them can do that, but I guess of the solvers that we've seen so far, maybe these scrambles are a little bit harder to do so.
These scrambles obviously could very well change throughout this round. Throughout this first round of 2x2, there's 4 different groups that we'll be bringing you. And right after that is going to be a break. And then we got our first of 5 finals coming up to round out day 2 of Western Championships. Been such a great competition here so far. And the anticipation only keeps building towards that electric day 3 where we could see the head-to-head format come into play. 319 for Sebastian. Not happy with that one.
Yeah, he was close to one looking that one, but I think he did the wrong algorithm there, or maybe he rotated the wrong way. He ended up with like the diagonal swap, which sometimes means that you just did the wrong algorithm there. So not good enough for Sebastian. I'm not sure if a 319 is even good enough to make the next round. Although if it's similar to everybody moving on for Pyraminx, the top 50%, then maybe 319 is still okay.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. I think the EG2 is with those diagonally swap corners. You have EG1 and EG2, but I think the 2 is with the diagonally swap corners.
Yeah, I think he might have just done like the wrong CLO there. And 138, that's pretty good.
Good stuff there from Nancy. She's on a great pace so far throughout this first round of 2x2. Starting it off with a 1-5 and now a 1-3. Dan trying to follow it up with it with his third solve, puts it down with a 256.
Yeah, and for Dan, not the best. I think he's trying to get sub 2 averages here, but again, maybe in the first couple rounds, like not everybody's trying to get the best average they can because it's a pretty surefire way of getting it to the next round. Maybe everybody just wants to hang out with their friends.
Lots of people in attendance at the Riverside Convention Center. Got to talk to Manu about this, just one of the biggest competitions in the Western Hemisphere, and bringing in total about over 300 competitors and almost 800, I think, or so spectators. So it's a packed house in the Riverside Convention Center. It is awesome. Sebastian for his fourth solve at 213. Just been a tough round here for Sebastian in 2x2.
Yeah, and he's coming off of competing in Pyraminx right after, so maybe he's a little bit not ready to go to a different event. Speaking of Pyraminx, though, we were going to give you the updates on the standings from the last round. And we had Lucas, who was on fire in that round, getting a PR average. He finished in second to right behind Hrishu. He had a 229 PR average, which his previous was 260. So that's a huge improvement. And that actually puts him right behind our third place finisher in the first round, which was Mariana Lee. She got a 236 average, so really close at the top three. But her PR is 228. So Lucas and Mariana now very, very close in terms of PR averages in Pyraminx.
That would slot Lucas, I believe, in 10th in the world now, just ahead of Yuki Gao with a 235 PR average in her Pyraminx times.
Yeah, really strong performance by Lucas, especially for being his first competition in almost a year.
Wow, the context behind that then, absolutely. Great stuff there from Lucas. Always so good when you can pay it off with a PR, especially with the competition that you haven't been really at for over a year and kind of been chopping at the bit, working as hard as you can to try and get there. And hard work pays off there for Lucas. So awesome to see. Goes Dan on his next solve for 2x2. 284 here for Dan.
Yeah, and looks like it's just a bunch of twos for Dan, so very consistent. Definitely going to be good enough for the next round. But I don't think anything that Dan is going to be super happy about because he does have a sub 2 average.
And might have an incident here with Sebastian.
Yeah, Sebastian probably going to get an extra here, I'm assuming.
Didn't quite catch what happened in real time, but Sebastian laughing something off. Chris, did you see what happened?
Not exactly. It looked like he was about to start, and then maybe it had something to do with the person getting up next to him. I know that, like, for me, sometimes I have to, like, really focus on not running into the person that's next to me because the stations can be kind of close together. I'm not sure what happened there, though. It looks like he took it in stride, though.
Yes, looks like he did. Good to see him sort of laugh it off and smile, and he looked more than likely will be getting an extra for that one. Here we have Nancy getting back up for her third solve in 2x2, and she's been on a really good pace here so far. 153 and a 138 are her two solves, and there you see her times up in your upper left-hand corner. 0.88 PR single, 134 PR average, as Chris mentioned, 98th in the world. We're going to keep up this consistent solving here in this one. Has a block on red, trying to see if there's any other blocks in this scramble as well. It's the only block I can see from this vantage point. A block on white as well. See what Nancy can pull out here.
Oh, did she over-inspect there?
She might have over-inspected there. She turned her head towards the delegate, who, they time, for those of you who are new, they time the cubers 15 seconds of inspection time, a lot of it being used up there, and I think Nancy might have went over time.
Or maybe she's also getting an extra. We have one of our producers, Manu. He's actually a delegate, so he's going to give us the scoop for sure here on what exactly happened. But looks like back-to-back incidents here going on in this round. So this is just the round of incidents, I guess.
I guess it is, and this could be a big question for Nancy. She started off great so far in this round of 2x2. As we switch over to Dan, cube fumble, and just putting that one down with a 395. So a rough fifth solve there for Dan as he's going to close it out, I believe, with worst possible average of 277.
Yeah, 277, so easily going to make the next round here, but it didn't look like Dan was particularly pleased with that average at all. So we head to Sebastian here. These scrambles, from what I can see, are like not very good at all. Sebastian doing an okay job there, though, 202.
That's a solve that Sebastian needs after that kind of round that he's been having with 2x2. Back to my earlier point here, Chris, with those incidents popping up sort of back to back here with Sebastian and Nancy now, this could throw a wrench into the momentum here. Nancy's been solving great so far for her first two solves, and we'll see and try and get the details if whether or not she'll get an extra, but this could really set her back a little bit, but let's hope it doesn't because she's been solving great.
Yeah, but the way I see things with penalties and kind of like all this chicanery that goes on in competitions, I think maybe you can bet on maybe getting like 3 of them total at most in a competition. So I guess if you're gonna get them, then it's better to get them in the earlier rounds and not when the pressure's higher. But yeah.
Exactly. I think that's a good philosophy to have with it being sort of the second day. And yes, we'll have finals later coming up after this. But yes, especially in those first rounds when things are a little more lax, you're not going to have too much to worry about here and trying to get into the next round. Good way to get those incidents out of the way. And we're just getting official word from Manu right now. Nancy is indeed going to be awarded an extra solve due to a judging error. So this should be her extra right now, I would believe.
Yeah, and judging errors happen, especially with really fast events like 2x2. Like, there's just it goes by really quickly, so easy to make mistakes.
It's a block on white there for Nancy. Might have saw a block on green there as well. See what she can come up out of this. Just such quick turning. Puts it down with a +2. It was looking to be a great solve at 163, but instead it's a 363 for Nancy.
And it looked like she was a little bit not super confident in her last letter case, whether that was a CLL or EG1. I can't exactly tell, but you could tell like at the very end of the algorithm, she wasn't completely sure what the AUF is and took a guess there. It was the wrong one, and that gives her the +2. So there you go. There's your answer for if that incident
We're now
throws
calling
off her
2x2
momentum.
round 1 group 2. If you are in
Take a look
2x2
back
round
at
1 group
this
2,
one here.
please submit your puzzle. If you just
I think
competed in 2x2
just
round
on
1
that
group
first
1,
look,
we need you
Chris,
to come back up
Nancy
and take
might
an
have
empty
had
judging
it for a
station.
second. I
Once
can't
again,
tell
if
if she
you just
made an extra
competed in
turn. She
2x2,
might have,
come back up
out of
and take an
impulse,
empty judging
that's what
station.
resulted in the
Make sure to
+2.
check that the purple
Yeah, and
and
sometimes
orange
you just kind of
stages
have
are
like those
also
ticks.
filled.
I know for me,
Those
when I look
stations
at my
often
own
have
solves,
empty judging spots 'cause
sometimes
they're at the
after I
edges
do
of
like
the
a
room.
sledgehammer, I'll just do a U prime, like every single time for no reason. It's just one of those habits that I've picked up over the years, and so everybody has them. It's hard to get rid of them under pressure. So it looks like that's exactly what happened with Nancy there.
Exactly, and a couple more solves to go, I believe, for Nancy. They did indeed call 2x2 round 1 group 2 coming up next. We'll get to those notable names in just a moment here. Nancy looking to try and bounce back after that 163 +2 on our third solve. This should be solve number 4 coming up. Puts that one down with a 146. That's a great way to bounce back for Nancy.
Yeah, and that scramble didn't look particularly good either, but her turning was flawless in that. So this is going to end up being a pretty good average for Nancy, assuming she doesn't count the +2. Not on pace for PR exactly. She has a 134 average. But I think this is a performance in this round that you can be pretty proud of, especially given the adversity that she had to go through.
Absolutely. I think it's really all about how you can bounce back after adversity. Here we get a look at Nancy's fourth solve once again. Just so smooth. Her turning is so fast and able to put that one down confidently with a 146. That is just textbook way to bounce back there for Nancy. She's got one more coming up in her average of 5 and looking to put down a good time here to close out this first group of 2x2. Quickly previewing the second group here, Chris. It's going to be Nicholas Sanchez, Kate Graham in there as well. We'll also see the likes of Jack Flynn Stewart and Sid Shivnath. Those are your 4 sub-2 solvers that we'll really be keeping an eye on in this second group. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I just want to give a shout out quickly to Jack Flynn Stewart's WCA profile image. Might be like the best WCA profile image I've seen in quite some time if people want to look at that for themselves. But obviously for Nicholas Sanchez, he is the top seed in the next round with a 127 average, which is 64th in the world. And for Nick, one of my good friends, it's really nice to see that he's still competing at a really high level and has the chance to podium at major competitions. So I'm going to be interested to see how he solves. He does have a very like unique turning style, and I always like admire how he's able to get really good times with that.
No doubt. This is Sid Shivnath. So we're kicking off group 2 of 2x2 right here and right now. Sid going to start things off with a 184 for his average of 5. Good start.
Yeah, that's just under his PR average of 192, and there was a little bit of a kind of weird thing going on there. He had to turn on the timer because it had turned off in the middle of inspection, and for those things they can really throw you off. And we see Nick there starting off really well as well, 1.4.
Yeah, what a great start to this second group of 2x2. We were unsure regarding Nancy's 2x2. Unsure if that was her 4th or 5th solve in the average. We'll try and get you that final time for her average as we go on here in 2x2 round 1.
I believe that was her 4th solve, but I'm not sure if we were able to catch her last solve. Well, it looks like she's going up right now, so here we go.
Right on cue. Here she comes right now. Good call there, Chris. So Nancy will be finishing up her average of 5 to round out group 1 of 2x2. See if Nancy can put down another solid time here to round out a solid average. There you see the BPA and WPA at the top of your screen. So quick, puts it down with a 174 for Nancy. That's going to be a very respectable average.
Yeah, really nice bounce back there after +2ing the 3rd solve. So without the +2, I mean, that would have been a really, really consistent average, like 1.5, 1.4, 1.6. So good stuff from Nancy there. Very good performance in the first round.
Here's Kate Graham getting her first crack at 2x2 this competition. Kate Graham, 2018 WCAID, 84-time gold medalist all time, taking classes right now at Loyola Marymount University, where she graduates in 2027. Starts off her average of 5 with a 234.
Yeah, so not on PR pace quite yet for Kate. Actually, for Kate, what I'm more interested to see, though, if in this competition she's able to get her first sub-1 single. I think it's actually very rare nowadays for people to have a sub-2 average without the sub-1 single. She's one of 2 competitors in the top 15 that's like that. So going to be interesting to see if she can pull that off in this competition.
For sure. Let's hope she can. Jack Flynn Stewart starting off a little rough with a 436.
Yeah, and maybe this first scramble in the next round isn't exactly the best. But yeah.
Sid getting ready for solve number 2. Big lockup there. Results in a 230.
Yeah, it was just too many moves, a little bit of a lockup. He also rotated, which is a little bit uncharacteristic in 2x2 since rotations take some time. But 230, he's turned really quickly through that, and it's still a good time.
As Chris mentioned, Sid is a 192 PR average in 2x2. Started off well with that 184. 230, not the solve he's looking for, but still on a pretty decent pace here. Here goes Nicholas back up for solve number 2. Started things off great with a 140. to kick things off. His PR average in 2x2, 127. That's 64th in the world.
Nick definitely looking to podium this weekend in 2x2, although he's ineligible for the Western title representing Georgia in the South.
Indeed, this is going to be a solve he wants to put behind him. Soft tap of the timer with a 431.
Yep, and it happens. Interesting hoodie that Nick has on there.
I know, I'm trying to make out what exactly that face is on the hoodie, but I mean, I can't comprehend it pretty well.
Oh, I think plenty of our viewers will know exactly what he's got on that hoodie. Maybe Triple T can bless Nick with a good average here after that 4.3.
That just speaks to maybe I'm just the uncultured broadcaster on this competition here, Chris.
I think that might be to your benefit.
Kate Graham wanting to put this one behind her as well, a 728.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like the scrambles in this next group might not be the best. If this was her second solve as well. So yeah, it looks like the Triple T on Nick's hoodie was able to let him get that 4 instead of the 7.
Good to see her and Jack Flynn Stewart. High five, have a little fun, pump each other up before the next solve. Always great to see the camaraderie between the community. Stewart started things off with a 456, 436, I beg your pardon. Looking to get back on the rails here. Little slow pickup, trying to make up for it in his turning. Relatively not as ergonomic of a solution, 367.
It was interesting. I don't think he knew the EG1, which, like, I would assume that he knows the EG1 because he's a sub-2 solver, but he just went with a classic Ortega solve there. So I wonder if that scramble, like, really is just that bad. We haven't seen anything below 3 seconds on that scramble yet.
Now that the second scrambles are done, we'll now get a first look at the third scramble. Sid coming back up. 184 and a 230 to start things off in this second group of 2x2. Just past the 3 o'clock hour in the Pacific time in California. Just past the 6 o'clock hour in the Eastern time zone. Sid for solve number 3. Fast turning 103. Solid from Sid.
Yeah, it's a really, really good solve from Sid there. Pretty close to sub 1 there. Really fast turning, and that's got to feel pretty good for him. Especially after that second scramble. It seems like the second scramble is like really, really bad.
Chris, if he can remain focused and not count that 230, we could see potential PR watch for Sid coming up here. Just depends on that pivotal fourth solve.
Absolutely.
Nicholas trying to get back on the rails. 0.8!
Okay, so I guess the next scramble after that awful one is really, really good. 0.8 for Nick. That is pretty dang close to his PR of 0.66. And now all of a sudden, I mean, when you get a sub 1, it's like you have pretty good chance if you end up counting another really good solve for a really good average. I mean, that looked really, really short of a solution.
Folks, blink and you might miss it. That was instantaneous from Nicholas there. 0.8, as Chris mentioned, 0.66 is his PR single, but scramble number 3 in this one could be a good scramble for these competitors if they can find a really quick solution.
And that is our first sub 1 of the competition so far.
Well, if Kate and Jack Flynn Stewart going up simultaneously as Jack gives a thumbs up to the camera and fist bump with Kate. Love to see the chemistry between the two of them. Scramble 3 has been pretty good. Let's see what both of them can find. Jack going to be going up first, block on orange. Quick turning, little locky, 178. Kate, on the other hand, puts down a 120. So good times from both of them.
Yeah, and this third scramble looks like no matter what solution you do, you're going to get a pretty short one, pretty short solution. So great times from them.
And Chris, you feel like in 2x2, it was only a matter of time before you could finally see a potentially really good scramble here. I mean, out of all the scrambles that are possible on a Rubik's Cube, that's a good way to get your times back in order here with that third scramble. How will scramble number 4 pan out as Sid goes up for a Pretty pivotal fourth solve here. This will give us a good indication of whether or not he is on a PR watch. He's going right into it here. Has a block on green. See if he can find any other blocks. Block on white, block on yellow as well. Let's see what Sid chooses to work with here for his fourth solve. Good to pick up. Big pause in between. 261 for Sid. We'll see what his times are when the averages populate.
Yeah, and it looks like he had a lot of options there. There were blocks in basically every color, and it maybe looks like he chose the one that he couldn't one look. He went for yellow there, and the CLL was not quite there in terms of recognition. So I think he still has a chance at getting PR average here, but definitely a lot more pressure now.
He does indeed. BPA is 172. That would be exactly 0.2 of a second faster than his current PR average of 192. Nicholas up for his fourth solve. Looking to keep the momentum going after a blistering 0.8 second solve on solve number 3. Pretty locky on the pickup. Fumbles the cube. Soft tap of the timer. 349. That hurts.
Yeah, and that really hurts now because the 3.49 is counting because earlier he had, what was it, the 4-second solve.
Yes.
So not great from Nick because, you know, coming off of a 0.80, you want to continue to get really good times, and it looks like it's not coming together for him.
His BPA still pretty solid at 1.9. Here goes Jack on solve number 4. Quick turning for him. 147 and a pump of the fist for Jack.
Yeah, and I think that's his best solve of the average because for the third scramble, he got the 1.7. So really good stuff from Jack here. He also is on pace for PR potentially.
Jack Flynn Stewart's PR, I believe, for 2x2, I think is 173. So not quite PR pace for him here. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, and it looks like, yeah, does that say 231 is his best possible average? So
yes.
Okay.
Sid going up for solve number 5. Kate going up for solve number 4. Try and keep track of both of them. Things going to move pretty quickly here. Kate going on solve number 4 now. Good to pick up. Little Locky, 194. Looks like that one will be good.
Yep, I think it is good. That was a really good save there because that was almost a +2, and it's still a 194.
It was. Big pause for Sid. Puts it down with a 397. I think this is going to be worst possible average for him here.
Yeah, really unfortunate because, again, he was on PR pace. So it looks like in this round, the highlight is going to be the third scramble where we saw the 0.80 from Nick there. But it looks like when it's all said and done, Nancy Liu is going to be the only sub-2 solver that we've seen so far. She's very, very far ahead of the field with a 1.58 average, slotting her into first place.
Absolutely. Nancy just so decorated. Got to see her solve a little bit earlier on 3x3. A little bit earlier. Didn't have the best round of 3x3, but we're hoping to save it up for 2x2. And she is dominated so far in her first 5 solves. Nicholas coming up for his 5th and final solve. 190 best possible average. 307 worst possible average. See if Nicholas can put down a good time. Block on yellow looks to be block on green as well. See what he can come up with here. Good to pick up. Pretty fluid turning. Puts it down calmly with a 193. That's a good ending for Nicholas.
Yeah, and really good for him to get a good solve on the last one because he didn't want to count another bad time there. His best possible average versus worst possible average was a really large range. So good to see that he was able to get on the lower end of that range. And, you know, strong performance for him to bounce back after counting a bad time.
No doubt. We're wrapping up the second group of 2x2 round 1. And just to get you an early preview coming up here for... I was going to say the preview of 2x2 round 1 group 3, but it looks like Kate and Jack Flynn Stewart going to have some fun here.
Yeah, what a coincidence that they've been on stream at the same time 3 times in a row.
Great shot by our production crew. Jack puts his down with a 234. Kate puts hers down with a fumble of the cube with a 368. Good to see them smiling about it.
Yeah, fun round, and a lot of crazy stuff going on. You know, bad scrambles, good scrambles, lots of shenanigans going on with hoodie wear and who's getting called up to what station and everything. So that was a really fun round.
It sure was. Jack Flynn Stewart finishes his round, looks like with a 260 average, and Kate finishes her round with a 265. So pretty close averages between the two of them. But as Chris already said, Nancy well ahead of the pack with a 158 average. The next closest to Nancy is Sid with that 225 average. So, I mean, again, Nancy well ahead of the pack by just about a high 0.6, 0.7 seconds.
Yeah, and I was alluding to earlier that Nancy being the slowest competitor in the 1.3 area, I think once you get down to the 1.3 times is like when people's like bad averages start to look really good. So getting a 1.58 average may not be like the best by her standards, but when you're at that level, that's kind of like what you can come to expect as your worst average. So really strong performance from her and really easily in first place at this point.
Absolutely. Well, we have 2x2 round one, group 3 coming up next. And let's get you some of the names to watch out for. Once again, 4 sub 2 solvers: Dominic Shoji, Zane Kreshe, Isaac Madro, and Dylan Miller as well. You'll get a look at him in 2x2 as well. Dylan didn't start off with a particularly good round of 3x3 at all. So he's looking to bounce back in that round of 3x3, but getting his first crack at here in 2x2, Chris.
Yeah, and for Dylan, I know that like he probably doesn't care the most about 2x2. Like his 1.91 PR average like may not even be indicative of the times that he gets on a regular basis. But for rounds where for events that you don't necessarily care as much about, it's really important to still get good performances because it gives you the confidence you need to perform better in events that you do care about. And it sounds like Dylan is really going to need that coming off of his pretty poor 3x3 performance in the first round.
For sure. Well, I'm excited to continue to this next group of 2x2. Unsure if we're going to go to ad break or not, but just in case we do, we can step aside really quickly and hear a word from our partners as our coverage of Western Championship 2026 continues. Hey there, I'm Michael Rosencrans. If you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters. Support the sport and stay informed. Find it all at SpeedCubersDigest.com. Back here at the Riverside Convention Center, here for West Coast Cubing Western Championship 2026. Michael Rosencrans alongside Chris Yen. So glad to have you along here on this Sunday, May 24th of 2026. And here we go, getting started in 2x2 round 1, group 3. Good block on blue to start things out. A 226 to kick things off.
Yeah, pretty good turning there. A little bit of a long solution, but for Isaac, who has, let's see, a 1.82 PR average, 226 is not necessarily that bad.
We could use some more judges on the white stage. As a reminder, if you just competed in 2x2.
Definitely not. Good start there for Isaac, as he's one of the names to watch out for here in this third group of 2x2. Again, Dylan Miller and Zane Kreshe, Dominic Shoji are going to be your others to watch out for here in this third group. We are now into the back half of the first round of 2x2. It's this group and one more before we take a break and get you prepped for finals. As a reminder, square one, clock, 6x6, Mega Minx, and 5x5 in that order will be your finals for this evening. 5 out of 12 finals at this competition. And you know, when the finals start, the adrenaline starts flowing, Chris. The vibes get even higher in the venue.
Yeah, and a little bit different that we have the finals not all bunched up in one day. So it's going to be multiple days in a row where if you're in multiple finals back to back, then it's like extra adrenaline that you have to deal with.
Absolutely. Big pause there, working through the solution. 383.
Yeah, the AUF, it's always hard to predict the AUF when you don't one look for that R2, F2, R2.
Little Locky, but puts that one down with a 177.
I think the lockup, that was probably why he was a little annoyed. Looks like it could have been like a 1.3 or 1.4 without it. But, that's part of 2x2. Lockups are going to happen.
Indeed, they are bound to happen at some point, right? Isaac going up for his second solve in his average of 5. Sets down that GoPro on top of his 2x2 that he uses for practice, by the way. I've been telling myself, Chris, I've got to get a GoPro one of these days. They are just so fun to use, and for as small and compact as they are, they really serve you well.
Yeah, and they become so popular in cubing because it's really easy to record your own solves like this. For Isaac, 206, not bad.
Pretty consistent so far for Isaac, bettering his last solve by exactly 0.2 of a second. And as Chris mentioned, 182 is Isaac's PR average in 2x2. And here you're getting your first look at Dylan Miller for his first solve, I believe, of this round of 2x2. See what times Dylan can put down here on this first solve. Pretty lucky to start. A big pause at 221 as Dylan laughs that one off.
Yeah, and Dylan, I don't believe, is a regular one-looker, so we didn't see it there. Probably won't see it very often in this round, but 221, only 0.3 off from his PR. Like I said before, I think he's just here to have fun with this event. Maybe get a good single if there's a good scramble.
And I think too, Chris, this could be a good time for Dylan just to sort of take things a little more lax. You mentioned 2x2 isn't really something he focuses on anymore, but still wants to try and put down some decent times. But I think this could be a good sort of separator and a barrier for him to try and get over that hurdle that was that not so good 3x3 round 1 from earlier today. Dylan more than likely going to be in that second round for sure of 3x3, but after that first round of 3x3, I mean, you could see he was not happy with his performance. So good to see Dylan in a good mood here and laugh that one off.
Yeah, and you're right. Maybe he doesn't necessarily need to have like a good 2x2 round to make up for 3x3. I think it's nice sometimes to just have a round where you compete and you don't have to have so much pressure on yourself.
Little block on green, pretty locky, big rotation in there too. Finishing that one up with a 487. Dom going up for his second solve and his average of 5. Lightning fast turning, little locky at the end, but still puts it down with a 184.
Yeah, that was really fast turning at the beginning. It started to slow down a little bit at the end there, and that happened in his first solve as well, which is probably why he's annoyed. Like, when you start the solve out really well, then you expect the rest of it to go fine. But really, really fast turning from Dom there.
Dominic, a 30-time gold medalist all around. That 120 PR average for Shoji is 48th in the world. Isaac getting ready for his third solve in his average of 5. See what Isaac can produce here as Dylan walks up right next to him and takes a seat right off to Isaac's right.
Interesting that he needs to orient his cube in a specific way before he puts the GoPro on it.
There's a routine drilled down. It's like, I gotta put the cube the right way.
Yeah, exactly.
Dylan looking a little befuddled by this scramble. See what he can pull out here. A 211, and he laughs another one off with that 211. Switching back to Isaac here. Had a block on blue. Not a good start, but able to recover decently with a 202.
Yeah, so some low 2s here for Isaac. I think this is a pretty average for him. Definitely not going to be on PR pace, but not bad solves by any means.
No, not bad solves at all. And again, we touch on it a lot in this broadcast. If you can try and get through those first rounds with times that are respectable, but maybe that you're not looking for, because a lot of these solvers, again, like to go for PR pace. As long as you can put down times that you're confident in, that is more than enough to tell you that, okay, I'm off to the next round. Let's see what I can do there when the stakes ramp up. Big pause in the middle of the solution, a 405 here.
Yeah, just a little bit slower turning there, and it happens. Ortega's solution as well. Nice to see that people are still sticking with Ortega nowadays.
I know when I first picked up the 2x2, when I first learned how to solve, I know one of my brothers used the Ortega method in 2x2, and I think he used it for 3x3 as well. And he knows a little bit of the finger trick, so I got to be learning from him at some point.
I've never heard about Ortega for 3x3, but yeah, it's definitely like one of those stepping stone methods in 2x2 to more advanced solving, and that is a DNF for Dominic.
Indeed.
Which, yeah, this average is not going the way he wants it to.
That looked to be on really good pace there, Chris, but just was a couple moves off. And again, two moves or greater away from solving. That is a DNF. And here goes Dylan for his third solve and his average of 5. Good pickup there. Big pause and puts it down with a +2. That's going to be a 472 for Dylan.
It looked like it could have been a pretty good time, actually, but lockups on the first layer and lockups on the CLL as well, on the really easy CLL as well, and he +2s.
Good to see Dylan with a smile. I had a great conversation with him on the first episode of my brand new series, SpeedCuber Spotlight, and Dylan's such a great guy to talk about a little bit about his upbringing and his competitive nature from playing flag football and basketball intramurally as well, and how that translated into cubing. And he's always told me that he hasn't really taken losing well over the years. Losing is not a thing he enjoys at all. And good to see Dylan still with a smile. That's another thing you got to love about Dylan, is just his personality, ebbs and flows. He loves to have fun out there in the community, and being 11 years into his competitive career, he's certainly seen a lot, and great to see him with such high vibes and great energy throughout. Isaac on his fourth solve and his average of 5. Pretty fluid turning. 166. That's a great fourth solve for Isaac, as he's looking at a BPA of 191 and a WPA of 211.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to get into the sub 2. Again, we still haven't seen a sub 2 solver after Nancy Liu in the first group, so going to be very interesting to see if we can see another one.
Indeed, Isaac has a good chance to do it. That 191 BPA, not quite PR pace. Again, as mentioned, 182 is his PR average for 2x2. But still, if he can lock that up with the best possible average, that is a fantastic round, Chris.
Yeah, once again, Nancy Liu is the only sub 2 solver by a very large margin in this round so far. She's at a 158 average, but the second place Sid is in 2.25. So very, very large lead for her.
Absolutely, that separation there, if I can do mental math, if that's working properly, I believe is 0.67 seconds. Yes, kids, 6.7. I said it. Here goes Dylan for his next solve and his average of 5.
Well, we had Nick with his interesting hoodie, and now he imposed the 6.7 on us.
Oh my goodness. Dylan up for his fourth solve after getting that +2 a few moments ago. Puts that one down with a 185, a pump of the fist emphatically for Dylan. He's very happy with that one.
Yeah, it was a rare one look for him.
Able to pull it off nicely. Dom up for his fourth solve. A little bit of a rough pickup. Soft tap of the timer. Not happy with that 230.
Yeah, and for Dom, once again, not a very characteristic average for him. We were talking that when you're in the 1.2 second range for your PR average, that, you would expect that your bad averages would still be in like the 1.6 or 1.7 range. But it doesn't seem like that's the case for this round for Dom.
Dom also has a chance of being another potential sub 2-second solver in the average of 5 for this round of 2x2. And another one who has a shot at that is the man you see right here, Isaac Madro. 191 BPA, 211 WPA. See if Isaac can put down a good time here. Yeah, it's been that blue face in the background, the orange face sort of in the towards the back, the orange face sort of facing off to our right, his left. And that's how he orients the cube before he puts the GoPro on it. Block on blue there for Isaac at the bottom. See what he can make of this solution here. Go to pick up, quick turning, a big pause right in the middle of it though, a 251 for Isaac, and that might solidify, I believe, WPA there for him of 211. Indeed it will.
Okay, so 211 is a good average. That scramble looked like it was hard to one look for him. It was 3/4 of a layer, it looked like, and he spent a long time trying to figure out what the case would be and didn't quite get there. And it didn't help that the case also wasn't the best. So kind of a hard scramble there, I guess, to one look. It's only 4 moves, but maybe the lefty moves are a little bit harder. But not a bad average at all for Isaac.
Certainly not a bad average. That slots him in second place as of right now, moving ahead of Sid Shivnath. It's now Nancy Liu at the top with 158. Isaac in second currently with 211. Here's Dylan going up for his 5th and final solve and his average of 5. Hoping to round out this with a good time and hoping to get that best possible average of 206. See what Dylan can find on this solution. Good pickup, quick turning, big pause throughout, puts it down with a 232 for his 5th and final solve. That'll lock in an average of 221, slotting Dylan in 3rd place.
Yeah, not a bad average for Dylan either. I mean, that's only 0.3 behind his PR, and looks like he had some pretty short CLLs there, so maybe getting a little bit lucky on the scrambles. But you know, that's kind of the name of the game for 2x2 sometimes.
Certainly is. It really just depends on the scrambles and just the solutions that you can find, and not just a solution you can find to try and make it as ergonomic as possible, especially for an event as quick as 2x2. Off screen, Dom looked to have been walking up to his station for his 5th and final solve, and indeed he is. 197 best possible average, has a DNF worst possible average. Quick inspection. Let's see what Dom can pull out here. Good pickup, fast turning, 124. Took an extra second or two to stop the timer, but a great final solve. That solidifies 197 best possible average. Dom now moves up to 2nd place.
Yeah, and it's our 2nd sub-2 average of the round. And for Dom, you know, like you said, he took a little bit of an extra second to recognize that the cube is actually solved, which is important because he had a DNF in that average. So good stuff from Dom. Glad to see another sub-2 average in this round.
No doubt. Finishing up the last few solves in Group 3 at 236 there.
Yeah, he's happy about that.
We are now
just to give you a
round 1, Group 4.
Just to give you a preview of 2x2 round 1, Group 4. Some of the names to look out for here, Chris. Brendan Dunnigan, Koi Min Wen, then you also have Gavin Torreflores and Ryan Roth in there as well, are your 4 sub-2 solvers in 2x2 round 1, Group 4. This will be the final group of 2x2 round 1 coming up here.
Yeah, and our number 1 seed, Brendan Dunnigan, who is definitely going for that Western champion title. 1.16 average is pretty firmly in 1st place, especially after Dominic's performance in this round didn't go exactly as planned. So I would expect to see Brendan pull out another win for this round, especially because 1.16 is like far and away a different level of 2x2 solving than most. So expect to see some really good times there from Brendan.
No doubt. Super excited to see Brendan here in the final group of 2x2 round 1 here. Well, again, just to give you a preview of what's coming up, it's this final group of 2x2, and then we'll take a break here, and we'll be getting you set for the first of 5 finals throughout the night. Again, those being Square One, Clock, 6x6, Mega Minx, and 5x5. In that order we'll go. So the first of 5 finals is going to be beginning in just a few short moments. But first, we take you to Group 4 of 2x2. Brendan has had a great competition so far. Pretty good round of 7x7 in day 1. But Chris, you mentioned it. You know Brendan's looking for more.
Yeah, I think Brendan in this competition is probably looking for the most podiums of the Western titles. Maybe not looking for so many wins because, of course, we have guys like Max Park who are going to be getting the wins in 5x5, 6x6, 7x7. But for Brendan and everything else, I think he's looking to get some podiums. He did it last year, and I'm sure he's looking to get even more this year. And 2x2 is one of those that he can definitely expect, I think, to get the title, not just a podium. So 1.16 average. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see from him.
No doubt, Brendan Dunnigan, notable competitor in these Western Championships as well. Believe he was the Clock Megaminx and Pura champion. I want to say 2 years ago. He might have been that last year as well.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember what the podiums were from last year, but I do remember last year announcing, and Brendan's name just came up in basically every event, the podiums. In terms of like titles and his placings in those podiums, I don't quite remember, but he was there all the time last year. I feel like I've been hearing his name in these award ceremonies at Western Championship for like the past 3 or 4 years now. So kind of the same old routine at this point for Brendan. But I'm sure he's looking to perform just as well as he has in the past Western champions.
No doubt. And here we go, taking you back inside the Riverside Convention Center. Brendan Dunnigan getting set to kick off for his average of 5 in this final group in the first round of 2x2. Had a block on yellow there to start things out. Let's see what he can find here. Chris mentioned 1.16 PR average for Brendan. That's 31st in the world. This solve going to be one he wants to put behind him, though. A little locky, 257 to start.
Is Brendan wearing the same hoodie as Nick? I believe he. I don't know if they are wearing the same hoodie or if they both have their own that they decided to wear.
I was gonna say they either have their separate hoodies or Nick said, "Hey, wear this for your round of 2x2." That's fantastic.
I don't know if it's working out for them because Nick didn't get his best average with the hoodie and not the best score for Brendan, but fun nonetheless.
No doubt. You're getting your first look. I believe this is Ryan Roth going up for his first solve in his average of 5. It's a block on yellow on the back. Let's see what he can produce here on this first solve. A 234 to start things out for Roth.
Nearly a 1 look there. Not quite on the AUF, and I think he took a little bit of extra time just to confirm that the CLO that he was doing was the correct one. So those really small like pauses there and slowing down a little bit adds up to 2.3. But you obviously rather get a 2.3 good solve as opposed to a +2 or DNF.
Absolutely. Koyman Nguyen now getting your first look at him. Wanted to say a big congratulations to him that at this competition just surpassed 500 career solves in the WCA. So a big congratulations to Koy for getting this milestone, and he's looking to kick things off in 2x2 with a bang. 201 there to start for Koy.
Yeah, and it looks like just a bit of a lockup on the final turn there. And F prime can be a little bit tough to execute as your last turn because it's kind of a weak finger, so it's easy to underturn on that. Luckily, he didn't +2 on that, and a 201, not the start that he's looking for, but once again, I mean, it's better than a +2.
Exactly. It could have been a lot worse. And as you say, it's better to take time just to confirm your solution rather than taking a penalty that'll hurt your results even further. I can't take myself seriously looking at Brendan's hoodie there, which I'm pretty sure belongs to Nicholas. That is just outstanding.
Oh, and this looks like a pretty intriguing scramble. A lot of blocks here.
It sure does. A block on pretty much almost every color. Brendan going, he didn't start the timer.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. What looked to be a fantastic scramble number 2. Brendan does not start the timer, and that is the worst case scenario for Bendy.
Yeah, and that's 2 events now in a row. If you were watching earlier, he +2 the sub 1 on Pyraminx, which would have put him at 32nd in the world. And so that's back-to-back events now where Brendan has a timer stop mishap on a really, really good time. So I would be really, really discouraged if I were him, but hopefully he's able to bounce back from that.
Let's hope so. Let's see how Ryan fares on this second scramble here, which is looking, again, very good. Pretty quick turning from Ryan. 191 there for Roth.
And it looked like he had a pretty similar solution to Bendy there. So I think Bendy's turning was really on point, and that would have been a really good time. Just really unfortunate not starting the timer.
Coy back up for his second solve. PR single of 0.99. His average is 147. He gets now to take a look at this juicy scramble too. Let's see what he can come up with here. Quick inspection time for Coy. Quick turning. Little Locky puts it down with a 171.
So it looks like everybody's kind of underperforming here. It's only Nancy who's really pulled off like an underperforming but still good average.
Brendan back up for his third solve in his average. Block on orange there. Was able to see a block on white there down on the bottom as well. Let's see how Brendan can bounce back after that. Not starting the timer. Pretty quick turning there for Bendy. Little Locky, but still puts down to 189. That's a good bounce back.
Yeah, he needed that, especially now that it's his second time with a timer stop mishap. So good stuff from Bendy there. He definitely needed that.
Yes, he did. Getting your look at Gavin here, going up for his third solve in his average of 5, 116 PR single, 183 PR average in 2x2. Big pause trying to look at those couple blocks. Finishes it slowly with a 370.
And he pulled off the anti-CLL there because he doesn't know the EG2. A bit of a slower turning solve. I don't think he quite recognized the AUF for, once again, the R2B2 R2 is a little bit difficult to predict the AUF. So
Ryan for his third solve in his average of 5, looking to put down a solid time, puts down a 230. So he's going to be counting that 230.
Yeah, good stuff. Once again, the R2B2 R2, except I think that time he predicted the AUF, so it comes out a lot faster.
Moving very quickly through these final group of 2x2 as Coy gets ready to go for his third solve in his average of 5. And once again, you get to know the time that he'll be counting here in this one. Let's see what he can find on this third scramble with that block on white and a block on orange, I believe, as well. Good pick up there for Coy. Pretty Locky turning, though. Puts that one down with a soft tap of the timer with a 291. Back over to Brendan quickly for his fourth solve and his average of 5. Has a block on blue, block on red he's working with as well. Counted at 257, looking for a good time here. Quick turning, puts it down with a 152. Solid stuff from Brendan.
Well, he's looking like he is on pace to be the third sub-2 solver of this round, which is good for him after sort of the shenanigans that are going on in this average.
Yeah, if Brendan can lock it down and narrow it down with a sub-2 average here, he'll be looking really, really good. Even if he doesn't, it's been a good recovery here for Brendan here in this one. Now getting your look up again at Ryan Roth going up for his, I believe, fourth solve in his average of 5. Ryan solving just off screen. We'll switch back to him here. Puts that one down with a 337. Now, on the other hand, Gavin puts down a 180.
Yeah, good stuff. It looks like the fourth scramble is also a little bit more favorable. So good to see people performing well on it.
Absolutely. There you can see Gavin's best possible and worst possible average populate on the screen there. Gavin's PR average, once again, for 2x2, 183. So not quite on PR pace, but Gavin looking to finish it off with a respectable time here.
It's looking like the theme of this 2x2 round, though, is that everybody's underperforming a little bit. Nancy is still like firmly in the lead, and she's going to retain that lead too with a 1.58 average. But even in that average, I mean, she had a +2 that would have made her average a little bit better had that not counted. But yeah, really everybody not having the best rounds by their standards.
Exactly, Chris. The only outlier in that average of 5 from Nancy, as you mentioned, was that third solve, that +2. And still, her average is 158. I mean, that is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I think it's something I would have come to expect from like Brendan and Dom as well, both being in the very low 1 second range for their average. But you know, it's the nature of 2x2. Sometimes like the entire round ends up going awry instead of just a couple solves.
Exactly. Just getting your look around the rest of the venue, getting the rest of these solvers. And here we'll switch back to the stream stage. Brendan Dunnigan saunters back up as he sits back down for getting ready for his 5th and final solve in his average of 5, 199 best possible average, and the worst possible average being a DNF average, courtesy of that second solve. Couple of blocks on white and blue. See what Brendan can come up with here. Pretty locky as he finishes his turning. 247 for Brendan. He'll finish that off with a 2-second average of 231 to be exact.
And flaunting the hoodie once again as we
don't take it off, Brendan. Gavin finishing up his average of 5 with a 364 there. To round things out for Gavin, he'll close it out with a 336.
Well, for Brendan, you know, not the round he wanted, but very, very glad that he didn't DNF there, because obviously being the 1 seed and then getting a DNF average would like really take the sales out of you. So not the best average. He had fun with it like he did in Pyraminx. But again, really unfortunate that he +2, or he DNF'd that solve.
Indeed, top 70% to the next round here in a 2x2. Ryan finishing up his average of 5 with his 5th and final solve. Puts that one down with a 229. Doesn't seem to be too thrilled with that, but a 231 average as well. So neck and neck with Bendy.
Yeah, and it looks like very methodical turning here. I don't think anybody wants to like really risk their chances of making the next round here.
Exactly. Most of these competitors looking to just safety these last few solves and get through the next round. A 198 for Coy.
Not sure what is that Koi's 4th solve. Yes, it is. Okay, so he also has a chance to be sub 2 in this round, which is kind of rare, which I'm a little bit surprised about.
Yeah, the sub 2 averages have been a rarity. Only 2 have done that so far. Nancy Liu and Dominic Shoji. The rest of the competitors are falling with the just the low 2 averages, which are still very respectable times. But in terms of these high class cubers that we've been seeing, it's only been 2 sub 2 averages. Boy has a chance to do that on his 5th and final solve as we're wrapping up the remaining solvers here in group 4. Well, while we have a moment here, Chris, before we get back to Coy's 5th solve, well, we're taking a quick break after this, and right after we take that quick break to get everything set up, we have our first finals of the evening, Square One finals. Who are you hoping to see?
Well, Square One is probably one of my favorite events after 3x3 and the big cubes. Once again, the name that we're probably going to be seeing a lot this weekend, Brendan Dunnigan, absolutely blew away in the first round. He was the only solver under 9 seconds, and he got a 6.61 average, which is a very characteristic average for him. Like, I think Brendan absolutely expects to be getting sub 7 averages on a regular basis. And I don't think anybody else in this competition even expects to get sub 9 averages that often. So I think Brendan can sort of walk his way to a win here. I think the 2nd and 3rd place is also pretty set in stone between Calvin and Jack Flynn. It may be up for debate whether or not it's going to be 2nd and 3rd. I mean, it was really close in the first round. They were just apart by 0.02. But they were the only other sub 11 solvers. So I think the podium is pretty set there.
Here goes Coy, 5th and final solve in his average of 5 for 2x2. There you see the BPA and the WPA at the top of your screen. Let's see what he can pull out here on the 5th solve. Pretty quick turning. Little Locky puts it down with a 199. That's a good ending to his average of 5, and Coy is going to solidify it with a 199, the 3rd sub 2 average of this round 1.
Yeah, really fast turning there. He has really, really fast turning in general. It just looks like there were some lockups in his average, which cost him maybe a half second on average, but still 199. He becomes, what is that, the 3rd or 4th sub 2 solver in this round. So good stuff from Coy.
the third sub-2 solver in this round, those being Nancy Liu at 158, Dom Shoji at 197, and Koi just a few moments ago with an average of 199. So just wrapping up the final solves here in 2x2 round 1, group 4, and this is where, folks, start to fasten your seatbelts, get your snacks, get your beverages. We got finals coming up for you after we take a quick break here, but that's going to do it for me in terms of broadcasting, at least for today. I'll be back on with you tomorrow, and we'll take a quick break here. And Chris, always a pleasure to commentate these competitions with you. Great to talk to you again, as always. And just to give you a preview of the finals, square one coming up after this break, Manu and Kevin Hayes will be on the call for you for the square one finals. They'll be taking you through the final rounds as we round out day 2 of Western Championships. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but stay tuned. Square one finals coming up at around 4:30 Pacific time. Well ahead of schedule, so it could be even earlier than that, but stay tuned. Coverage of Western Championship 2026 returns right after this. Hey there, I'm Michael Rosencrans. If you care about speed cubing, you have got to check out SpeedCubers Digest. SpeedCubers Digest delivers the weekly news that defines competitive cubing, competition previews, full recaps, athlete storylines, and everything happening across the global scene all in one place. It's built by people who compete, organize, and cover the sport firsthand, so you're getting real insight into what actually matters.
Yo. Hello. Hello. Okay. Well, how's it going, guys? I'm Dylan. I'm here with the goat, Lucas Aubin.
Yo, what's up?
We're just here. We're just gonna be yapping for a little minute. I mean, Aubin, what have you thought about the comp so far?
Yes.
Just I haven't been watching most of it. I've been working the Cubing GG booth, but you've been here kind of watching the whole thing go down.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little short-staffed on the stream, but it's been going great. Yeah. It's been a little tight here and there, but
yeah,
we're making it work.
What's been your favorite moment of the competition so far? Yesterday or today?
I mean, yesterday was just sort of setting it up. Today's been good. It was fun. I don't know, just seeing everybody have a good time, and because I feel like the pressure isn't on, so people can be more relaxed and just sort of have fun with it.
We're not going to mention the Max Park world record. Like, that's not.
I mean, I guess that's important. I sort of flubbed the recording for that. But
no. Dude, people were giving Matthew some flack on the commentary, bro. That was good. That was good.
That was pretty funny.
I do love to see Matt get his rightful jabs.
Yeah, I mean, he just sort of came in and we were just recording for just a test, and it was like, wait a minute, we got a world record, and he didn't even realize.
Yeah, he's just like, pretty fast time for Max. So,
I guess.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's so silly. You were mentioning like not feeling the pressure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw my 3x3 round 1 average, but
yeah, that didn't seem quite optimal.
No, it was not optimal in any way, shape, or form. I did very poorly. Scrambles were actually pretty solid. I just solved really bad. But if you did see, I competed in a few events so far. I got like a 50 on 5x5. I got sub 35 average on Mega. That's a return to form. I've been solving bad in Mega Minx for the longest time. Somehow popped off. That was pretty solid. And then, dude, 2x2 round 1, dog. I got 5th place, 2-2 average. This guy does not one look. This guy does not know AUFs. This guy is chopped and unk, and yet we did okay. Like
Dylan Miller 2x2 Western Championship podium,
bro. Honestly, like I'm feeling it, dude. I was telling Phil out there. I was like, I came back from doing Mega Minx. I was like, dude. I was like, I'm gonna win so much, I'm gonna be tired of winning. and then I came back from 3x3. I was like, I'm tired of it. And then 2x2, I was like, I can keep winning. I feel great. My strat in 2x2, I think I've talked about this. You do the worst layer that you can find. You do objectively the worst layer possible, and then you get the best CLL case that you can. And it works out. It either works out or it doesn't. It works out 50% of the time.
Yeah, it worked out today, right?
Dude, I was 5 for 5 on good CLLs.
Hey.
And it's like, it's such a fun game to play. Solve 1, I did like a rotation, and I got a Nicholas case. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Nice.
I was like, yeah, dude, this is fire. But, yeah, I don't know. 2x2's been goofy. I mean, we've got Nancy Liu in first place right now, 158 average. Pretty solidly in the lead ahead of Dom.
Yeah.
And Brendan, our first seed, in 8th place with a 2-3 average. Wonder how that went down. 0.8 in that round on 3rd. That's cool.
Yeah, because Brendan, his DNF, that was like gonna be sub 1, low 1, and then after that, I mean.
Oh, sorry. Nicholas Sanchez got the .8, not Brendan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like people didn't solve particularly great. Nancy seemed to be doing solid.
Yeah, Nancy just locked in. I think because Nancy wasn't in the same group as like most of the other people in the top 8.
I see.
So
yeah, it is what it is. 2x2 is such a silly little scramble-based event. I don't understand it. I don't understand most events, but
you understand it enough today. So.
Oh yeah, we'll take the win. We'll take the win.
Yeah. You got any finals coming up today?
Yes, I have Mega Final and 5 Final. And Mega Final, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, it's close,
I'm a
right?
little
You
nervous.
and Michael Muthing?
Yeah, me, Michael. Shiloh got 36 average. Apparently he like almost counted to 31. But you always take Cubers coulda, shoulda, wouldas with a grain of salt. Some of them are legit. Some of them are like, But I trust Shiloh. I know he's been grinding a lot for Mega for like the last year. So, you know, glad to see him finally get a solid PR. He said it's like not great for him at home, but in comp he's like relatively happy with it. So I don't know. Maybe he pops off in finals. Maybe Michael and I have had a few comps in the SoCal area where like we've kind of gone back and forth. So I don't know. I've done no Mega today. Like I said, I've been working the Cubing GG booth. I have been doing presentations. I just been talking to people all day. I have not been practicing, and that's my cope for 3x3.
I mean, sounds like you're having a good time though.
Oh, I'm doing great, man. It's nice hanging out with everybody here. All the people are so sweet. Signed a bunch of stuff. Talked to the parents. You know, I've explained coaching to a lot of people, which is really cool.
That's good.
Like, just getting the word out about how coaching works and, you know, the fact that it is like a real part of the community in other areas and is a growing thing in the West as well.
Yeah.
That people can do. That's always really cool. And the parents are always like, oh, wow, I didn't know this was a thing. And, like, you'd be surprised at the amount of parents that are like, yeah, like, I'll get you the course. Like, you want to learn? Okay, shout out Timon. Like, you know,
that's great.
That's all we're doing. So
yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of. I talked to a couple people that were like, "What do I do now?" And then it's like, "Oh wait, there's coaching." Like, cause like 5 years ago that wasn't a thing.
No.
You know? And so it's really cool.
I had a bunch of people ask like, "Hey, what do I do to get faster if I'm at this speed?" And I was like, well, it's a loaded question. Like, I could, you know, I could give you like a blanket answer, but it's not going to be great. But if you sit down and watch some solves, and like I watch some solves with you, then I could probably give you a good answer, and we could figure something out. Dude, it was fun doing the demonstration with Kevin today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Kevin, I think he actually learned a little bit. I think I lit a little bit of a fire under him, because I was like roasting him on stage. Not roasting him, but I was pointing out where he could have done better on stage. And then as I'm like still answering questions from the crowd, Kevin's just like he turns on the stack mat next to me, and he's like I'm actually looking for first pair now. And I was like, yes, dude, this is all I ever wanted. This is all I ever wanted.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is just that person saying, "This is what you need to do," and it's like,
oh, dude, yeah, Kevin was that guy for me today. Like, and then I was that guy for literally. I've been doing too much stack. I've been doing too much phone timer. I was out at the booth, and then Kevin comes up to me. He's like, "Dude, you're stack mat. Where's the stack mat?" And I was like, "You know what, Kevin? You're right. You're right. I should have been doing stack mat, and I've been doing stack mat for the rest of the day."
Yeah, it's so easy to just like, oh, just keep on my phone all day, and then all of a
Oh
sudden,
yeah, dude, it's funny. Funny anecdote with Luke Greiser, dude. We were at PSL San Diego, and PSL uses 4-pad, right? And then Greiser did not bring a stack mat, and he was using his iPad, and I was like, Greiser, you went from you need to do 4-pad. You're doing 1-pad, dog. Like, you're doing, like, what are we doing, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, let's be for real here for a second. Like, this is not optimal practice.
Yeah, trying to get that sort of like the reverse of trying to get practicing similar to the competition.
Yeah, it's like it's literally the exact opposite. It's like practice how you compete, and he's like, no. But I was doing the same thing. But yeah. Anywho, no, the comp's been fun, man. I'm really happy about it. Like, I just moved back to Louisiana, being in SoCal again. It's like the weather's good. I'm seeing familiar faces. You know, it's a good lead up into like the major season we got coming up with NAC in like a month.
Yeah.
A little over a month.
Yeah, just over a month.
Dude, crazy. I cannot believe we're already there, dude. It feels like last NAC was the other day.
Yeah.
And it feels like Worlds was yesterday. Like the season's just going by so fast, man. Shout out the staff right next to us.
They're all getting ready for Square One finals. Yeah.
Yeah, our first final of the day. What do we got results-wise for Squan?
For Squan, let's see here.
Obviously, we got Brendan.
Yeah, we got, let's see. Brendan in the #1 seed with a 661 average.
And then second place is Calvin. Okay, so
with a
Brendan is going
912
to mop the floor with everyone here.
But the battle for second between Calvin and Jack, it's 912 and 914 averages respectively. So that could be close. And then
Not Kevin. Not Kevin could sneak into there maybe.
Maybe. If one of them does bad, he does good.
Yeah. We
And
can
then
see some things get shaken up.
So it looks like we sort of have a first place is Brendan, and then a battle for second between Calvin and Jack, and then a battle for third among the next few.
Yeah. I mean, okay, Square One's going to be hopefully a eventful final.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Assuming Brendan does well. We'll see how it goes. And then what else? And then after Squan is we have a few more finals today. I just know I'm doing Mega and
yeah, let's see. We got the schedule right here. So we got Squan and then Clock, 6x6, Megaminx, and 5x5. So
yes, you'll see everyone's favorite host Kevin Hayes coming on for 6x6. Clock will be cool. We've got Reed, we've got Brendan. Those are the only two I really know that are cooking.
Sebastian Stone.
Oh, Sebastian Stone. Yes. How dare I forget?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. We got
Sebastian didn't do what does.
No, we got Seb, and then yeah. What is that name?
Dominic Shoji also underperformed. There's a lot.
Yeah, DNF on solve too. You got to safety the rest of them. I mean, that kind of makes sense.
So, we'll see.
Yeah.
But
all right, man.
I think they're just getting ready to set up for Square One final. So, we could. I think so.
We're starting a bit
yeah,
early.
we could keep yapping for a bit.
Alrighty. Well, sounds good. I'll be real, chat. I have nothing I can contribute to Square One, so.
Yeah, I mean, either. There was a time where I was gonna get into Square One, and then I just didn't.
Yeah. Dude, I always cope. I have like the toxic trait where I think if I did any event, I would be a goat turner. Like, if I did Squan, I think I'd be able to. My SPS would be crazy.
I feel like you could. But like Scube is just like different.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say Scube, but I thought I could do it, bro. I saw the
could?
Drew Brad's rotationless U-perm back in like 2014, and I was like, oh yeah, we got that. And then I tried it, and I was like, no shot, no shot. Clock, I tried to turn a clock. I look like a newborn deer, bro. I'm so uncoordinated. It's terrible.
Fun fact about Clock: I have only ever solved Clock officially.
Really? Never once
Yeah,
outside.
my friend.
How'd you learn?
My friend TJ just showed me like how to do it, just like visually, and he did enough solves. I was like, okay. I mean, it's a pretty simple process. You just got to match up the cross one side, cross the other side, and then corners.
Dude, you'd be surprised at the amount of times.
Most of my solves are just the first two because I don't make cutoff. But
oh yeah, that's real. Dude, I remember my first comp I did Clock. I got a 49 average, and the kids at the Louisiana local were like, "I finally beat Dylan." Yes. I got like last place in the round, and I was like, ugh. Not my best. I think it was actually a 49 single.
Wow.
Let me take it back. It wasn't even an average. I did not get an average. But yeah, shout out to all the clockers, man. Shout out.
Yeah, no, Clock is really such a different event now.
Oh yeah, dude. I remember when the 7 simul stuff dropped. It was like, wow, the meta's changed. I kind of hot take here maybe. I miss the flip era.
Yeah.
I miss the Manusing Hall 3-time national record holder era.
California state record holder.
Yeah, dude. I miss the Luke Garrett Clock
We are now
world
calling
podium era.
Square
Like
One finalists to submit their
it's,
puzzles.
it's
Square One
tough.
finalists to submit your puzzles. If you are seed 1 through 10, you are submitting.
We're calling up
behind
Square
me.
One right now.
If you are seed 1 through 10, you're submitting behind me
Yeah,
on the
calling
table
up Square One
behind the black.
I think
suit.
that might be my
If
cue.
you are seed
All right.
11 through 16,
So we'll move to a quick
you
break
are
here, and then
submitting on the white stage.
Manu Singal
So then 1
and
through
Kevin
10
Hayes will be on for the broadcast for
11
Square
through
One
16
finals.
submitting
So-
over there.
Awesome.
We are also
All right, sounds
asking
good.
clock finalists to submit their puzzle now. All finalists will be submitting their puzzle one event before their
Transition.
final.
All right. We'll see you right after this.
Hello, everyone, to Western Championships 2026. It is time for our first finals block of the stream. We got 5 incredible finals for you. Manu Singh Hall, Kevin Hayes, we're going to bring you through the square one final. That's going to start us off here. Kevin, it's been a crazy competition so far, and I think we can expect some pretty crazy results from this field.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a big Brendan Dunnigan night. He's in every final
tonight?
Is he in Mega Mix?
Yeah.
He's square one.
He's the
Clock
defending
6.
champ.
Okay. He's got Brendan Dunnigan's got a rapid fire. This is when you get the all-star, all-rounder at your regional champ. He's going to be absolutely burning the rounds. We'll be testing him out to see. He's the all-rounder, but can he be switched on almost no prep? Probably do pretty well.
Probably. I think he's kind of used to this. He did move through. So not all of these events he's going to be the favorite for us. I mean, for 6 and 5, he doesn't really need to care about the Western Champ title.
6 and 5 is a race behind Max.
Exactly.
You're battling for pride against me and Kate.
Yeah, should be good there. But he did podium in the 2 events that are going to be coming up first, Square One and Clock. Getting 3rd place in Square One at the World Championship last year. You'll hear that as Dylan does the introductions. You don't need to hear that from me. But yeah, I mean, Kevin, let's talk about one thing. This is a final, and technically this is a local competition. There's no official title at stake here, but it is the regional championship, and this is something that we've seen kind of crop up recently. How do you think the competitors should take this final as compared to like their usual local finals?
Oh, you should treat this like a final. There's
your NAC finals.
You should treat it like a full final. Like, I mean, we're on the cast right now, but I was like, okay, I want to do well tonight. Like last night I was a little tough. I'm like, oh, we're gonna do well tonight. We're gonna take iron cube all day today. After like in the last 6 hours, did a little warm up, only doing one solve every few minutes. Like, this is a perfect opportunity to get that rep. We have a great setup. Thank you, Manu and the Western Championship organizers for this amazing setup. We got the walkouts, we got the stream. We got the environment. Like, this is phenomenal practice. And like, if like, honestly, generating a little bit of that, like, oh, I really do care about this. Maybe for this one specifically, you could like a little trick yourself into thinking maybe it's not something I'm really super focused on. Maybe you could, but you know what you're not going to be able to do. You're definitely not doing that at NAC or like a world stage. Like, also this is a big event. Like, this is a mini nationals. I've been to nationals since 2009, and this feels like we're at Nats like 2018. Like, it's so professional. We got all the bells and whistles. It's just like a great event to really like kind of elevate things. I'd totally come in. I'd use this not only as a chance to practice for bigger stages. I mean, if you're a Brendan, if you're a Max, yeah, your sights are going to be set a little higher. But this is a great opportunity to really compete, especially Brendan in his maybe not so primary events. He's going to be competing. He's going to be going for those podium spots. It's just a great opportunity to really get that practice and to showcase your skills at this level.
Well, I'll take all the glaze on behalf of the organization team. I guess we ran a pretty good event after all.
I think so. I walked in. I was like, oh my, this is nice. Oh, I forgot to tell. We should turn those 3 lights on.
Okay.
I did notice in the orange.
We can look into that.
Yeah, I remember Roman looked it up and I was like, oh, that's weird.
Certainly will be a thing that we look at for tomorrow. But I think now Dylan is ready for the walkouts. Let's introduce you to the 16 finalists of Western Championships 2026 Square One finals. Let's hand it over to Dylan.
Of today, we are going to get started with our Square One finals.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was supposed to mention that earlier.
In our 16th seed from Northern California, Lucas Kim. In our 15th seed from Southern California, and our very own WCC delegate, Franklin Pham. In our 14th seed from Northern California, Micah Yo. And in our 13th seed from Southern California, Zach Rubio. In our 12th seed from Southern California, Kate Graham. In our 11th seed from Southern California, Michael Muthing. In our 10th seed from Northern California, Paul Mavi. In our 9th seed from Southern California, Will Calderon. In our 8th seed from Southern California and our very own WCC delegate, Andy French. In our 7th seed from Northern California, Eli Valera. In our 6th seed, visiting the West Coast from Indiana, Reed W. Richardson. In our 5th seed from Reno, Nevada, he is a WCC delegate and holds the Nevada state record, Michael Larson. In our 4th seed from Southern California, he's a WCC delegate, our region leader. In our 2nd seed from Northern California and our 2021 and 2024 Square One Western champion, Calvin Nielsen. And our 1st seed, he is our defending Western champion, our 2022 Western champion, and got 3rd place at the World Championship from Southern California, Brendan Dunnigan. All your finalists, runners, please run the puzzles.
And we are off to the races, Kevin. First final here. Let's take a look at the round 1 results from Square One. Should be populating up on your screen any moment there. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, as we were talking about during the outro, this is Bendy's race to lose.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's well ahead of the field. Proved so in round 1. World's podium. This is This is one where you still want to treat it seriously. You want to get that. You really want to practice that rep. You're already looking at NAC, and you know the competition is absolutely fierce for the U.S. Square Ones coming up. And barring any major disasters, he should take a clean win. Calvin Nielsen's certainly going to try and put the pressure on now.
Yeah, let's see what Calvin can put together here. Of course, we recently saw the Square One world record to be broken. That was on a ridiculous scramble, a crazy scramble like that. Could mean we're in for some fireworks here as well. And we will keep you updated with all the scores from around the park, so to speak. As our live data enterers enter them. Here's Bendy now, his first attempt here of the final. A great solve, 5:59 to kick things off, and yeah, off to the races already.
Very solid stuff from Brendan. It's actually wild. If you look at the top Square One world rankings, Brendan is ranked 5 in the world, ranked 5 in the U.S. So despite being an absolutely slam dunk to win here and a superstar world's contender, we're going to wait for a few weeks at NAC. It's going to be a dogfight. He's actually not even going to be favored to be on the podium.
Really? That's crazy.
Well, he's 5th seed, so.
Okay.
It's going to be. I gave a problem an edge because he's got a good. He's a very strong competitor, but based on just purely the results, like the PRs, he doesn't quite have it. So we have had a couple comments. I'm assuming we're trying to turn our volume up.
Yeah. I'm trying to turn it up. I think we're a little bit louder now. Okay. I think I can hear myself in my ear now too. So I think we're a lot better than we were before.
I'm vibing with Brandon's demeanor here too. Very serious. He seems serious, but not like tense.
Yeah, he's like jiggling his hands around at the moment.
Like,
what do you think that is? You think he's just trying to keep the blood flowing a little bit?
Yeah. Like you gotta keep the blood flowing. I kind of like doing a little jumping jacks backstage. You know, just a couple push-ups maybe.
Yeah.
I know there's a cut of that doc where I'm like doing push-ups behind stage.
It's become famous, infamous, whichever you prefer. Well, we're watching Michael Larson right now. He got the 2nd best time in for the first scramble, that is a 7:09. He's going to get a 12:43. Going to give some time back here. As all competitors are through one solve, you can see the projected rankings now. They will be populated on the left-hand side of your screen. That'll give you an idea of how everyone is kind of faring across the rounds, because of course we can't keep track of every single competitor. 16 competitors in this final. Here's Calvin. Calvin will be doing his second. Did not get off to a great start. 11:08. Calvin will definitely want something a lot better than that.
He's going to need to pick up the pace he wants to. All right. And we're in it.
7:73. Looked like he was like a little bit tentative through the first half, but then as we got to PBL, where you permute both layers, definitely looked a lot more comfortable there. Some ALG knowledge that really came to shine. We're going to switch off and not Kevin. Let's go back to Bendy.
Yeah, Calvin, our second seed, PR is 658, so that 7-7 is solid relative to the field in his first solve, but he's certainly capable of even more. Wow.
Some lightning fast turning from Bendy. It looks like he kind of had kind of got away from him a little bit, but he still ended up with a sub-5 single.
Oh, completely. He like totally whiffed. He like completely whiffed a slice turn there. Like he tried to grab the cube, and he usually it's kind of indicative that like you're really burning through, because like obviously there's some resistance when the cube is not turning and you're still trying to apply force, and his hand just like kept slipped. You had to go re-grab it, but 4-8 must still a great second solve, and he's well out in front.
Oh yeah, I mean, he hasn't quite won it just yet. Of course, once he does solve 4, then he'll have won it. Yeah, some other times from around the convention center. Another sub at 10 coming from Zach Rubio. He got 993. Jack Flynn Stewart, as you can see there, 784. He's looking in pretty good pace, currently in second place, taking the average of the first 2 solves.
Yeah, so like the Michaels and Calvin all have 7s, but Jack Flynn has a 7 and an 8, so wide open obviously. And so you see that third time we're forcing some counting times, we can kind of see what the averages are going to start to look like.
All right, Calvin looks like he had a little bit of an exec error, but now into PBL, yeah, just looking around to make sure everything is all good there. 795.
It looks fine. Wait.
Oh.
What was that? Oh, he didn't finish.
DNF.
I was like, you can't just pick the puzzle up. Yeah, you can't though if it's not solved. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
that's just going to do
tough.
it. I mean, he has an 11-8 counting now. Yeah. In terms of podium, I guess there's some opportunities here, but Jack Flynn's at a good pace. Not Kevin's at a good pace. It'd be really... he's going to need some amazing solving or some help from the other competitors if he wants to get back on that podium.
Yeah, 11-8 counting. Well, and somehow it still puts him in 5th overall. I guess just not fantastic times coming from everyone else. Now Kevin is doing his inspection.
Brendan's up right now for solve 3. Basically can put it away even though it's only solve 3 right here.
Going through all his tracing, making sure he will not end up with parity. Looks like he had a little bit of an awkward cube shape. And looks like he fumbled a little bit on the D moves. 648 for Bendy.
Not a bad result. I would like to see just on those rough solves, just like kind of like with not a rush, but just a little more urgency when you're finishing the solve. Like you had a couple tenths there, and like it's not going to matter for the win today, but you always just want to put your best foot forward.
Here's Jack now. Jack currently in second place in the projected rankings. Yeah, it looks like some hardware issues, just not quite able to turn through, but some smooth turning coming out in the end, just barely missing out on sub 10, 10:06.
Just a note to our graphics operator on the live tracker. There's an option for the number of people you can show. You can bump that down to 16 if you want. Calvin Nielsen is going to need, he's going to need to count that 7. He's already got a counting 11, so we're going to see if he's got a chance here. He's certainly capable of it, though.
Oh, I think he kind of got lost a little bit when it came to the PPL, but he still ended up with 7.5.
Very solid.
So, yeah, I mean, sans that DNF, I mean, he would be in really, really good shape. He just needs to avoid something really, really bad because, like, you don't want to count something worse than the 11.
Oh, no. You absolutely need. He's going to need BPA. Here's 904 BPA. Oh, we got Brennan sitting here.
This is actually probably a good final for Bendy to start with. Better to start with square one than clock because, you know, yeah, maybe there's some shenanigans on square one, can go close to the world record. But clock, I mean, he is the world record holder, so you really want to dial kind of your nerves in. So he calls it buffer sometimes. So maybe this is a good buffer final, perhaps.
Absolutely. You want the event that is going to generate the least nerves first to get things out of the way. Usually for events like this, you want it to be the one that you're most confident in. But when you also the world record holder and every attempt is a world record attempt, it becomes a little different.
Yeah, the cubes are coming out in a bit of an unfortunate order. We're going to watch. Okay,
Here
yeah.
he is.
5:23 for Bendy. He's shaking his head.
So a big mistake there at the end.
And then it looks like we were previously watching Not Kevin. Not Kevin is going to get a 14. That, I think, is probably going to knock him out of any sort of contention. Yeah, not possible for him to podium unless Jack, like, double DNFs or something. Counting 12, counting 10 for Not Kevin. Speaking of Jack, here he is on his 4th. He's also using the black and yellow Bumblebee color scheme.
Good solve from Jack. It's
solid.
As he pops, as we get the WPA, BPAs in. Obviously, Brendan, congratulations, Western champion. Already locked at the win. Worst possible, 5.7. Yeah. Jack, worst possible, 9.8. It's looking like he might actually. We need Kate. Oh, Kate would need something crazy. So.
And here's Calvin, the only other person who can chase him, right?
Yeah, Calvin looks like he's gonna actually get on this podium, but obviously he's got that DNF looming. So, wow, great solve.
Wow.
You know what that means also. It's probably pretty easy.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, Brendan's coming up.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
Good job, Calvin. Is actually, despite that DNF after the 11, he's pulled himself all the way back up into 2nd place.
Yeah, great work from Calvin. And Jack is going to need to get something pretty decent. I mean, maybe something like that.
The graphics have a 4-second tab that could pop out, maybe.
Okay.
Brendan's here on the Solve 5, which we just saw Calvin get a 5.7 on, so might be some fireworks coming up.
Let's see what we have here. Obviously, I'm not going to give you any info on the scramble because I have no idea what's going on. You can see in his fingers that's him counting the parity.
Really shaky hands here.